Chapter 312. The emperor didn't calm down until the latter half of the night and fell into a deep sleep. However, even in his sleep he vaguely heard someone calling him Hong. One sound after another, each sound entered his ears. He also felt a hand so warm that it was burning hot, holding his hand tightly. When the emperor finally woke up, the sky was already bright. The emperor was a little confused and didn't know if it was a dream or reality. The familiar voice called Hong came again. The emperor slowly opened his eyes and a figure appeared in his blurred vision. The owner of the figure was sitting cross-legged by the bed, holding his hand and looking at him with a kind gaze. Why does this person look so much like Little Magic Doctor's younger brother? Little Jinkong's little hand patted the back of the emperor's hand. He used the kind tone of Zhao Xiaobao's great-grandmother next door coaxing her great-grandson and called out, "Honghu." The emperor shuddered and woke up from his drowsiness. The emperor recuperated for 7 days in Jishui Alley. The stitches were removed and the wound healed well. Eunuch Wei's injury also recovered well. It was just that he was old and his bone fractures healed slower than young people. However, the other injuries on his body didn't affect him much. Living in Jishui Alley was the most relaxing time of the emperor's life. Ever since he could remember, he knew that he was a lowly prince. Concubine Jing treated him very well, but he couldn't get rid of the shadow brought by his birth. After that, he lived alone and was suppressed by concubine Lu and the crown prince. He was always walking on thin ice. It wasn't easy for him to become the emperor, and he had Empress Dowager Zhuang to govern from behind the curtain. He didn't relax for even a moment. This time it was a blessing in disguise and he enjoyed a few days of leisure. However, he couldn't really hide in Jishui Alley and be a hands-off boss for the rest of his life. He was the emperor of a country and he carried the country of Zhao on his shoulders. After dinner, the emperor planned to return to the palace. The emperor announced to the public that he was recuperating in the temporary imperial residence. In order to confuse the enemy, the emperor specially transferred the imperial experts to the temporary imperial residence and surrounded it tightly. No one could guarantee that there wouldn't be a second assassination attempt, so it was best to be careful. At the same time that the emperor set out from Jadewater Alley, Eunuch Wei quietly headed to the temporary imperial residence. When the time came, he would accompany the emperor back to the imperial palace from the temporary imperial residence. Before the emperor boarded the carriage, Auntie Lu suddenly ran over shyly and handed him a pouch. Then she covered her face and ran away. The emperor was speechless. Gu Chongqing escorted the emperor back to the palace. Sitting in the carriage on the way back, the emperor kept feeling that something was strange. He thought about it but still couldn't figure out what was strange. It was not until he entered the imperial study that Eunuch He reported to him, "The Empress Dowager has fallen ill. She has been ill for several days but she insisted on going to court. Today she finally couldn't take it anymore. She fainted in the Phoenix sedan on the way back to Rinshou Palace." The emperor was suddenly enlightened. He had been wondering what was strange. It turned out that the poisonous woman had not gone to Jadewater Alley to keep an eye on him these past few days. The emperor's first reaction was to rejoice. Even that poisonous woman would fall one day. His second reaction was a little worried. First, he was attacked by an assassin, and then the Empress Dowager fainted. It was not a small upheaval even when they were separated, let alone when they were linked together. It was easy to cause uneasiness among the people and panic in the imperial court. "It didn't spread out, did it?" the emperor asked with a frown. Eunuch He said, "No, the Rinshou Palace kept the news secret. They only said that the Empress Dowager was reading the memorials and focusing on the imperial court. No one was allowed to disturb her. The Empress Dowager fainted on the way back. I was secretly watching the Empress Dowager. If she fainted after entering the Rinshou Palace, I'm afraid that even I wouldn't be able to get the exact news." The Rinshou Palace was originally an iron bastion. After the Empress Dowager contracted leprosy, the people inside were replaced. Now even a fly couldn't get in. The emperor had a very bad impression of Empress Dowager Zhuang. He had a great prejudice against her. He didn't feel sorry for her but he suspected her. How could it be so coincidental? I just came back today and she fell ill? Could it be that she was just pretending to confuse me? Eunuch He didn't know. The emperor sneered. I just came back to the palace. I should pay my respects to my mother. The emperor went to the Rinshou Palace. Eunuch He was the emperor's secret enemy. The emperor asked him to go back and not let anyone see him having any contact with him. As for Eunuch Wei, his arm was injured. The emperor asked him to go back to his room to rest. He only took a little eunuch with him. It was obvious that he didn't care much about Empress Dowager Zhuang. As soon as the emperor arrived at the gate of the Rinshou Palace, he was stopped by the palace masters. The Empress Dowager ordered that she won't see anyone, the palace master said. The emperor sneered. Does this include me, the monarch of the country? I want to know, when is there a place in the palace that I can't go? The palace master looked at him suspiciously. There has always been a place. Your Majesty, is this the first time you know? The emperor was speechless. The emperor had a toothache. That vicious woman was too powerful. Even he, the emperor, couldn't force his way in. Just as the emperor's face was about to turn black, Eunuch Qin came out with a horsetail whisk. He bowed to the emperor and said, Your Majesty, please forgive me. The Empress Dowager is your mother. She can't see anyone except you. Your Majesty, please. Eunuch Qin made a gesture of invitation. Eunuch Qin was Empress Dowager Zhuang's confidant. His every move represented Empress Dowager Zhuang. The palace master thought that Empress Dowager Zhuang really woke up and wanted to see the emperor, so he stepped aside and let him pass. Eunuch Qin led the way and led the emperor to Empress Dowager Zhuang's bedroom. The emperor thought that Empress Dowager Zhuang was fine and was deliberately mystifying. However, when he saw the tightly closed phoenix bed, he had a bad premonition. Eunuch Qin came to the bedside and gently opened the curtain, revealing the pale Empress Dowager Zhuang on the phoenix bed. This Empress Dowager Zhuang was too strange. She always appeared majestically in front of people. Even in Bisui Alley, she was dressed in coarse hemp and it couldn't hide the fierceness in her eyes. However, at this time she was lying there quietly and her breath was drifting. She was indeed seriously ill. How could this be? The emperor was surprised. Eunuch Qin sighed. Your Majesty, do you really not know why the Empress Dowager is like this? These words were somewhat disgraceful. However, the emperor was too shocked and didn't pay attention to the words. Eunuch Qin meant that the Empress Dowager Zhuang's illness was related to him? How could it be? He hadn't done anything recently. Could it be, that night? The emperor felt that it was impossible. This vicious woman couldn't wait to get rid of him. She wouldn't take care of him all night and wouldn't call him like Mother Jing. What he heard was just the voice in his dream. However, this couldn't explain why little Jing Kong called him Hong. If he didn't hear or see it, why would little Jing Kong imitate an adult and call him Honger? The emperor's mind was in a mess. He refused to accept this fact. It was not only because he refused to believe in Empress Dowager Zhuang's kindness, but also because he felt the long-lost warmth that night. In a daze, he seemed to feel that Mother Jing had returned. If it was really Empress Dowager Zhuang, didn't it mean that she had the smell of Mother Jing? This was blasphemy to Mother Jing. He couldn't accept it. He couldn't admit it. Eunuch Qin, the Empress Dowager's medicine is ready. A palace maid came in with a bowl of medicine. When she saw the emperor, she quickly bowed. Your Majesty. The emperor waved his hand impatiently. The palace maid put the bowl of medicine on the bedside table. The emperor's eyes unconsciously followed the bowl of medicine. Inadvertently, he caught a glimpse of a small iron box on the bedside table. It looked familiar. He didn't let himself think about it. At this time, Empress Dowager Zhuang was also awakened by the movement in the bedchamber. She was a person who had seen many storms. Seeing the emperor standing in front of her bed, her expression didn't change much. Empress Dowager, it's time to drink your medicine, Eunuch Qin said with a smile. Take it away. I won't drink it, Empress Dowager Zhuang said lightly. She was very weak. Even her eyes and tone had lost their usual sharpness. Eunuch Qin smiled and said, His Majesty is here to see you. Empress Dowager Zhuang said expressionlessly, I don't want him to see me. Since the incident, the two of them had stopped pretending to be a loving mother and filial son as long as they weren't in the throne room. The emperor stood tall and straight in front of the bed, looking down at her from above. At this moment he really felt that she was old. Perhaps she wouldn't live for many years. Once she passed away, the power of the court would naturally return to his hands. Although he thought this, he said sarcastically, If Imperial Mother passes away like this, the throne room will be lonely in the future. There really won't be anyone to discuss the court with me. Empress Dowager Zhuang coldly stared at him. Unfilial son. Don't be delusional. I will definitely live longer than you. The emperor looked at her calmly. Empress Dowager Zhuang struggled to sit up. Eunuch Qin hurriedly went forward to help her and handed the medicine to her. Empress Dowager Zhuang drank the bowl of bitter medicine in one breath. Not a drop was left. After the Empress Dowager drank the medicine, the emperor left Rinshou Palace. He wasn't in a hurry to return to his bedchamber. Instead, he went to the imperial study. He had someone call the crown prince and tested him on his homework. The emperor found that the crown prince's mathematics had improved greatly. Who taught you these questions? The Crown Prince paused and replied, Hanlin Academy. The Emperor looked at the Crown Prince and said, I know that your mathematics was taught by Hanlin Academy. Which Hanlin official did I ask? The Crown Prince reluctantly opened his mouth. Xiao Xiuzhua. Tim? The Emperor's eyes lit up and he smiled happily. I really didn't misjudge him. Your mathematics hasn't improved for many years. I thought it was because your aptitude was slow. Now it seems that it isn't. With an excellent teacher teaching you, you can still learn. How could the Crown Prince answer this? He simply couldn't refute it. He couldn't say that Imperial Father praised him wrongly and that his aptitude was slow. In all fairness, the Crown Prince's aptitude wasn't bad. Although he couldn't compare to the Emperor's eldest son, Ningguang, he was far better than the other princes. However, the Crown Prince was biased. He didn't like mathematics, but the Emperor valued it. The Emperor originally just wanted to give it a try. He didn't expect it to be effective. He nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. Next time let him come and teach you. The Crown Prince's expression changed. Imperial Father. The Emperor looked at him indifferently. What? Do you have a problem with it? The Crown Prince realized that he had lost his composure. He cupped his hands and said, This son is just curious. Why would Imperial Father let a Xiuzhua teach this son? Does Imperial Father not value this son? Letting a newly appointed Hanlin official teach the Crown Prince was a bit perfunctory no matter how he looked at it. The Emperor put down the memorial in his hand and looked at the Crown Prince with a frown. If I don't value you, why would I spend so much effort to teach you? You are the Crown Prince of a country. Can you not always care about other people's opinions? The Crown Prince stammered, This son doesn't care about other people's opinions? Then what is it? The Emperor asked in a deep voice. The Crown Prince wanted to say something but hesitated. The Emperor frowned. If you don't want to say it, then leave. The Crown Prince lowered his eyes. He looks too much like my younger cousin. This son will always think of my younger cousin who passed away early and feel sad. The Emperor looked pensive. So you have to be sad to learn? The Crown Prince was startled. Wait, Imperial Father, you seem to have misunderstood me. The Emperor grunted. Your historiography is also passable. In the future, let Xiao Xiuzhua teach you. The Crown Prince was going crazy. Was it not enough to see him once in a decade? Had he become twice in a decade? He did not want to see Xiao Yilong's face. The Crown Prince clenched his fists. Imperial Father. The Emperor had already made up his mind. He waved his hand and said, It's settled then. You can go back. Let little Qi come to my place tonight. He had not seen little Fatty for a few days. He missed him. The Emperor was not an ordinary father. He was the Emperor first, then the father. However, during these few days when he was recuperating in Bisui Alley, he kept seeing little Jing Kong in front of him. He especially wanted to be a father. Of course, he did not want to be a father to little Jing Kong. That child was too mischievous. He could not handle him. He wanted to find the sense of accomplishment of being a father from his little Fatty. After the Crown Prince left the imperial study, the Emperor asked someone to summon King Ning. Chapter 313. Because of the hot weather, many girls suffered heat stroke in the past few days. Gu Jiao was so busy that her feet didn't touch the ground. She hadn't gone to the palace to see her grandaunt for a few days, so she didn't know about her grandaunt's illness. Yes, you don't need to take medicine. Just drink some water soaked in hautuinia. Do you have Scottish fold root at home? If you don't, you can get some from the medicine boy. Gu Jiao finished treating a girl and made a record. Next. The door was pushed open and Imperial concubine Rui Wang, who she hadn't seen for a long time, came in. Imperial concubine Rui Wang didn't cut the line this time. She stood in line for half an hour. She was still 5 months pregnant. Why are you here? Gu Jiao asked her to sit down. Imperial concubine Rui Wang's complexion was as rosy as ever. This pregnancy was really good, but her eyes were slightly red and swollen as if she had just cried. Are you feeling uncomfortable? Let me see. Gu Jiao motioned her to reach out her hand. Imperial concubine Rui Wang shook her head. It's not me, it's Imperial concubine Jing. I went to see her yesterday and she's not well again. As Imperial concubine Rui Wang spoke, her tears fell down. The original Imperial concubine Rui Wang didn't cry so much. It was only after she became pregnant that her tear ducts became more developed. She couldn't stop crying at the slightest thing. She herself didn't know why. Pregnancy hormones. Gu Jiao handed her a handkerchief. Imperial concubine Rui Wang wiped her tears and looked at Gu Jiao with red eyes. When will you be done today? Can you come with me to see Imperial Concubine Jing after you're done? Gu Jiao called Dr. Song. Is there a doctor today? Dr. Song said, No, everyone is in the clinic today. Gu Jiao nodded, Well, I'll go out for a while. Help me look after her. Dr. Song responded, Yes. Gu Jiao added, There are also medicinal herbs. Remember to ask little Jiangli to collect them later. Dr. Song said, I will. Gu Jiao went to the nunnery near the Puji temple with consort Rui Wang after she finished talking about the medical center. On the carriage, Gu Jiao learned that old concubine Jing had fallen ill after hearing about the assassination attempt on the emperor. She was the one who raised the emperor, and Princess Ningyan was her only daughter. The emperor was like her own son, so she was more worried than anyone else when something happened to him. Consort Rui Wang said, Imperial concubine dowager's body wasn't this weak in her early years. There was a snowstorm one winter and the nunnery was too cold. Imperial concubine dowager's body was frozen and she fell ill ever since. All these years, Imperial father has thought of many ways to nurse the old Imperial concubine's body, but none of them are very effective. Miss Gu, do you have a way to nurse the old Imperial concubine's body? Gu Jiao said truthfully, Imperial concubine dowager is getting on in years. She prioritizes her health and treatment is secondary. There aren't many methods that can take immediate effect. Consort Rui Wang was disappointed. The two entered the nunnery. Old concubine Jing was lying on the bed in the meditation room. She had just fallen asleep, and there was the smell of calming incense in the room. A personal nanny dressed as a nun saw the two and bowed. Consort Rui Wang Miss Gu. Nanny Kai extinguished the calming incense in the stove while opening the window to ventilate the room. She didn't want the incense to reach the pregnant Consort Rui Wang. Consort Rui Wang looked at old concubine Jing's pale face and said, Nanny Kai, why does Imperial concubine dowager seem even weaker than yesterday? Nanny Kai sighed. Imperial concubine dowager is worried about His Majesty. She can't sit or lie down and she can't sleep at night. She hasn't eaten anything since yesterday. This servant saw that she couldn't go on like this, so I secretly lit some calming incense. Consort Rui Wang was heartbroken. Consort Rui Wang was part of the Ning Prince's faction, and the Ning Prince was on the same side as Empress Dowager Zhuang. The emperor was doing his best to pull Empress Dowager Zhuang off the throne and help old concubine Jing take the position. However, this seemed to be a game between the emperor and Empress Dowager Zhuang, and no one else was involved. Rui Wang and his wife had a good relationship with old concubine Jing. Nanny Kai brought over a chair for the two to sit down. Gu Jiao sat down by the bed and took old concubine Jing's pulse. Old concubine Jing hadn't been sleeping well. She opened her eyes as soon as Gu Jiao took her pulse. When she saw that it was Gu Jiao, a smile appeared on her pale face. Miss Gu, you're here. She then looked at Consort Rui Wang, whose eyes were red, and said helplessly, I already said that I'm fine. Why did you come over again? You even troubled Miss Gu to come over? Can't you just stay at home and take care of the baby? I'll have to write a letter to Rui Wang later and tell him to keep you in check. Consort Rui Wang choked with sobs. His Highness wouldn't forbid me from coming. He's more worried about your health than I am. Sigh, you too. Old concubine Jing shook her head, not knowing what to say. Gu Jiao finished taking old concubine Jing's pulse. Old concubine Jing looked at Gu Jiao and said, I'm fine. It's just that the weather is too hot. It's like this every summer. There's no need to worry, Miss Gu. From her pulse, old concubine Jing didn't seem to be suffering from any serious illness. She was just depressed, lacking in blood and qi and weak in body. You can't not eat, Gu Jiao said. Nanny Kai hurriedly said, just listen. Miss Gu already said so. Why aren't you eating? Old concubine Jing smiled. It's too hot. I can't eat. Consort Rui Wang said, Old concubine, His Majesty has already returned to the palace. Old concubine Jing was startled. Really? Consort Rui Wang said, You can ask Miss Gu if you don't believe me. She wouldn't lie. Old concubine Jing's expectant gaze landed on Gu Jiao's face. Gu Jiao nodded. His Majesty has returned to the palace. Old concubine Jing asked nervously, Then, is he all right? I heard that he was attacked by an assassin and was injured. I don't know how serious it is. Gu Jiao answered truthfully, He's fully recovered. His Majesty is in good health. Old concubine Jing let out a sigh of relief. Ba. Good indeed. You've finally found your appetite, haven't you? This servant will have someone prepare some vegetarian dishes. Kai Mama's face was full of joy. She turned and said to Gu Jiao and Rui Wang Fei, If Rui Wang Fei and Gu Gunyang don't mind, you can stay and eat with Tai Fei Nyang Yang before leaving. I'm afraid that if you leave like this, Tai Fei Nyang Yang will refuse to eat. Old concubine Jing glared at Granny Kai. How can the children be used to the food in the nunnery? Of course, Miss Gu? Consort Rui Wang winked at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao had no objection. She had never eaten vegetarian dishes from ancient times and was quite curious about them. It turned out that Gu Jiao had overestimated the culinary skills of the nunnery. Little Jing Kong was basically a vegetarian at home. However, whether it was Gu Jiao or the old chancellor, the vegetarian dishes they made were not only varied in color, smell and taste, but also full of childlike taste. Gu Jiao looked at the bowl of boiled tofu, boiled bean sprouts, shallot and cucumber in front of her. Even though she wasn't a picky eater, she still felt that this meal was too plain. Old concubine Jing had a good appetite, perhaps because she was really relieved. She ate half a bowl of rice, some vegetarian dishes, and drank a bowl of tofu soup. Consort Rui Wang really couldn't get used to the food. She grew up in luxury, so eating this kind of food was like eating dirt. She couldn't eat any more after a few chopsticks. Old concubine Jing laughed at her. I knew you couldn't get used to it. Consort Rui Wang cleared her throat. I have a bad appetite because I'm pregnant. It's not that I can't get used to it. Old concubine Jing laughed. After the meal, Consort Rui Wang chatted with old concubine Jing for a while. Old concubine Jing was worried that it would be too late, so she urged her to get on the carriage back to the capital with Gu Jiao. In the carriage, Consort Rui Wang said with heartache, "Old concubine has suffered too much. She has been eating such terrible food all these years." "It's not that bad," Gu Jiao said. Consort Rui Wang said sadly, "Isn't that bad? So plain. So bland. She's so pitiful. She's the most pitiful woman of the late emperor." Gu Jiao paused. "Isn't the Empress Dowager the most pitiful?" Consort Rui Wang asked strangely, "What's so pitiful about the Empress Dowager?" "She's the head of the 6 palaces and the overlord of the imperial court. She's so powerful that she can call the wind and summon the rain. She's even more glorious than father. There's nothing pitiful about her at all." Although Consort Rui Wang was from King Ning's line, she preferred the gentle and kind old concubine Jing as a granddaughter-in-law. Empress Dowager Zhuang was too domineering, ruthless, and unreasonable. Consort Rui Wang didn't dare to get along with her at all. She felt more at ease with old concubine Jing. But her grandaunt was the loneliest person. Gu Jiao didn't argue with Consort Rui Wang. Everyone had their own opinions and there was no need to impose her will on others. She only needed to dote on her grandaunt more. She would dote on her grandaunt along with the other people's shares. As the carriage moved slowly, Consort Rui Wang gradually became sleepy. She leaned her head on Gu Jiao's shoulder and fell asleep. Gu Jiao was also a bit sleepy. She closed her eyes slightly and was about to take a nap when her ears suddenly twitched. She heard a very subtle and fast sound of something breaking through the air. She suddenly opened her eyes and raised her hand. She reached toward Consort Rui Wang and caught an arrow that had been shot in. Consort Rui Wang was awakened by the arrow. Her body trembled. "What's wrong?" She opened her eyes and saw a metal arrow shining with a cold light. She then looked at Gu Jiao's hand which had caught the arrow. Cold sweat broke out all of a sudden. If it wasn't for Gu Jiao's quick reaction, she would have been. Her face turned pale in an instant. "Miss Gu?" Gu Jiao's eyes turned cold. She grabbed the back of Consort Rui Wang's head with one hand and pulled her into her arms. Then she turned her body sideways. Swish, swish, swish. 3 arrows flew past her long hair and nailed into the wall of the carriage that the two of them had been leaning against. Gu Jiao looked coldly at the window that had several holes in it. Then she turned the arrow in her hand and shot it out. Chapter 314. Novels with content that can't be found online can be found here. One of the masked assassins drew his sword, but when he got close to the carriage he was hit in the shoulder by an arrow. The huge force behind the arrow sent him flying. He heavily hit a tree and fell to the ground in a sorry state. His head became dizzy and he lost consciousness. The carriage driver had been hit by an arrow and had already fallen. The horse was frightened and ran forward in a panic. This was a mountain road. If they kept running they would fall off the cliff. "Protect the princess consort." The accompanying guards shouted loudly. However, they were blocked by a wave of assassins that fell from the sky. The two sides fiercely fought. "Sit tight." Gu Jiao let go of Imperial Consort Rui Wang and put her hand on the carriage's armrest. "Hold on tight." "Yes." Imperial Consort Rui Wang nervously nodded. Her heart was in her throat, But she didn't drop the ball at this critical moment and didn't cause trouble for Gu Jiao. She tightly held onto the armrest. Gu Jiao opened the curtain and walked out. She sat on the outer seat and held onto the reins with both hands. It wasn't that she didn't want to jump out of the carriage, but if she did, Imperial Consort Rui Wang's child might not be saved. So she could only think of a way to stop the carriage. They were getting closer and closer to the cliff. The horse rushed forward as if it had gone mad. Gu Jiao jumped onto one of the horses. Her legs clamped onto the horse's belly and she tightened her grip. The horse raised its front hooves and stood up, trying to throw Gu Jiao off. However, Gu Jiao tightly held onto it and the strength in her hands didn't decrease at all. In the end, the horse was subdued. After a few hisses, it stopped while panting. At this time the carriage was swept out because of inertia. The wheels were knocked off by the rocks and half of the carriage was hanging over the cliff. Creak. The carriage rocked on the edge of the cliff. Ah! Rui Wang's beautiful face turned pale. She was sitting in the half of the carriage that was hanging outside the cliff. If she was not careful, she would fall down with the carriage and be smashed to pieces. Don't move, Gu Jiao said. Rui Wang was very nervous, but when she heard Gu Jiao's words, she tried her best not to tremble. Gu Jiao carefully walked towards Consort Rui Wang. She gently lifted the curtain and extended her hand towards the terrified Consort Rui Wang. Don't be afraid, give me your hand. Imperial concubine Rui Wang tremblingly reached out her hand, but as soon as she moved, the carriage shook violently. She was so scared that she withdrew her hand. Her eyes were filled with fear and tears. I don't dare, Gu Jiao comforted her. It's fine, I've stepped on the carriage. You can slowly walk over. Imperial concubine Rui Wang looked at Gu Jiao's foot. Seeing that she really had one foot on the floor of the carriage, she gritted her teeth and gathered her courage to slowly move towards Gu Jiao. Every time she moved, she could feel the carriage slide down a bit. I'm scared. Tears streamed down her face. Gu Jiao softly said, Don't be afraid, I'll hold you. Imperial concubine Rui Wang looked at Gu Jiao's determined eyes and her heart filled with courage. She steeled her heart and took a step towards Gu Jiao. However, when Gu Jiao grabbed her fingertip, an arrow flew through the air and brushed past Gu Jiao's sleeve. Ouch! Gu Jiao gasped. Her palm slipped and Imperial concubine Rui Wang's fingertip slipped out. Imperial concubine Rui Wang fell back to the other side of the carriage and the whole carriage fell down a lot. Gu Jiao grabbed the shaft of the carriage with one hand and pulled out a dagger with the other hand. She stabbed it into the rock on the slope. Imperial concubine Rui Wang felt that half of the carriage was hanging in the air. She looked at Gu Jiao desperately holding on to the carriage. Her body was about to be torn apart. Her tears flowed out of her eyes. Miss Gu? Let go. You'll fall down too. Gu Jiao did not let go. Come over. Grab my hand. Hold on tight. Swoosh. Another arrow hit the carriage and the huge impact caused a lot of pressure on Gu Jiao. However, this was not the most dangerous thing. The most dangerous thing was that there were more and more arrows. Several arrows were shot beside Gu Jiao and she did not know which one would hit her. Miss Gu, there's no time. Hurry up. Swoosh. Another arrow flew over and cut off a strand of Gu Jiao's hair. Imperial concubine Rui Wang clenched her teeth with tears in her eyes. She used all her strength and courage and threw herself at Gu Jiao. She hugged Gu Jiao's arm. Almost at the same time, Gu Jiao let go of the carriage shaft and grabbed onto Imperial concubine Wang's wrist. Without Gu Jiao's pull, the carriage fell rapidly down the cliff. Imperial concubine Rui Wang screamed and closed her eyes. She did not fall down. She was caught by Gu Jiao. Just as Gu Jiao was about to pull her up, several masked assassins charged towards Gu Jiao. In the blink of an eye, a long sword appeared out of thin air and pierced one of the assassins' heart. The assassins sensed that something was wrong, but they did not meet the enemy. Instead, they continued to charge towards Gu Jiao. The owner of the long sword flew up and blocked in front of Gu Jiao. The two sides fought fiercely. Gu Jiao hurriedly pulled Imperial concubine Rui Wang up. Imperial concubine Rui Wang was already scared out of her wits. After she came up, her body went limp and she fell into Gu Jiao's arms. She looked at the person and called out, Prince Ning. Then her vision turned black and she fainted. So it was Prince Ning. Gu Jiao held Imperial concubine Rui Wang and turned to look at the other party. At this time, 3 of the assassins had already been killed by Prince Ning. The last one saw that the situation was bad and fled. Ning Wang ordered, Catch him. I want him alive. Not far away, the guards of Prince Ning's residence chased after the assassin. Prince Ning wiped the blood on his sword with a handkerchief and put the long sword back into its scabbard. He came to Gu Jiao and Imperial concubine Rui Wang and asked, "Are you okay?" Gu Jiao raised her eyes to look at him. Prince Ning was dressed in an ink-blue brocade robe with a palace sash around his waist. His posture was tall and straight and he was tall and strong. His eyes were clear and bright, and he was full of righteousness. His facial features were 30% similar to Imperial concubine Zhuang and 50% similar to the Emperor. He was the prince that Gu Jiao had seen who was most similar to the Emperor. Not only was his appearance similar, but his demeanor also had some of the Emperor's shadow. Prince Ning was 26 years old this year, and the eldest crown prince was 3 years old. He had the heroic spirit of a 20-year-old and the steadiness of a 30-year-old. Gu Jiao withdrew her gaze and checked Imperial concubine Rui Wang's pulse. Imperial concubine Rui Wang's pulse was fine. She had only fainted because she was too anxious and frightened. Gu Jiao said, "It's okay. She'll be fine when she wakes up." Prince Ning breathed a sigh of relief. Prince Ning didn't ask about Gu Jiao's identity, but the look in his eyes was clearly not unfamiliar. He knew her. Gu Jiao looked at him strangely. She didn't remember them meeting before. Prince Ning smiled and said, "When there was an accident at the Ministry of Works, I went to the scene and saw Miss rescuing the injured." Gu Jiao made an O sound. That accident was too serious. She only paid attention to the injured people and didn't pay attention to the uninjured people. Prince Ning said, "Miss, you must have been frightened. Where are you and Imperial concubine Rui Wang going? I'll have someone send you there." The guards of Rui Wang's residence had all been killed by the assassins, and the carriage was also gone. Gu Jiao said, "We just came from the nunnery and were planning to go back." Prince Ning paused and asked, "Did Miss accompany Imperial concubine Rui Wang to visit Imperial concubine Dowager?" Gu Jiao nodded. Prince Ning frowned and hurriedly ordered the guards, "You guys quickly go to the nunnery and see if Imperial concubine Dowager is okay." "Yes." Several guards responded and hurried to the nunnery. Prince Ning said to Gu Jiao, "I'll have someone send you back." Gu Jiao suddenly stopped him. "Why did Prince Ning appear here?" Prince Ning was shocked by her sharp eyes. "Are you suspecting me?" Gu Jiao said seriously, "You appeared at the right time." Prince Ning smiled helplessly. "Miss, if I came a little later, you too would have died. If I wanted to harm you, I wouldn't have appeared. Besides..." He glanced at Imperial concubine Rui Wang who was unconscious in Gu Jiao's arms. "She is third prince's wife." Everyone knew that Rui Wang was Prince Ning's woman. Was Prince Ning crazy to attack his wife? Prince Ning said, "Father was worried about Imperial concubine Dowager and asked me to go to the nunnery for him." This was the truth. He did go to the nunnery to visit Imperial concubine Jing on the Emperor's orders. Imperial concubine Jing was the Emperor's adoptive mother. She would be worried and upset if news of the Emperor's assassination spread. Not only did Rui Wang and her husband think of this, but the Emperor also thought of Imperial concubine Jing in the nunnery when he saw the sickly Empress Dowager. That was why he sent Prince Ning to go there for him. Gu Jiao made a sound of agreement. This matter was easy to confront, and Prince Ning shouldn't be lying. So the assassination had nothing to do with Prince Ning. Then who could it be? The other party seemed to have come for Imperial concubine Rui Wang, but they couldn't rule out the possibility that they were here to kill her. Prince Ning gave the carriage to Gu Jiao and Imperial concubine Rui Wang, then rode a horse to the nunnery. Gu Jiao escorted Imperial concubine Rui Wang back to Rui Wang's residence. Before the two set off, Prince Ning sent a guard to the Imperial Palace to inform Rui Wang. Rui Wang was already waiting anxiously at the entrance of the residence. When he saw Gu Jiao carrying someone down, he strode forward and took Imperial concubine Rui Wang from Gu Jiao's arms. He looked at Imperial concubine Rui Wang, unable to hide the worry in his eyes. Is she all right?" Gu Jiao said, "It's nothing serious. She'll be fine after a nap." Imperial concubine Rui Wang had indeed fainted at first, but she woke up halfway and cried for a while. She was tired from crying and fell asleep for real now. Rui Wang scolded angrily, "Those people are too much. They dared to commit murder in front of the Emperor. Miss, you were frightened." Rui Wang obviously thought that those assassins were after Imperial concubine Rui Wang. After all, Gu Jiao was just a lowly female doctor. Who would want to make things difficult for her? "Goodbye." Gu Jiao turned to leave. "Miss Gu, please wait." Rui Wang called out to Gu Jiao. "What's the matter?" Gu Jiao looked at him. Rui Wang did not put on airs as a prince. This was related to his family background and his temperament. He looked at Gu Jiao sincerely. Thank you, Miss Gu. For a prince of a country to express his gratitude to a female doctor was already rare and commendable. You don't have to thank me for what happened today. Perhaps imperial concubine Rui Wang was implicated by her. Rui Wang smiled bitterly. Even if what happened today didn't happen, I would still have to thank Miss Gu. Chanshan's personality is too straightforward and she offends people easily. She doesn't have many friends and she is actually very lonely in the residence. Miss Gu is her most treasured friend. I hope that Miss Gu can visit the residence more often. Friend? These two words were very unfamiliar. Just like how she did not have any family, she also did not have any friends. Okay. Gu Jiao said. Rui Wang smiled happily. Prince Ning's carriage was going to send Gu Jiao back. Gu Jiao went to the medical hall. Her hand was injured. There were wood shavings and gravel stuck into her flesh. She had to remove them one by one. She had just gotten off the carriage when she bumped into Lu Yixing, who had come to the medical hall to buy medicine. Lu Yixing came to buy medicine for Anu. Anu was coughing. He saw Gu Jiao's stiff right hand and asked Gu Jiao, "What's wrong with your hand?" Gu Jiao said, "It's just a small injury. It's not a big deal." Lu Yixing said, "I just saw the imperial guards of the capital government move out. They said that there was an assassination attempt in the suburbs. It was Prince Ning who reported it." Gu Jiao did not look surprised at all. Lu Yixing looked at her deeply. "You knew? You were there too?" Gu Jiao responded. She did not say anything else and went back to the courtyard to apply medicine. Lu Yixing looked at her back as she left and frowned. At night, Yuan Tang quietly sneaked into Lu Yixing's courtyard and smiled at Lu Yixing, who was weaving a bamboo basket. "It's so late. Cousin, did you call me over because you miss me? Did you do it?" Lu Yixing went straight to the point. "What did I do?" Yuan Tang was confused. Lu Yixing looked at him without blinking. His eyes were sharp. "Don't play dumb." Yuan Tang frowned. "I really don't understand what cousin is talking about." Lu Yixing's eyes fell on his waist. "Where's the tassel on your jade pendant?" Yuan Tang coughed softly. "It's broken. I left it there." Lu Yixing said indifferently, "Did you do something bad and got picked up by someone?" "Who did something bad?" Wait. Yuan Tang realized something and widened his eyes. "That girl came to see you? Did she ask you about the tassel? I was wondering why she suddenly guessed it was me. Cousin, how could you betray me?" Lu Yixing didn't say that he didn't betray him. It was Gu Jiao who guessed it. Moreover, he didn't tell him in advance not to expose his tassel. He looked coldly at Yuan Tang. "If you don't want people to know, don't do it." Yuan Tang clutched his chest. "I'm hurt. My heart is hurt." Lu Yixing wasn't soft-hearted. "Just because she found out what you did, you want to kill her to silence her?" He didn't ask what Yuan Tang did, but it wasn't difficult to guess that it had something to do with the emperor's assassination a few days ago. Yuan Tang was completely confused. "What do you mean? Did something happen to that girl?" Lu Yixing said seriously, "I said don't play dumb in front of me." Yuan Tang felt wronged. "I didn't. In all honesty, she's someone you care about. How could I touch her?" Lu Yixing frowned, lowered his eyes and continued weaving the basket in his hands. "She and I don't have the kind of relationship you think." Yuan Tang giggled. Okay. I'll do whatever you say." Lu Yixing looked at him again. "It really wasn't you?" Yuan Tang raised 2 fingers. "I swear to God it wasn't me. I won't hurt her." Lu Yixing said seriously, "You better remember what you said today." Yuan Tang looked helplessly at the sky. "Remember, this is my promise to you." "But cousin, when will you also care about me?" Lu Yixing glanced at him. "Do you lack people who care about you?" Yuan Tang. "I don't lack people." His mother doted on him the most in the harem and only had him as her only son. The king also thought highly of him. The position of Empress of the state of Chen had been vacant for many years. Once he completed his mission and returned in triumph, the king would make him the crown prince and his mother the empress. It could be said that he had everything a prince could have. "But they're not my cousin." Yuan Tang sighed. "Why can't my cousin treat me better?" Gu Jiao quickly finished treating the injury on her hand. This small injury was not considered an injury to her. After returning home, she did what she needed to do as usual. However, there were still people with sharp eyes who noticed that something was wrong with her. She had just carried Yu Yaer's folded clothes into her room when Xiao Lulang walked in behind her. He rarely took the initiative to enter her room, not to mention blocking her door like this. Gu Jiao turned around and blinked at him. "What's wrong?" Xiao Lulang didn't answer. Instead, he took a step forward and closed the door behind him. Gu Jiao's eyes lit up when she saw him enter her room in broad daylight and close the door behind him as if he was going to do something naughty. Xiao Lulang knew that she had misunderstood from the look in her eyes. He was silent for a moment and opened the door slightly, leaving a gap. Oh. Gu Jiao was disappointed. Xiao Lulang. Gu Jiao sat on the bed and buried her head in her clothes. Xiao Lulang walked in front of her. "What's wrong with your hand?" he asked. "Nothing," Gu Jiao said. When she was fine she would always moan for him to see and rub, but when something really happened she would hide it from him. This time Xiao Lulang wasn't easily dismissed by her. He forcefully grabbed her wrist with an aura that didn't allow her to refuse, as well as a warmth that only belonged to him in his palm. Gu Jiao's cold wrist was immediately scalded. Gu Jiao turned her head and stared at him blankly. Xiao Lulang sat down beside her and turned her hand over. His slender fingers gently pried open her fingers, revealing her palm that was full of wounds. The wounds weren't treated very carefully. "You're fine treating other people's wounds. Why are you?" Xiao Lulang was very angry and didn't know how to continue. Even if a doctor does not treat himself, he should not be fooled like this. Gu Jiao said, "It's fine. You don't have to treat it." "Where's the medicine?" Xiao Lulang asked in a serious tone. Gu Jiao glanced at the medicine box on the table. "It's there. Take it yourself. Let's see if you can open it." Xiao Lulang reached for it and opened it with a click. Gu Jiao. "Oh, I forgot to lock it." "Which one is the golden sore medicine?" Xiao Lulang asked doubtfully. "That's," Gu Jiao said. She glanced around and her eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. "Where's her disinfectant? Where was her antibacterial ointment? How did it all work out?" "All work out." She didn't believe in heresy, so she took the medicine box and poured it on the bed. The bed was filled with little doo-doo. Thin Phantom Classic 0 cents, and watery 3-in-1 Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao. What was wrong with little medicine chest? "Where's her medicine? Where's the medicine? Where's the medicine? Is this medicine?" Xiao Lulang was used to her having medicine that he had never seen before. He picked one up and tore it open. Gu Jiao felt like a string on her head had snapped. Xiao Lulang exclaimed, "It's so slippery." "Don't say any more. There's an image." Chapter 315. Xiao Lulang had known Gu Jiao for a long time. Ever since Gu Jiao stopped being stupid, she had never been so embarrassed. He had only touched her golden sore medicine, but she suddenly exploded. Not only did she snatch the small bag of golden sore medicine that he tore open, she even pounced over and pressed down on the bed full of golden sore medicine like little Hachi protecting its food. Her little face was red and her eyes were moist. The corners of her eyes were slightly red, but it was unknown whether it was from anger or embarrassment. Of course it was from anger. How could this small medicine box be so heavy? How could it drop the ball at such a critical moment? Gu Jiao was so angry that the small voice in her mind was about to speak. "Don't touch the medicine here," she said fiercely. However, her angry appearance didn't have much deterrence. Xiao Lulang thought of Gu Yan. The twins usually had different personalities, but when they were angry they were indeed siblings. Xiao Lulang looked at her calmly. This medicine is very expensive. I don't need such good medicine. There's a bottle of wound medicine on Grandaunt's table. Take that." Gu Jiao was confused by the small medicine box. She had forgotten that Xiao Lulang wouldn't be able to recognize these things at all. On the contrary, her appearance made Xiao Lulang have a strange interest in this slippery little thing. Forget it, it was her medicine. He would listen to her how she wanted to use it. He couldn't steal it back to study it just because he was curious. When Xiao Lulang went to Grandaunt's room to get the wound medicine, Gu Jiao had already cleaned up the scene. The small medicine box seemed to have suffered a heavy blow that it shouldn't have. It was thrown on the table in disdain and was as quiet as a chicken. Xiao Lulang applied the medicine on Gu Jiao. It didn't look like an ordinary scratch. He asked, "How did you get this?" In the past he would never ask about it, but now that he had casually asked about it, he was naturally stunned for a moment. Gu Jiao rolled her eyes and said without a change in her expression, "Just loosening up my muscles and bones. I don't fight." Xiao Lulang said indifferently, "You went to the nunnery to stretch your muscles and bones?" Gu Jiao looked at him in shock. As Xiao Lulang applied the medicine for her, he said unhurriedly, "You have good sandalwood on your body and purple moss on the soles of your feet. This kind of moss can only be found on the road from the temple to the nunnery." Gu Jiao. His persona had collapsed again. Consort Rui Wang came to visit and invited me to the nunnery for a visit. On the way back I met a few rascals and taught them a lesson. Gu Jiao avoided the main point and talked about the trivial. Hearing that she had been invited to the nunnery by Consort Rui Wang, Xiao Lulang frowned. Was it the nunnery near the Puji temple? Yes. Gu Jiao nodded. Xiao Lulang asked again, you went to see Consort Jing Dowager? Yes. Gu Jiao nodded again. She didn't ask how he knew that Consort Jing Dowager lived in the nunnery. Xiao Lulang suddenly fell silent. Gu Jiao looked at him. Her injuries really were fine. Xiao Lulang finished applying the last wound and said to her, don't go to the nunnery for a visit in the future. What? Gu Jiao didn't understand. Xiao Lulang thought for a moment and said, it's better to have less contact with the imperial family. Gu Jiao, oh. On the other side, King Ning returned to the palace to report to the emperor after visiting Consort Jing Dowager. Mother, are you alright? The emperor asked worriedly. King Ning said, Consort Jing Dowager was sad for a few days when she heard that you were attacked by an assassin. Today, third sister-in-law went to visit her and said that you had recovered and returned to the palace. Consort Jing Dowager was relieved. She's fine now. The emperor let out a long breath. I knew she would be worried. Third brother and his wife are very considerate. King Ning said, Father, there's one more thing. The emperor looked at him. What is it? King Ning cupped his hands. Third sister-in-law was attacked on her way back. The emperor frowned. Was she hurt? King Ning shook his head. No, she was just a little frightened. Third sister-in-law and the baby in her belly are both fine. Third brother's wife is blessed. The emperor couldn't help but sigh when he thought of Consort Ning, who had just had a miscarriage. First brother, second brother and third brother were all married, but they didn't even give birth to an imperial grandchild. It would be a lie to say that he didn't regret it. However, having children was fate and couldn't be forced. Did you catch the assassin? The emperor asked in a low voice. King Ning said with shame, it wasn't easy to catch one alive, but he took poison and killed himself before we could interrogate him. The emperor thought for a moment. Go investigate the hostage of Qin State. King Ning said thoughtfully, Father, you suspect him? He's still in the limelight for assassinating you. He wouldn't do it again so soon, would he? The emperor said, he has a criminal record. He's very suspicious. Besides, we didn't get any concrete evidence last time. We only killed one of his aides. If it's really him this time, we can't let him get away with it no matter what. King Ning hesitated for a moment before cupping his hands. Yes, I'll go investigate right away. After King Ning left the imperial study, the emperor summoned Eunuch Wei. Eunuch Wei's left arm and neck were still in bandages, but he couldn't stay idle and came to work early in the morning. He bowed and said, Your Majesty, I remember that there's 1,000-year-old ginseng in the storehouse. Send it to concubine Jing to nourish her body. Eunuch Wei hesitated. Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager is also sick. Do you think? The emperor interrupted him coldly. Do you think what? Send the ginseng to her? Half of Zhao State is hers. Her Rinshou palace won't lack ginseng. Eunuch Wei sighed and said, Yes, I'll go get it. I'll send it to concubine Jing tonight. The emperor added, Also call Eunuch He here. Recently, I've been in trouble one after another. I'm worried that the other party won't give up and will plot against my mother. I'm going to send some secret guards to my mother. So, if you were half as attentive to the Empress Dowager as you are to concubine Jing, your relationship with her wouldn't be like it is now. Eunuch Wei had a deep prejudice against Empress Dowager Zhuang in his early years. But in the past few days when he was recuperating in Bishui Alley, he saw how Empress Dowager Zhuang interacted with the little miracle doctor's family, how she interacted with the neighbors, and even how she took care of the emperor that night. He felt that Empress Dowager Zhuang might not be as they thought. Of course, this didn't mean that Empress Dowager Zhuang was a good person, but at least she wasn't that vicious. There was an irreconcilable conflict between the emperor and Empress Dowager Zhuang. As long as Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't give up on interfering with the court, the emperor and her couldn't be reconciled. Eunuch Wei didn't think that the emperor had to reconcile with her to be satisfied, but could the emperor find another way to deal with her? Empress Dowager Zhuang was clearly amenable to coaxing but not coercion. Your Majesty, what's wrong with coaxing her? Lower her vigilance, numb her emotions, coax her until she's dizzy, and then close the net in one fell swoop. Isn't that great? As a loyal servant, Eunuch Wei felt that he needed to share his master's worries. He went to the warehouse to find the 1,000-year-old ginseng and sent it to old concubine Jing. Then he found a box of valuable snow lotuses that weren't thousand-year-old ginseng and sent them to Empress Dowager Zhuang, saying that it was a gift from the emperor to Empress Dowager Zhuang. Gu Jiao was tired during the day, so she slept soundly at night. Xiao Lulang wasn't so lucky. He had been busy all day, but for some reason he felt very hot inside. Now that life at home wasn't so bad, the original cloth curtain was replaced with a gauze curtain, which was actually very breathable. The children in Little Jing Kong, who were so afraid of heat, all fell asleep. Xiao Lulang tossed and turned in bed and didn't fall asleep until the latter half of the night. However, he didn't sleep for long before he had an indescribable dream. Everything in the dream was so real that it almost killed him. But he hadn't really experienced it, so he didn't know how to do it and didn't know how to do it, so he woke up in a daze. After waking up, Xiao Lulang secretly scolded himself for being a beast. How could he do that to her in the dream? Xiao Lulang got up and copied the Buddhist scriptures. He didn't lie back on the bed until he was completely calm. But it was destined to be a night of many dreams. He had another dream, but it wasn't about Gu Jiao, but about himself when he was young. In the dream he was about the same age as Little Jing Kong. He was a little bean, walking on a small path paved with stones and entering a courtyard full of beauties. He was too young at that time, so he didn't know many people in the palace. A kind voice sounded above his head. "Do you want to eat it? It's very delicious chestnut cake." He took a piece of chestnut cake and after eating half of it, his eyes went black and he collapsed. Xiao Lulang woke up with a start. This was the memory of being poisoned by Empress Dowager Zhuang when he was 4 years old. This memory had long been blurred, but subconsciously he would reject things made of chestnuts. Maybe it was the first dream that stimulated his mind, and it actually made him recall the dusty memory of his childhood. He didn't dream of that person's face, but he saw the person's hand clearly. It was a left hand and there was a mole on the left wrist. There was no mole on his great aunt's wrist. The person who poisoned him that year was not Empress Dowager Zhuang. Chapter 316. Xiao Lulang didn't sleep well that night, so he woke up 15 minutes later than usual the next day. In just 15 minutes he was informed that Gu Jiao had left. Gu Jiao had gone to visit her grandaunt. Just like how the emperor would wonder if concubine Jing was also sick when he saw Empress Dowager Zhuang, Gu Jiao also remembered how her grandaunt had stayed up all night to watch over the emperor when she saw concubine Jing fall ill. Her grandaunt was old, and staying up all night was very harmful to her health. Gu Jiao didn't just have Empress Dowager Zhuang's token, she also had the emperor's token. She casually took out a token, stunning the guards outside the palace. "Oh, didn't you have the Rinshou Palace's token a few times ago? How come it's the Pure Flowers Palace's token now? Is it wrong?" Gu Jiao flipped through her pockets and took out another token. The guard took it and almost fainted when he saw it. This was the previous emperor's token. That one seemed to have been given to her by her grandaunt. Gu Jiao flipped through her pockets again. There seemed to be more. The guard's face paled. "Stop flipping. Who knows what you'll find later? Hurry up and go in. Hurry up and go in." The guard returned the token to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao went to Rinshou Palace. Eunuch Qin was surprised to see her, but he also felt relieved. Miss Gu, you're finally here. This servant didn't know what to do if you didn't come." "What's wrong? Is Grandaunt sick?" Gu Jiao asked when she saw Eunuch Qin's worried expression. Eunuch Qin sighed and nodded. "She's been sick for a few days, but she refused to tell anyone about it. She also refused to let this servant invite Miss Gu over. The Empress Dowager said it was a small illness and she'll be fine after some rest." Small illnesses at this age were difficult to bear and dangerous. Gu Jiao hurried to her great-aunt's bedchamber. Empress Dowager Zhuang just caught a cold from overworking. However, just as Gu Jiao said, an illness at this age was not an illness. It could take one's life at any time. Empress Dowager Zhuang lay withered on the phoenix bed. It was as if half of her vitality had been sucked out overnight. "Great aunt." Gu Jiao stepped forward and placed the food box on the table. Then she sat by the bed and began to take her great-aunt's pulse. Empress Dowager Zhuang weakly looked at Gu Jiao and then looked at Eunuch Qin behind Gu Jiao. She rolled her eyes and said, "Who told you to call him here?" Eunuch Qin was embarrassed. Gu Jiao pulled up the quilt for her great-aunt and said, "Eunuch Qin didn't call me. I came by myself." Empress Dowager Zhuang snorted. "Have you taken your medicine this morning?" Gu Jiao asked. Eunuch Qin said, "Not yet. The imperial physician instructed me to drink it after the meal, but the Empress Dowager?" Empress Dowager Zhuang looked coldly at Eunuch Qin. "Do you think your life is too long?" He even dared to complain about her. Eunuch Qin shrunk his neck resentfully. Gu Jiao said, I brought food. Yes, yes, yes. Eunuch Qin hurried to the table and opened the food box that Gu Jiao brought. A familiar fragrance of chopped green onions floated out. It was egg drop millet porridge, brown sugar glutinous rice cake, pea pudding, and some homemade pickled dried fruits. The pea pudding was made by Yao Shi. The other 3 were made by the old chancellor and only half of the sugar was added. Empress Dowager Zhuang originally didn't have much of an appetite, but after taking a bite she couldn't stop. Gu Jiao didn't let her eat too much. She had Eunuch Qin take the food away after a few chopsticks. Empress Dowager Zhuang smacked her lips with hidden bitterness. Ijia is sick and you don't let Ijia eat until she is full. Gu Jiao said, you also need to leave room for medicine. She didn't want to drink medicine. She wanted to eat until she was full. After about half an hour, Gu Jiao had someone bring the medicine. Gu Jiao tasted it first. It was the right medicine and the medicine was very mild. Empress Dowager Zhuang had a look of refusal. Gu Jiao took out 3 candied fruits. Originally I could have eaten 3. Empress Dowager Zhuang curled her lips. Gu Jiao said, these 3 are extra. If. Before she finished speaking, Empress Dowager Zhuang picked up the medicine bowl and gulped it down. Then, under everyone's stunned gaze, she decisively took away the 3 candied fruits. It rained for a while last night and cooled down the heat. Today the sky was clear and it was very suitable for a walk outside. Great Aunt, I will accompany you to the Imperial Garden. Gu Jiao said to Empress Dowager Zhuang. Empress Dowager Zhuang was too lazy to move. Gu Jiao said, I will come to see you tomorrow. Empress Dowager Zhuang, deal. The group went to the Imperial Garden. Gu Jiao liked to sit in Empress Dowager Zhuang's Phoenix sedan, but Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't want to sit because it was stuffy. Therefore there was a very strange scene in the palace. Empress Dowager Zhuang held Eunuch Qin's arm and walked slowly in front. Gu Jiao sat in Empress Dowager Zhuang's Phoenix sedan and followed with a look of enjoyment. Her small head was shaking. All the palace people were speechless. The group went to the Imperial Garden. There was a pavilion in the Imperial Garden and a large area of shade. Empress Dowager Zhuang and Gu Jiao looked at the shade at the same time. Eunuch Qin understood and hurriedly had people bring in tables and chairs. After Empress Dowager Zhuang and Gu Jiao sat down, Eunuch Qin put tea and fresh fruits on the table. The snacks were for Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao was at the age of growing and got hungry quickly. Gu Jiao picked up a piece of osmanthus cake and ate it carefully. She was sweating while eating. Empress Dowager Zhuang gave a look to the palace people. The palace people hurriedly took a fan behind Gu Jiao and gently fanned her. The breeze was gentle and the garden was full of fragrance. It was the same scenery but because there was a different person, Empress Dowager Zhuang also had a different state of mind. Eunuch Qin looked at Gu Jiao who was eating snacks and then looked at Empress Dowager Zhuang who was quietly drinking tea. What did Empress Dowager Zhuang need? In fact, she just needed companionship. Miss Gu didn't need to do anything. She just needed to accompany Empress Dowager Zhuang and Empress Dowager Zhuang would be very happy. It was also at this moment that Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't hate the palace. However, peaceful moments were always short. Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't enjoy the leisure for long before she was disturbed by an uninvited guest. I thought it was mother from afar. When I came over it was really her. Yes, the uninvited guest was the emperor. Empress Dowager Zhuang's face instantly darkened. The emperor strode over and bowed to Empress Dowager Zhuang. Son pays respect to mother. And you bastard. Empress Dowager Zhuang rolled her eyes. She didn't want to have a good moment with Jiao Jiao to be interrupted by this annoying guy. The emperor was not alone. Prince Ning was with him. Prince Ning also bowed to Empress Dowager Zhuang. Imperial grandmother. Empress Dowager Zhuang finally showed a good face to Prince Ning. Yes. She responded. Eunuch Qin and others bowed to the two of them. Your Majesty. Greetings, Your Highness. Prince Ning looked at Gu Jiao next to Empress Dowager Zhuang. Gu Jiao was eating half of the snacks and there was still foam at the corner of her mouth. She raised her head slightly and nodded to greet the Emperor and Prince Ning. Your Majesty, Prince Ning. Her expression was cold, but the foam at the corner of her mouth was too eye-catching. She looked like a little adult. Prince Ning wanted to laugh. The Emperor didn't mind that Gu Jiao didn't kneel to greet the Emperor and Prince Ning. Prince Ning naturally didn't mind. Eat your food. Empress Dowager Zhuang said to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao continued to eat. Empress Dowager Zhuang and the Emperor didn't expect that Gu Jiao could accurately call out Prince Ning's name. They only thought that she knew Prince Ning's identity because she heard the palace people greet him. The emperor automatically ignored the disdain on Empress Dowager Zhuang's face. He walked over and sat down on the other side of Gu Jiao, facing Empress Dowager Zhuang. Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't even give him a look. The emperor looked at the snacks on the plate and said, "What's so good about osmanthus cakes? Are the cooks of Rinshou Palace so negligent? If Imperial Mother lacks cooks, I can send a few over to Imperial Mother." Then, without waiting for Empress Dowager Zhuang to refute, he said to Gu Jiao, "I have a new cook from Jiangnan. His lotus cakes are delicious, better than this." He acted like a human trafficker who wanted to kidnap a child. Empress Dowager Zhuang said angrily, "Jiao Jiao doesn't like lotus cakes." When Prince Ning heard this, he looked at Gu Jiao in astonishment. The emperor continued to guide Gu Jiao patiently. "Then there are other crisps. The desserts made by that chef are very delicious. See what Jing Kong and the others like to eat and bring some back for them." These words directly hit Gu Jiao's heart. Gu Jiao didn't have much obsession with food, but her younger brothers were all foodies. Empress Dowager Zhuang felt a sense of crisis and used her unique skill. "Jiao Jiao is sick. Jiao Jiao wants to treat Aijia's illness." The emperor said, "What a coincidence. I am injured." The little magic doctor came just in time. "By the way, Eunuch Wei, I don't know how his arm is." "Eunuch Wei, my arm is very good." The emperor glared at him like a knife. Eunuch Wei said with a strong desire to live, "Ouch, it hurts. It hurts so much." Gu Jiao, Prince Ning, Empress Dowager Zhuang, the emperor and Empress Dowager Zhuang's murderous aura filled the entire imperial garden. It was as if they were going to draw their swords in the next second. Gu Jiao looked at her grandaunt and then at the emperor. How about a rock-paper-scissors game?" Everyone laughed. "Girl, you are still too naive. Do you know who these two are? One is the emperor of Zhao country and the other is the uncrowned overlord. Would they play rock-paper-scissors with you?" The next second, everyone was slapped in the face. The two top bosses of Zhao country actually rolled up their sleeves and played rock-paper-scissors in the imperial garden. The result was obvious. Empress Dowager Zhuang won for sure. The emperor gritted his teeth. 3-3, 2 out of 3 wins. The emperor gritted his teeth again. 5-5, 3 out of 5 wins. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at him as if he was an idiot. "Aijia has already won against you 3 times in a row." The emperor, who had 10,000 arrows in his heart, Jade Water Alley's #1 gambling god, was not casually called. Empress Dowager Zhuang had never lost in rock-paper-scissors games. Empress Dowager Zhuang valiantly brought Gu Jiao back to Rinshou Palace. The emperor's mouth fiercely twitched. Cough. Prince Ning cleared his throat and asked, "Father Emperor, that Miss Gu is? She is my benefactor." The emperor sighed as he spoke. He was still wringing his hands from losing to Empress Dowager Zhuang. "She cured my illness. This assassination attempt was also thanks to her help. Also." The emperor paused and said, "The glutinous rice mortar and the bellows were also made by her." Prince Ning's handsome face flashed with surprise. It's actually her? That is to say, she is the daughter of Marquis Ding and Fu?" There were some things that the common people did not know, but they were spread throughout the imperial palace. Although Prince Ning had long established another residence outside the palace, he often went in and out of the imperial palace. He was not unfamiliar with Gu Jinyu falsely claiming credit for the real Miss Gu. Prince Ning's face was filled with realization. Sun saw her at the scene of the accident. She was saving a patient. In order to save a patient, she was almost caught in the explosion. Military Officer Gu bravely stepped forward. No wonder she was so familiar with Military Officer Gu. It turns out they were siblings. Sun heard that she grew up among the common people, but I did not expect her to have such ability. The emperor said, "Zhen once asked where her master was." Zhen originally wanted to ask her master to leave the mountain, but her master had already passed away. Prince Ning regretfully sighed. "That's right, what about the matter I asked you to investigate?" the emperor asked. Prince Ning asked the emperor tomorrow about the assassination attempt on consort Rui Wang. He had entered the palace today to report the results to Father Emperor. He said, "Sun has investigated. It was not a hostage from the country of Qin." "It wasn't him?" The emperor was skeptical. Prince Ning nodded. "The hostage from the country of Qin just lost a great general. He wouldn't dare to stir up trouble again in such a short time. He and his subordinates have been very well behaved in the palace these days." The emperor's gaze turned cold. If it wasn't a hostage from the country of Qin, then there is only one possibility. Prince Ning looked at him. "Father, are you suspecting?" the emperor said coldly. Is there a need to suspect? It's obvious that it was her. Zhen understands that she is your grandmother and your great-aunt. You are more or less on her side, but other than her, no one else could have done this. Prince Ning was caught between the Emperor and Empress Dowager Zhuang, so he was in a difficult position. Of all the princes in the palace, only he was in such an awkward position. Rui Wang is on good terms with son and grandmother dotes on him. Rui Wang was part of Prince Ning's line. Empress Dowager Zhuang had no reason to deal with the couple. The emperor snorted coldly, "Have you forgotten how close old Third and his wife were to old concubine Jing?" She was jealous of old concubine Jing. She could not bear to see anyone treat old concubine Jing well. Prince Ning, however, shook his head. Grandmother would not do such a thing. The emperor faintly said, "Have you forgotten how she poisoned Aheng that year? If the palace had not discovered it early, Aheng would have already died." The emperor had never said a single bad word about Empress Dowager Zhuang in front of the crown prince. On the contrary, he did not have any qualms in front of Prince Ning. How could Prince Ning not understand that this was a form of respect and also a form of probing? The emperor was probing his feelings as well as his filial piety and sincerity. Prince Ning persisted, saying, "It was not grandmother. Son is certain." The emperor was unhappy. "How can you be certain?" Prince Ning cupped his hands, because when third sister was attacked by an assassin, the daughter of Marquis Ding An's manor was also present. She nearly died to the assassin's arrow. Grandmother dotes on her and would not allow anyone to harm her. The emperor frowned and looked at Prince Ning. "Why did you not say this yesterday?" Prince Ning said with shame, "Son did not know of her relationship with grandmother and father emperor. I thought that she was just a normal female doctor and was not worth mentioning." No matter how deep the emperor's prejudice against Empress Dowager Zhuang was, he had to admit that Empress Dowager Zhuang truly doted on the young divine doctor. She would not choose to assassinate the young divine doctor while he was present. But if it was not the hostage of Qin country, nor was it Empress Dowager Zhuang, who else could it be? Who would target imperial concubine Rui Wang? Thinking of something, Prince Ning said, "Father Emperor, since the young divine doctor's identity is so special, could it be that the assassin yesterday was not targeting third sister and was instead targeting her? Targeting the young divine doctor?" The emperor's expression immediately became cold. It was so cold that it was a little frightening. It was even more frightening than when Prince Ning had told him that imperial concubine Rui Wang had been attacked. Prince Ning was secretly shocked. Was the daughter of Marquis Ding An's manor that important to Father Emperor? More important than his own daughter-in-law and the unborn imperial grandson? Gu Jiao ate lunch at Renshou Palace before leaving. Right before leaving, Gu Jiao asked Empress Dowager Zhuang, "Grandaunt, have you heard of Xian Lu residence?" Empress Dowager Zhuang frowned and thought for a while. "I can't remember." Empress Dowager Zhuang's memories had been restored, but only the majority had been restored. There were still some memories that were missing. Because of this, Empress Dowager Zhuang could not guarantee that she had never heard of it, or that she had forgotten after hearing it. "Jiao Jiao, do you want to inquire about this?" Empress Dowager Zhuang asked. Gu Jiao replied, "No, just casually asking. Grandaunt does not need to inquire." So as to avoid inadvertently alerting the enemy. For Xian Lu residents to know about the Qin country's assassination, it meant that Yuan Tang had some dealings with Xian Lu residents. Yuan Tang knew the emperor's whereabouts like the back of his hand, so he must have spies in the palace. But whether the spies were arranged by Yuan Tang himself or through Xian Lu residents, it was unknown. When the limelight passed, she would go to Xian Lu residence again. Gu Jiao returned to the medical hall. Lu Yixing was also there. He waited for a long time. Xiao Sanzi whispered, "He made a special trip to wait for you." "I know." Gu Jiao nodded and called Lu Yixing into the examination room. Lu Yixing said, "I'm not here to ask for medical advice. I'm here to tell you that yesterday's assassination has nothing to do with Yuan Tang." "Okay." Gu Jiao nodded. Lu Yixing was stunned. If you don't ask me, how do I know it has nothing to do with him?" "Evidence? Proof?" Gu Jiao said, "You said it has nothing to do with him. I believe you." That was all. There was no need for evidence and no need to explain other reasons. Lu Yixing suddenly choked. "I believe you." Ever since the destruction of the Lu family, he had never heard these words again. What? Why did she believe him? Why did she never doubt him? Gu Jiao did not speak. He got up and left. But when he had already walked out, he paused. "You be careful." Gu Jiao watched his departing figure and thought of the dream she had when she returned to the Marquis's mansion. "Why did I believe you?" because I only gave you a bowl of water but you collected my corpse and buried my bones. Chapter 317. In the afternoon, a soldier came to the barracks to pass on a message for Dr. Liu. There seems to be a problem with the golden sore medicine in the barracks. Dr. Liu would like to invite you over. This was a big matter. The medicine shipped to the barracks was not just a few bottles, but hundreds and thousands of bottles. If something went wrong, thousands of lives would be lost. I'll go too, the second boss said. Gu Jiao nodded and got on the carriage with the second boss to the barracks. Medical officer Liu waited anxiously in the military tent for a long time. When he finally saw Gu Jiao lift the curtain and enter, he took a few steps forward and said, "Miss Gu, quickly come and take a look. After I gave him the golden wound medicine from your medical hall, he became like this." As Dr. Liu spoke, he brought Gu Jiao to a wooden bed for a wounded soldier. This bed was very narrow, just enough for a patient to lie down. The wounded soldier was about 17 or 18 years old. His leg was injured but his face was red and swollen. He had fainted and his breathing was not smooth. Gu Jiao took out a stethoscope from the small medicine box and listened to his heart rate. She then unbuttoned his clothes and checked his body. Did his face become red and swollen and he fainted after using the golden sore medicine? Yes. Dr. Liu said, he accidentally cut his leg with a sword. I saw that the injury was not serious so I didn't stitch him up. I only cleaned it up and applied some golden sore medicine. But in the time it took me to go to the toilet, he fainted on the ground and became like this. He doesn't have it on him. Gu Jiao paused and closed his clothes. Let me see the golden sore medicine he used. Dr. Liu handed the half-used bottle of golden sore medicine to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao first sniffed it, then dipped it in a little and smeared it on her injured palm. The second boss did not have time to stop her. This girl was too fast. Gu Jiao did not have any adverse reactions. Therefore there was nothing wrong with the golden sore ointment. Could it be that he's allergic to something? The second boss asked. It doesn't look like it, Gu Jiao said. Did you eat something bad? The second boss asked again. It doesn't look like it either. Gu Jiao's gaze fell on the patient's swollen face. She thought of something and went to the patient's head. She bent down and untied the patient's headband. She began to carefully examine the patient's hair and scalp, not letting go of a single hair stubble. I found it. It's here. Gu Jiao pushed aside the patient's hair near the Baihui acupoint. The second boss and Dr. Liu came over and took a closer look. It was a small red bag. The second boss said, "This is..." Gu Jiao took out a blade from the small medicine box. It's a poisonous bug. A very powerful bug. The weather was hot. The Tiger Mountain Barracks was located at the foot of the mountain, so poisonous insects and snakes were not rare. Every year, many soldiers were bitten, but it was the first time Medical Officer Liu had encountered one that had bitten into his hair. He blushed with shame. He was careless and misunderstood the medical center. Gu Jiao treated the patient's wound and applied anti-inflammatory and anti-allergic ointment. The poisonous bugs coming down from the mountain are very powerful. You have to be careful in the future. Speaking of this, Medical Officer Liu sighed. In fact, I often remind them, but you don't know. This group of men are very afraid of the heat. They would rather sleep naked at night and be bitten by mosquitoes than hang a curtain. Thank you for today's matter, Miss Gu. If you hadn't come in time, I don't know what would have happened to this patient. After thanking her, Medical Officer Liu did not forget to apologize. The second boss said it was okay. The matter was solved. Gu Jiao and the second boss should leave. I'm going to the outhouse. You get on the carriage first. The second boss said to Gu Jiao. Okay. Gu Jiao walked out of Medical Officer Liu's tent and walked out of the barracks. When she passed by an open tent, as if it was attracted, her eyes could not help but look at the tent. With just a glance, her footsteps stopped. It was actually a small armory. There were all kinds of cold weapons inside. And among these cold weapons, there was a majestic red-tasseled spear. It was a little longer than the one the old Marquis bought and gave to her from the martial arts school. The material was a little heavier, but the spearhead was really beautiful with a sharp cold light. The red-tasseled spear was also bright, like the blood of the enemy. Some factors in Gu Jiao's bones began to stir again. She walked in and took the red-tasseled spear. It was heavy and thick. She casually practiced a few moves. Every move was full of murderous intent. She liked it so much. She fondled the red-tasseled spear in her hand. Wow! Who is it? Accompanied by a dignified voice, the old Marquis walked in with his hands behind his back and a solemn expression. When he saw that the person who broke into the tent was Gu Jiao, his eyes turned cold. What is a woman like you doing in a place like this? Put it down. Is this something you can touch? Gu Jiao hesitated for a moment. She curled her lips and unwillingly put the spear back. The old marquis looked at her resentful expression and his brows wrinkled. She felt wronged? Didn't he warn her not to come to this kind of place? Why did you come to the military camp again? The old marquis asked in a cold voice. There's something going on in the medical center, Gu Jiao said. The old marquis coldly said, if you want to be a female doctor, then obediently stay in the medical center. Don't show your face in public all day. The status of a female doctor was low. It was already shameful for a noble marquis's daughter to be a female doctor. How could she run to a group of men all day? Today's old man was not cute. Gu Jiao looked at him with disdain. She did not say a word and walked out with an expressionless face. This girl? The old marquis was angered by Gu Jiao's look of disdain. This is not a place where women like you can come. After his anger subsided, the old marquis's gaze fell on the red-tasseled spear. He was used to using the 9-section whip and long sword, so he did not have much interest in spears and lances. But with that girl's interference, he could not help but look at the red-tasseled spear a few more times. Don't say it. It was quite impressive. Actually, this red-tasseled spear had a history. It was originally the weapon of the Yin country's famous general, Xin Yuanli. Xin Yuanli gave it to the Qin country's king, and the Qin country's king gave it to the Qin country's Wu marquis. When the two armies fought, Marquis Xianping killed the Qin country's Wu marquis and took the other side's weapon for himself. When the Qin country's king surrendered, he hoped to take back the red-tasseled spear. His Majesty agreed, but Marquis Xianping shamelessly refused to give it back. It was not completely true that he liked it. Didn't he just throw it into the armory to collect dust? Normal people could not use this red-tasseled spear. First, it was too heavy and hard to control. Second, they were worried that Marquis Xianping would suddenly remember it and ask them for it back. He was really capable of doing such a thing. The old marquis held the red-tasseled spear in his hand and played with it a few times. Suddenly he thought of his sworn little brother. He inexplicably felt that his little brother Gu would like this red-tasseled spear. What was going on? However, little brother Gu was too young. He did not know if he would be able to control this kind of Yin country's heavenly weapon that had been used with a blood blade and had a strong murderous aura. Coming out of the military camp, the second master said, I won't be going back to the medical center in a while. I have to go to little brother-in-law's house. He told Xiao Sanzi the address and coincidentally, it was not too far from Immortal Music House. Gu Jiao's original plan was to wait for the limelight to die down before going to Immortal Music House. But now that they were already at the door, it seemed that there was no harm in going. After the second master got off the carriage, Gu Jiao took out the men's clothing that was prepared in the carriage and changed into it. She also put on the mask. Okay, just stop here. Gu Jiao said to Xiao Sanzi, I will walk there myself. Okay. Xiao Sanzi agreed. Gu Jiao got off the carriage, crossed the street, and arrived at the entrance of Immortal Music House. But Immortal Music House was closed. Gu Jiao was puzzled. She stopped a young man who was selling oranges on the side of the road and asked, Why is Immortal Music House closed? The young man said, I heard that today is Immortal Music House's courtesan's birthday. Immortal Music House closed the door for a day and rented the largest pleasure boat on the lake to celebrate her birthday. If you want to see them, go to Li Lake. I don't know if the boat has left yet. Many thanks. Gu Jiao thanked him. It was good that they did not close the business and run away. She would not go to the pleasure boat. She would come back another day. Gu Jiao turned around and walked back. She was used to walking on the right side of the road. The left side that she came from was now her right side. When she walked halfway, she saw an old beggar lying on the side of the road. The old beggar had fallen asleep and his face was covered with a tattered straw hat. In front of him was a chessboard. The chessboard was very old. It was drawn on a wooden board and the chess pieces were made of stone. They were randomly smeared with ink to make them black chess pieces. On the edge of the chessboard there was a rag with a stone. On the rag there was a line of crooked words, 1 game, 1 tael. The implication was that one had to pay 1 tael to play a game of chess with him. The people passing by all laughed at this beggar for being crazy. He was offering 1 tael to see if anyone was willing to play with him. There was also a line of crooked words, 1 loss, 10 taels. In other words, whoever won against him would be able to take 10 taels of silver from him. Everyone wanted to laugh even more. Did a stinky beggar know how to play chess? Still boasting shamelessly 1 loss, 10 taels. Who did he think he was? The chess saint of the 6 countries? Besides, with his poor appearance, they were afraid that he did not even have 10 copper coins on him. This was a madman. Gu Jiao looked at the chessboard, took a black chess piece from the chess box and placed it down. Then she left. The old beggar slept until the sun was setting in the west before he woke up. Today was another day that he did not open for business. The old beggar yawned. Just as he was about to pack up his things and go back, he saw that the chessboard he had placed outside had been touched. He thought that it was another child who was bored. But when he took a closer look, he was dumbfounded. His chessboard had been broken by someone. Novels with connotations that could not be found online are all available here. https://www. Chapter 318. The Imperial Palace. The moon was above the branches. The Crown Prince consort sat on the floor that gave off a faint woody fragrance. In front of her was a short long table with a chessboard on it. The Crown Prince consort did not like crowds. The Eastern Palace was usually very quiet and would only be noisy when Qin Chuyu was present. However, Qin Chuyu had moved to the Emperor's Pure Flowers Palace these days. The Eastern Palace was as quiet as water again. The palace servants stood by the Crown Prince consort's side. They looked down and did not make a sound. Suddenly, with a clap, a chess piece landed on the chessboard. The Crown Prince consort smiled in relief. It's done. Only then did the palace servants dare to look at her. The personal female official asked with a smile, "Crown Prince consort, what is done?" The Crown Prince consort smiled. "I finally solved this chess game." "Which game did you solve?" The Crown Prince strode into the room. The female official and the palace servants all bowed. "Your Highness the Crown Prince." The Crown Prince consort also wanted to stand and bow, but the Crown Prince quickly walked up and stopped her. The Crown Prince held her hand and sat down next to her. He looked at the chessboard on the table and said, "You played again?" "I had nothing to do, so I played casually," the Crown Prince consort said. The Crown Prince said with a smile, "We see that you play every day. Do you like playing chess that much? You spend more time looking at the chessboard than you do with us." The Crown Prince consort said warmly, "Crown Prince is joking." "We are not joking. We are really jealous." Although the Crown Prince said this, his gaze and actions towards the Crown Prince consort were full of affection. He held her hand tightly and asked, "You still have not answered our question. What game did you solve?" The Crown Prince really did not have much interest in playing chess, but if it was related to the Crown Prince consort, then he would be very attentive. The Crown Prince consort used her other hand that was not held by him to point at the chessboard and said, "It's this, the Kuan game." The Crown Prince stilled. "Kuan game? Which Kuan game? Sir Meng's Kuan game?" In the chess world, it seemed that only Mr. Meng's game could be called a Kuan game. No matter how much the Crown Prince disliked playing chess, he had heard of old Mr. Meng's reputation. He was undoubtedly the chess sage of the 6 nations. He had set up countless chess games in his life, of which the 8 chess games were the most famous. Very few could solve them, but the Crown Princess had solved the first game at the age of 13. In the next few years she solved 5 more rounds. This kind of achievement was rare even in the 6 nations, especially when she was so young. The chess expert of Jin Nation was already over 40 years old and had solved 6 games. However, he still couldn't solve the last 2 games, Qian and Kuan. The Crown Prince held her hand tightly in excitement and looked into her beautiful eyes. "Lin Lang, you've done something that no woman in the world has ever done. No, you've done something that no one else in the world has ever done. Even men can't compare to you." The Crown Princess lowered her head and smiled shyly. "While I was injured, I concentrated on studying chess in the Eastern Palace. Speaking of which, it was a blessing in disguise." The Crown Prince said seriously, "Where? Other people wouldn't be able to figure it out even if they studied it for a lifetime. You've solved it in just a few months? No, this is such a pleasant surprise. I have to report it to Imperial Father." The Crown Prince did as he said. He really went to find the Emperor immediately. The Emperor was diligent. He ate and slept all day and night. It was already late at night, but he was still reviewing memorials in the Imperial study. His expression didn't change much when he saw the Crown Prince. He just pinched his tired forehead and asked, "Why are you here so late?" There was a small couch for the Emperor to rest on behind the screen. At this moment there was an even snoring sound. Apparently, Qin Chuyu was tired from playing in the Imperial study and fell asleep on the couch. The Crown Prince looked away and asked, "Imperial Father, do you want me to bring little Qi back? I don't want to disturb you." That little snoring was too rhythmic. The emperor said, "No need. Tell me, what is it?" "It's like this. Lin Lang solved old Mr. Meng's chess game just now." The crown prince couldn't hide his pride. Was the Kuan game. The emperor's hand paused as he read the memorials. Surprise flashed across his eyes. "Really? Really? If Imperial Father doesn't believe me, you can call Lin Lang here." The crown prince patted his head with a smile. "I left in a hurry and forgot to bring the chessboard. Guards, go to the Eastern Palace and bring the crown princess's chessboard here." "Yes." A eunuch outside the imperial study answered. The eunuch quickly brought the chessboard and presented it to the emperor with both hands. The emperor's chess skills were much better than the crown prince's. He looked at the game on the chessboard and immediately understood the mystery. He couldn't hide the amazement in his eyes. "So that's how it was solved? Why didn't I think of it?" The crown prince smiled with pride. "Imperial Father, you are busy every day and don't have much time to play chess. Lin Lang has been recuperating in the Eastern Palace these days. When she has time, she carefully studied chess." These words were not only to excuse the emperor, but also to praise Lin Lang's excellence. She didn't solve the game before because she didn't have time. Now that she had time, she solved the Kuan game in just 1 or 2 months. Who else in the world was so smart? Perhaps his cousin who had passed away was one. His cousin solved Elder Meng's first game when he was 10 years old. Unfortunately, he died young. However, even if he was alive, he might not be able to do better than Lin Lang. Lin Lang had already solved the Kuan game. Not to mention that Lin Lang was a woman. There was no woman more outstanding than Lin Lang in the world. The emperor nodded in satisfaction. He had some reservations about this daughter-in-law in the past. After all, she was once engaged to Xiao Heng. However, the crown prince insisted on marrying her. Moreover, she was indeed very talented and Empress Xiao liked her very much. Thus the emperor agreed to this marriage. In the years after they got married, the crown prince improved rapidly. He grew from a reckless and ignorant boy to a reserved and steady man. The crown princess played a big part in this. Yes. The emperor couldn't hide his praise. The crown princess did well. "Imperial Father, she is the first person in the 6 countries, right?" the crown prince asked tentatively. The emperor nodded with a smile. "Of course. Other than Elder Meng, your wife is the first person to solve the Kuan game. I will write a letter to each country to announce this great news." The crown prince cupped his hands and smiled. This son congratulates Imperial Father. There was no national boundary in learning and chess. This was not only the crown princess's glory, but also the entire Zhao nation's glory. The emperor was overjoyed. "I will think about how to reward you. You are basking in her glory again." The crown prince straightened his back and said, "This son has good taste and found a wife who brings good fortune to my husband." The emperor laughed. It was obvious that he was in a good mood. The memorial he received just now was related to the Eastern Palace, urging the crown prince to take in more concubines and expand the imperial family's bloodline. However, the crown princess suddenly made him proud, so the emperor temporarily suppressed this memorial. The next day, after Gu Jiao sent little Jing Kong to the directorate, she went directly to the medical center. When she passed by the female school, she heard about the crown princess solving the chess game. "Did you hear? The crown princess solved Elder Meng's game? Didn't the crown princess solve it long ago? Not the 6th game but the 7th game of the Kuan game. Ah, she even solved the Kuan game? Didn't they say that no one can solve the 2 games of heaven and earth? That's why the crown princess isn't human at all. She's an immortal." Of course, there were also those who were still brooding over the crown princess's broken bridge accident on the first day of the new year. "Why are you so happy that she solved it? It's as if you solved the chess game. Moreover, how do you know if she really solved it or not? How can this kind of thing be faked? Just wait and see. It will be posted on the imperial list soon." Gu Jiao's expression was indifferent as she walked past the girls who were quarreling. She had no feelings for the crown princess and had no interest in her glory and achievements. She had recently obtained some saltpeter and wanted to try making something. She had never done it before, so she was a little unfamiliar with it. She poured out the saltpeter, sulfur and charcoal and placed them on the ground. She wanted to make gunpowder. She needed weapons to make up for her lack of martial strength. Before she recovered the strength of her previous life, she really needed something powerful. If she had gunpowder last time when the assassination happened on the cliff, she wouldn't have been forced to almost fall off the cliff. Gunpowder was one of the 4 great inventions of ancient times, but gunpowder didn't seem to have appeared in this fictional dynasty. With the raw materials she could currently find, she could only make black gunpowder. It wasn't as effective as yellow gunpowder and it wasn't a powerful explosive, but it was still much more powerful than silver needles and darts. Gu Jiao had a rough idea of the raw materials, but she wasn't sure about the ratio. The slightest difference could lead to a huge difference. A small change in the dosage could cause the black gunpowder's power to greatly decrease. So she had to be patient and try. The charcoal didn't have any smell and the sulfur was tolerable. But this saltpeter. The second boss used his sleeve to cover his nose as he came to Gu Jiao's small courtyard. Little Gua. What is this? Saltpeter. Gu Jiao said. Seeing that the second boss didn't seem to understand, she changed her words. On its soil with bird droppings. The second boss. The corner of the second boss's mouth twitched. What do you want to do with bird droppings? Gu Jiao said, boil. The corner of the second boss's mouth twitched again. He looked at Gu Jiao with an indescribable expression. It's not boiling, right? Boiling in a pot? Gu Jiao nodded. It has to be boiled to get the saltpeter. After filtration it will be made into saltpeter. You came at the right time. Help me boil it. The second boss's whole body felt unwell. You're a young girl. You can boil anything but you have to boil bird droppings. Saltpeter is clean. Gu Jiao said. I don't care, I don't want to boil bird droppings. After a quarter of an hour, the second boss miserably held a stick and began to boil bird droppings as if there was nothing left to live for. After boiling, the white foam was scooped out and filtered with gauze. Then it was wrapped and buried in the ashes. The weather was hot, and the water evaporated very quickly. In the afternoon, a few heavy bags of saltpeter were ready. The saltpeter made by Gu Jiao was sparkling and translucent, with a faint white color. Gu Jiao was very satisfied. She looked at the second boss, whose face was full of disgust, and said, Saltpeter is actually a very good medicinal material. The second boss, don't tell me you gave it to me before. Gu Jiao nodded seriously. Last time you had indigestion I gave you a bag of white powder. Did you forget? So he ate bird droppings at that time? Let him die on the spot. The second boss was deeply shocked. He was carried back to his room by Xiao Sanzi to rest. Gu Jiao let the maid clean up the scene. According to the ratio of 50% saltpeter, 30% sulfur and 20% charcoal, she mixed a black powder. Last time little Dudu came in handy. She filled it with water and wrapped it in cloth to make a simple airbag. She put the airbag on her body and put on a helmet. After igniting it, she found that the blasting effect was not ideal. Gu Jiao raised the ratio of saltpeter and lowered the ratio of sulfur. Then she was blown away. Marquis Xianping rarely passed by here today, so he wanted to see his daughter-in-law. The main reason was that last time he went to see his daughter-in-law in Bishui Alley, he met little Jing Kong. He was so abused that he did not even remember what he was doing. Today he was smart. He did not go to Bishui Alley, but went directly to the medical center. This way he would not let the little monk disturb him. He walked through the hall and came to Gu Jiao's courtyard. But what did he see? On a lush branch, Gu Jiao was tied up by a pile of cloth strips. She was wrapped like a small silkworm cocoon. She was hanging on a branch making creaking sounds. Only her small head was exposed and her expression was cold. Marquis Xianping could not help but laugh. Some people did not change their nature. They were obviously here to win people over and they even thought of their lines on the way here. But when they saw Gu Jiao's miserable and cold appearance, they wanted to bully her again. Marquis Xianping raised his head and smiled. Little girl, do you want to come down? Call me father and I'll put you down. Gu Jiao ignored him. She turned around and turned the back of her head to him. But she used too much strength and turned too big, so she turned back to her original position. Marquis Xianping looked at that cold little face and laughed until his body was shaking. If someone else laughed like this, they would have been greasy enough to make people want to beat them up. But Marquis Xianping was born handsome, and his smile was still pleasing to the eye. Gu Jiao looked at his handsome face and hesitated for a moment. Her expression softened slightly and she asked coldly, What do you want me to call you? Marquis Xianping raised his eyebrows. Father. Gu Jiao nodded. Yes. Marquis Xianping. Chapter 319. Marquis Xianping was hurt again. Were all kids these days so good at making people angry? Marquis Xianping clutched his chest. He was the Marquis of Xianping who could choke people to death without paying for it. He was invincible in the capital, so why was he being choked one after another here? Marquis Xianping couldn't remember what he was here for. He asked Chang Jing to put him down and left with a sad expression. It was time to end the shift in Hanlin Academy. Attendant Yang had recently asked for leave. He didn't have much work to do and there weren't many people who could share his workload. Among them, Xiao Lulang and Prince An were mainly responsible for teaching the scholars. Originally, Attendant Yang was responsible for mathematics and agriculture. Scholar Han asked them to choose one subject each. Prince An chose mathematics because he wasn't born and raised in the countryside and wasn't as experienced as Xiao Lulang in farming. Xiao Lulang didn't say anything and happily took over the agriculture class. He didn't have much experience in farming. When he was in the countryside, Gu Jiao had a few acres of land. Unfortunately, he and Gu Jiao didn't know how to farm and it was later abandoned. He wasn't as experienced in farming as little Jing Kong. At least little Jing Kong watered the vegetable garden every day and caught insects. Occasionally he would follow Gu Jiao to weed. In order to teach this class well, Xiao Lulang had been learning how to farm recently. After the shift he planned to go home and farm. Ning Ziyuan quietly came over and winked. "Drinking, do you want to go?" "No." Xiao Lulang refused without hesitation. After saying that, he realized something was wrong and looked at him strangely. "Why are you going to drink too?" In his impression, Ning Ziyuan wasn't the kind of person who indulged in wine and women. Ning Ziyuan sighed. "Isn't it because I want to enter the inner circle? Do you think I want to go? You've been giving lectures to the Crown Prince recently, and Attendant Yang has taken leave to stay at home. I don't think everyone is so blatantly targeting you anymore. Do you want to take this opportunity to win over a few people?" Xiao Lulang paused. "No, I'm going back to farm." Ning Ziyuan. Xiao Lulang left the Hanlin Academy. It wasn't too far from the Hanlin Academy to the Xuanwu Avenue. It only took half an hour to walk by the shortcut. After passing through the Imperial College, one would arrive at the vicinity of the Jade Water Alley. When he arrived at the Imperial College he thought of something. After some hesitation he decided to go to Minghui Hall. Outside the Radiant Hall he unexpectedly met a familiar face, Zheng Sai. Zheng Sai had once been the substitute chancellor, and Xiao Lulang had suffered a lot from Zheng Sai when he was studying at the Imperial College. Now the old chancellor had put them back on for him. Zheng Sai stood at the door as punishment. It was as embarrassing as it could get. Zheng Sai was a fourth-rank official. His rank was higher than Xiao Yolang's. Xiao Lulang saluted him with cupped hands and then went in. Zheng Sai looked at Xiao Lulang entering the Radiant Hall that he couldn't enter so easily. He felt so wrong that he was about to cry. "Why are you here today?" The old chancellor was reading papers. Seeing him come over he put down his pen. "Sit down." Xiao Lulang sat down on the cushion opposite the old chancellor. "I'm here today to ask you about someone." "Who do you want to ask about?" the old chancellor asked. "Someone from the palace," Xiao Lulang said. The old chancellor's expression became serious. Why do you suddenly want to ask about someone from the palace?" Xiao Lulang hesitated for a moment and said, "The person who poisoned me back then might not be Empress Dowager Zhuang." The old chancellor's eyes lit up. He was so excited that he almost stood up from the table. "I knew it wasn't her." Xiao Lulang gave him an incomparably weird look. The old chancellor coughed lightly and sat down. He took a sip of tea and said, "What I mean is, if she really wanted to kill you, she had countless chances to do so this year." Xiao Lulang said, "She doesn't remember me." The old chancellor. "Why is it so hard to refute?" Cough cough. "Anyway, it doesn't seem like her. If she wants to kill someone, why would she leave any traces behind?" He would never admit that he had any selfish motives. He and Zhuang Jins had a pure monarch and subject relationship. "Did you remember something?" The old chancellor went back to the topic. Xiao Lulang nodded. He didn't say that he was stimulated by an unspeakable dream. "I suddenly remembered that there was a mole on that person's left wrist." "A mole on the left wrist." The old chancellor stroked his beard thoughtfully. "I can still recall a mole on the face, but the wrist? Back then he was highly regarded by the late emperor and often went in and out of Pure Flower's palace. Occasionally he would bump into the concubines and palace maids. However, he wasn't the emperor after all and couldn't lift up the sleeves of the concubines or palace maids to look at their wrists. He originally wanted to say that he could ask his grandaunt, but when he was about to say it, he remembered that Zhuang Jins had lost a lot of memories. Besides, even if she didn't lose her memories, she wouldn't pay attention to whether or not someone had a mole on their wrist as the Empress Dowager. "Was it a eunuch or a woman?" the old chancellor asked. "A woman," Xiao Lulang said. It was a woman's voice, but he couldn't recall whose voice it was. He didn't even have an impression of whether it was old or young, crisp or soft. The only thing that was deeply engraved in his mind was that mole on the left wrist. A palace made from more than 10 years ago. The old chancellor sank into deep thought. After a while he grabbed his collar with a headache. I know a person who knows the people in the palace very well. She's from the Shang Palace Bureau and often makes clothes for people. You can go and find her. Xiao Lulang looked at him with a puzzled face. Then your expression is, this? The old chancellor wanted to say something but stopped. Forget it, I'll go home with you. You can take the token and find her. I don't know if she still recognizes it after so many years. The old chancellor and Xiao Lulang left Minghui Hall. Coincidentally, the elementary school of the Imperial College was also about to end. The two waited for little Jing Kong to go home together. Little Jing Kong curled his lips. Why did brother-in-law come today? Why didn't you come from Jiaojiao? Xiao Lulang was annoyed and amused at the same time. Someone came to pick you up and you still don't like it? Little Jing Kong thought for a while and said, if you buy me candied haws, I won't dislike you. Xiao Lulang? You can continue to dislike me. Little Jing Kong, the two of them arrived home. Gu Jiao hadn't come back yet. Xiao Lulang narrowed his eyes and his eyes fell on little Jing Kong who was sitting on the threshold eating a peach cake. Do you want to go to the palace to see your grandaunt? He was a foreign minister, so it was easy to arouse suspicion if he directly went to the palace to visit Empress Dowager Zhuang. However, it was much easier if he used the identity of little Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong didn't expect that he would be used as a tool one day. He raised his face that was covered in snacks and nodded with the same serious expression as Gu Jiao's. Yes. Xiao Lulang smiled. Good boy. The aunt that Xiao Lulang wanted to see was surnamed Zhang. She was now old enough to be a nanny and was in charge of the Department of Palace Affairs. Before leaving, the old chancellor repeatedly told him, You ask Empress Dowager first. If Empress Dowager doesn't remember you, then go to see her. The implication was that unless it was absolutely necessary, he shouldn't disturb this old friend. Xiao Lulang looked at him strangely. Is it Master's wife? What Master's wife? How could it be? The old chancellor almost jumped out of anger. Don't talk nonsense. But he and Manager Zhang did indeed have a little secret that couldn't be revealed to others. He hoped that she had already forgotten about that matter. Xiao Lulang took little Jing Kong and got on the carriage to the palace. Little Jing Kong was so excited that his little head shook, which was exactly the same as Gu Jiao's happy look. People who had lived together for a long time would gradually imprint each other's expressions and habits, as if they were originally a family. The carriage continued to move forward. When it passed by the government office, the street was suddenly congested. What happened? Lu Quan craned his neck and asked. A passing directorate supervisor said, You don't know yet. Someone solved old Master Meng's chess game. Ordinary people didn't know much about it, but almost all scholars had heard of old Master Meng's chess game. There were 8 chess games that shocked the 6 countries in the world. Among the 8 games, the Qian and Kun games were the most difficult to solve. The Qian game was known as the Heaven game and was unsolvable. Before today, the Kun game was also unsolvable. But the Crown Princess did it. She was the first person to solve the Kun game in the 6 countries, which caused a great sensation in the academic and chess world. Everyone gathered here because the imperial notice commending the Crown Princess came out. The Zhao Kingdom was a lower kingdom, but it solved a chess game that even the 3 upper kingdoms couldn't solve. The Crown Princess really made the Zhao Kingdom proud. His Majesty has written a letter to the Yen Kingdom, right? Will old Master Meng be shocked when he gets the news? Maybe he will personally guide the Crown Princess in chess. The scholar said with joy, but he didn't notice that Xiao Lulang had put down the curtain. In the crowd in front, an old beggar saw the contents of the imperial notice and shook his head. No. Old man, what's wrong? Someone asked. The old beggar said, It said that it was solved in the middle of the night. The scholar said, Yes, what's wrong? The old beggar waved his hand. Then she's not the first person to solve the Kun game. The scholar frowned. Hey you old man. You can eat whatever you want but you can't say whatever you want. How is the Crown Princess not the first person to solve the Kun game? If the Crown Princess isn't, who is? The old beggar said seriously, The one in the evening is. Chapter 320. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet are available here. Forget it. Why are you arguing with an old beggar? He looks like a lunatic. This is not a good place to be. Another young man pulled the scholar's sleeve and pointed at his own head, indicating that the scholar should not argue with the old beggar. On the surface, it seemed that the scholar was trying to stop the fight, but in fact he was mocking the old beggar. What does a beggar on the street know? Does he know Go? Does he know what the 6 kingdoms and the 8 great chess games are? Does he understand the difficulty of the Kuan game? He is nothing. I'm not. The old beggar did not care how others looked at him. He kept repeating these words. Fortunately, most of the onlookers here were scholars. Apart from ridiculing the old beggar with words, they didn't do anything excessive like pushing or shoving the old beggar. The old beggar left while mumbling. Everyone looked at the way he was mumbling, and they were even more certain that he was a lunatic. Xiao Lulang did not like to join in the fun. After waiting for a while and seeing that there was no sign of the road ahead, he asked Lu Quan to change the route. In summer, days were long and nights were short. When they arrived at the imperial palace, the sky was still bright. The imperial palace guard stopped the carriage and asked, "Who are you?" Xiao Lulang Hanlin Xioshu. Xiao Lulang thought about asking him to go to Rinshou Palace to pass the message. However, he saw little Jing Kong take out a token from his pocket and said, "Here. Can we go in now?" The imperial palace guard's expressions did not change much when they heard the words Hanlin Xioshu. However, when they saw the token, they immediately changed their attitude and said respectfully, "Yes, of course." The imperial palace guards let them go and the carriage entered the imperial palace. Xiao Lulang looked at little Jing Kong in surprise and asked, "Where did you get the token?" Little Jing Kong calmly put away the token and said, "My great-aunt gave it to me. Don't you have it?" Xiao Lulang, "Of course not." Little Jing Kong counted with his fingers and said, "Jiao Jiao has one too. Brother Xiaoshan and Brother Yen also have one." So he was the only one who didn't. A bolt from the blue. How would little Jing Kong know that the bad brother-in-law did not have the token given by his great-aunt? The carriage was not allowed to enter the harem, so it stopped near the throne room. Little Jing Kong jumped off the carriage and ran towards the harem. The border between the inner palace and the outer palace was also guarded by imperial bodyguards, but both of them knew little Jing Kong. They knew that he was not only a guest of the 7th prince, but also a guest of Rinshou Palace, so they let him in without worry. Xiao Lulang was in a miserable state. Again he was stopped. Little Jing Kong was relieved and ran to Rinshou Palace. Empress Dowager Zhuang asked him who sent him there. He said that it was his bad brother-in-law, so Eunuch Qin hurried over to get him. When Eunuch Qin saw Xiao Lulang for the first time, he was frightened by Xiao Liulang's appearance and almost thought that he had seen a ghost. Later he thought that it was impossible. If it was really Xiao Heng who had passed away, how could he have saved the Empress Dowager? Xiao Lulang and Eunuch Qin went to Rinshou Palace. Empress Dowager Zhuang was preparing to eat. When she saw little Jing Kong, she asked the kitchen to prepare vegetables. Empress Dowager Zhuang was not surprised by little Jing Kong's sudden visit. However, she was shocked when she found out that little Jing Kong was sent by Xiao Lulang. Of course, she did not show it on her face. The kitchen was very quick. After a while, several delicate and delicious vegetables were served. Eunuch Qin moved a chair over. Little Jing Kong was small. In the countryside, such a small child would not eat at the table. He would be given a bowl and eat in the kitchen with the women. However, Gu Jiao did not have the habit of not eating at the table. Gu Jiao personally made little Jing Kong an exclusive chair. It was higher than ordinary chairs and there was a board in front of it to prevent him from falling. Xiao Lulang did not expect Rinshou Palace to have such a chair. Obviously it was not made by Gu Jiao. Xiao Lulang glanced at Empress Dowager Zhuang and did not speak. The three of them began to eat. Empress Dowager Zhuang removed the servants who served the dishes. Xiao Lulang did not know that there were special Hanlin officials who recorded the emperor's daily life until he entered the Hanlin Academy. The emperor's words and deeds, his meals, etiquette and rules would all be recorded. The Empress Dowager and the Empress would also be recorded. These were all left in the palace's history book for future generations to review. Empress Dowager Zhuang's removal of the servants seemed to be a small matter, but in fact, it would be recorded. She would not completely ignore it. Otherwise, she would have been free to do whatever she wanted. She cared, but she still did it. However, she did not explain it verbally. If he did not become a Hanlin official, who knew what she did for them? For them? Or for little Jing Kong? Xiao Lulang lowered his eyes. Forget it. Why should he care about this? He was not here to share the happiness of family with Empress Dowager Zhuang. Little Jing Kong was. He was here for business. Rinshou Palace had been expanded twice. It was even bigger than the Crown Prince's East Palace. Little Jing Kong began his exploration after eating. Wow! What a tall swing! As soon as little Jing Kong entered the side hall, he saw a super big swing that was 3 times taller than the one in the East Palace. When he swung, he wished he could see the whole palace. I want to play. I want to play. He was eager to try. Eunuch Qin called 2 palace masters to play with little Jing Kong on the swing. Xiao Lulang came to Rinshou Palace when he was a child. He was poisoned in the courtyard of this side hall. However, after so many years, even if he revisited the old place, it would not trigger any more memories. However, he was sure of one thing. There was absolutely no such thing as a swing in Rinshou Palace in the past. Because Empress Dowager Zhuang did not like children. Xiao Lulang soon found that there were not only swings in Rinshou Palace. There were also a lot of wood waiting to be carved, jade for people to play with, and precious medicinal materials collected from all over the world. Gu Jiao and his 3 brothers all had their own things. However, Xiao Lulang did not have anything. Xiao Lulang said don't care in his mind. However, a faint strange emotion unconsciously rose in his heart. He did not know what it was. In short, he did not feel good. Xiao Lulang tried hard to ignore the strange feeling in his heart. He turned to look for Eunuch Qin. However, he caught a glimpse of Empress Dowager Zhuang sitting on a rattan chair and drinking tea leisurely. Empress Dowager Zhuang was looking at little Jing Kong. Xiao Lulang sighed. As expected, not only did he not have a token, he did not have anything that belonged to him. He could not even get a glance from her. Forget it. He did not care. Eunuch Qin brought a plate of fresh fruits over. He smiled at Xiao Lulang and said, Xiao Lulang, I saw that you did not eat much just now. Is the food in Rinshou Palace not to your taste? Eunuch Qin had stayed in by Shui Alley before. Naturally, he knew how much Xiao Lulang ate. Xiao Lulang said as if nothing had happened, No, the food is very good. It's just that the weather is too hot. I can't eat much. Eunuch Qin said, This servant guessed that it would be like this. This is freshly cut honeydew. It has been iced. There is also sour plum soup. They are all appetizing. Xiao Lulang, eat something simple first. In a while, this servant will ask the kitchen to make some of your favorite dishes. No need. Xiao Lulang declined. I want. Little Jing Kong shouted in the air. The corner of Xiao Lulang's mouth twitched. He was flying so high but he could still hear them talking so softly. Eunuch Qin smiled and looked at him. Good. What do you want to eat? This servant will ask someone to make it later. Little Jing Kong said anxiously, I can't remember now. I will come down and tell you later. Eunuch Qin smiled and agreed, Okay. Xiao Lulang inadvertently glanced at Empress Dowager Zhuang again. Empress Dowager Zhuang was still drinking tea with her head lowered. It seemed that she had not looked at him from beginning to end. Xiao Lulang's heart was blocked again. Did she not like him that much? Xiao Lulang took a deep breath and decided to get down to business first. Eunuch Qin, can I ask you about someone? Go ahead. Do you know a palace maid or concubine with a mole on her wrist? Her left wrist. Eunuch Qin thought carefully and shook his head. I don't know and have never seen. He smiled and explained, I am a eunuch. If you ask a eunuch, I know a lot. But palace maids and concubines, I dare not keep staring at their hands. He did not ask Xiao Lulang why he wanted to ask about this. Xiao Lulang was not surprised by this answer. He didn't have much hope. Does the Empress Dowager know them? This servant will go and ask. Eunuch Qin did not say that he could ask the Empress Dowager. Since Xiao Lulang asked him, he naturally did not want to ask the Empress Dowager himself. As for whether he was embarrassed or for other reasons, it was unknown. After Eunuch Qin asked, he came to Xiao Lulang and said, The Empress Dowager has never paid attention to it. Then forget it. It's not a big deal. Xiao Lulang said calmly, That's right, is Steward Zhang of the Shang Palace Bureau in the palace today? An old friend of hers asked me to give her something from outside the palace and let me personally hand it to her. Eunuch Qin called a young eunuch, Go to the Shang Palace Bureau and ask if Steward Zhang is on duty. If she is, invite her to Rinshou Palace. Chapter 321. The young eunuch slipped away and went to the Shang Palace Bureau. Not long after, he brought Manager Zhang over. Xiao Lulang was waiting for her outside of Rinshou Palace. Manager Zhang was an old mama in the palace. In Zhao country's imperial palace, there was a rule that palace maids could leave the palace when they were 25 years old. If they didn't leave, they could comb their hair and become ants. Manager Zhang was the latter. From palace maid to ants and then to a manager, She had given most of her life to the imperial palace. The eunuch who passed the message didn't say the specifics, so Manager Zhang thought it was the Empress Dowager summoning her. She came to the entrance of Rinshou Palace, and when she saw Xiao Lulang, she was shocked for a moment and then took a few steps back in fright. Because of her face, more than one person thought they saw a ghost. Manager Zhang was also old, so it was inevitable that she would be more scared. Xiao Lulang didn't take it to heart and said, "My surname is Lulang, written by Hanlin." Xiao Lulang? Not Xiao. Manager Zhang was about to say the name but suddenly remembered that she was lowly and wasn't qualified to say the name of Zhao Du's young marquis. She composed herself and wiped the cold sweat on her forehead. "Sorry, I mistook you for someone else." Xiao Lulang didn't care. He took out the token that the old chancellor gave him, an inkstone that was missing a piece. When Manager Zhang saw the inkstone, her expression changed again. "You?" She wanted to say something but stopped. After a moment she asked, "Did Chancellor Hua ask you to come find me?" Xiao Lulang nodded and handed the inkstone to her. Manager Zhang took the inkstone and seemed to remember something. Her gaze became complicated. "I didn't think that he would come find me at this time." "Is he okay?" "I heard that he returned to the capital and became the Chancellor of the Imperial College." Xiao Lulang said to her, "He is fine. Manager Zhang, don't worry." Manager Zhang smiled bitterly. "What do I have to worry about? Even if he was exiled to a bitter and cold place, he would not die in a foreign land. Naturally, he would take good care of himself." Xiao Lulang felt that the relationship between the two wasn't that simple, but it wasn't good for him to pry into other people's privacy. Manager Zhang lowered his head and looked at the inkstone in his hand. He was both angry and amused. After so many years he still kept this lousy thing. I thought he threw it away long ago. Speaking of which, it wasn't anything valuable, so why bother keeping it? Since he let you come to me with this, it shows that he trusts you a lot. Speak, why are you looking for me? No, wait, why are you looking for me? You will never look for me again in this lifetime. Xiao Lulang couldn't help but sigh when he saw her face filled with so many twists and turns, but he didn't know how to comfort her. Tears flashed in Manager Zhang's eyes. She smiled and said nonchalantly, "I've made a fool of myself. Tell me, what is it?" Xiao Lulang did not beat around the bush and said bluntly, "I'm here to ask Manager Zhang about a person." "What person?" Manager Zhang asked. Xiao Lulang said honestly, "A person with a mole on her left wrist. She has been in the palace for more than 10 years. I don't know if she's a palace maid or an imperial concubine. It couldn't be Empress Xiao. Empress Xiao was his aunt and wouldn't harm him. Moreover, Empress Xiao often hugged him and he knew what her wrist was like." Manager Zhang frowned and fell into deep thought. "I don't have any impression, but I can help you find her. As long as she hasn't been let out of the palace in these years, I can help you find her." But Xiao Lulang understood. After all, it had been more than 10 years. Every year there would be palace maids released from the palace. If she was one of them, then it would be like a stone sinking into the ocean. But very quickly Xiao Lulang shook his head again. No, she shouldn't have been let out of the palace. Poisoning the legitimate son of Marquis Xianping was a serious crime. Once discovered, she would die without a doubt. If it was an imperial concubine, imperial concubines couldn't leave the palace. If it was a palace maid, she must have been ordered by someone. If she did such an important thing for her master, how could her master let her leave the palace? She would either be killed or kept by his side to continue working for him. But after he was poisoned, he didn't hear about any palace maid who died in vain. That person was still alive. She was still alive in the palace. Manager Zhang asked, "More than 10 years ago?" Xiao Lulang said, 14 years ago. Oh. Manager Zhang seemed to think of something. He took a deep look at Xiao Lulang and nodded. "Then you want to find the person who entered the palace 14 years ago. Okay, leave it to me." Manager Zhang took the inkstone and left. Xiao Lulang looked at her back gradually disappearing into the night. Somehow, he inexplicably felt that her back was a little staggered and lonely. It was late and the palace was about to close. Little Jing Kong said goodbye to Empress Dowager Zhuang. Little Jing Kong said seriously, "Great aunt, you can't secretly eat candy, drink sugar water, or eat fried shortbread. I will tell Jiao Jiao." Empress Dowager Zhuang looked disgusted. I know. You talk too much. Hurry up and leave." Little Jing Kong put his little hands behind his back, tilted his head and raised his eyebrows. "Then don't miss me too much." Empress Dowager Zhuang said, "I will only miss you if I eat too much." Bam bam bam, so noisy. Xiao Lulang walked over slowly, took little Jing Kong's hand, and said goodbye to Empress Dowager Zhuang. He and Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't have much to talk about. They looked at each other and soon looked away. Look, she didn't even want to look at him. Take the things. Empress Dowager Zhuang said expressionlessly. Oh, I almost forgot. Little Jing Kong broke free from his bad brother-in-law's hand, ran over, picked up a brocade box on the table and ran back. Let's go. Xiao Lulang looked at the brocade box in his arms and then looked at himself, who was empty-handed, and felt 1,000 arrows in his heart. He glanced at Empress Dowager Zhuang. Empress Dowager Zhuang lowered her eyes and turned her face away. He looked at the table where the brocade box was placed. There were a lot of dazzling boxes on it, but none of them belonged to him. He took a deep breath, pressed his chest and went out with a dark face. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at the two of them leaving and snorted. On the way home, little Jing Kong fell asleep in Xiao Lulang's arms. He also let go of the brocade box. Xiao Lulang held him with one hand and the brocade box with the other. He had an impulse to open the brocade box and take a look. He wanted to see what Empress Dowager Zhuang gave the little guy. Why did he have it and not him? What am I thinking? Xiao Lulang was ashamed of his childishness. He shook his head and suppressed the impulse to peek at the brocade box. He had forgotten that he was only 18 years old. He was a teenager who had yet to turn 20. He didn't need to be so mature or so calm. It was already late at night when they returned to Jade Water Alley. Madame Yao and Gu Yan had both gone to bed. Senior servant Fang and Yu Ye had also returned to the next room to rest. Gu Jiao was in the central room preparing the gunpowder. The ratio of the powder was almost decided, but powder alone wasn't enough. They still had to make it into a powerful weapon or concealed weapon. When she heard movement at the door, she put down what she was doing and walked out. You're back? Yes. Xiao Lulang nodded. Gu Jiao walked over and took little Jing Kong, who was sleeping soundly, and put him on the bed in the west room. What is this? Xiao Lulang looked at the pile of black things on the table and asked. Gu Jiao walked out, thought for a while and said, I don't know what it is. Black firecrackers? Xiao Lulang, what kind of name was that? Gu Jiao made the gunpowder into the size of a pellet and put it in a small improved bamboo tube. Phosphorus powder was added to the small bamboo tube. Phosphorus had a low ignition point, so it would spontaneously ignite when heated by friction. It would ignite the gunpowder in the bamboo tube and cause a small explosion. The explosion wasn't very powerful, but it was mainly used as a deterrent. However, there was also a hidden danger. What if the phosphorus powder spontaneously ignited without friction when the weather was too hot? Therefore, it still had to be improved. Gu Jiao said, I've boiled the water. You go wash up and sleep first. I'll be done in a while. Xiao Lulang thought she was making pills, so he didn't say anything. Gu Jiao continued to bury her head in the gunpowder. Seeing that he seemed to have something to say, she asked, Is there anything else? Xiao Lulang opened his mouth. No. Forget it, let's find the person first. The next day was the day Xiao Lulang entered the palace to give a lecture to the crown prince. When he just entered the upper study room, he heard that something big happened in the imperial harem. A steward of the Shang Palace Bureau died in his room. The emperor was furious and immediately rushed to the imperial harem after the morning court. Which steward was it? Xiao Lulang asked an old eunuch in the upper study room. The old eunuch whispered, Steward Zhang, the emperor's clothes were all made by her. The emperor was still talking about her a few days ago. Xiao Lulang didn't know that Steward Zhang was actually a female official who was highly regarded by the emperor. The old chancellor didn't say anything. Of course, it could also be that the old chancellor didn't know. After all, it was a matter of the imperial harem. As a minister of the previous dynasty, it wasn't strange that he didn't know. However, he just looked for her last night and something happened to her today. This was very strange. Chapter 322. In Renshou Palace, Empress Dowager Zhuang was dealing with the backlog of official business in recent days. She was old after all, and it took a long time for her to recover from a serious illness. It was only now that she finally realized how difficult it was to recuperate in the countryside. Leprosy was not an ordinary cold. Its contagious nature alone was daunting. She didn't know why those two dared to take her in. Moreover, her family's conditions were already very poor. She didn't even know her next meal and still had to take care of a sick person. Empress Dowager Zhuang sighed. Empress Dowager, are you thinking of the days in the countryside again? Eunuch Qin asked with a smile. Yes. Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't deny it. At that time, they lied to me that I had tuberculosis and told me not to go out, lest I spread the disease to the villagers. Eunuch Qin was surprised. You really believed it? Empress Dowager Zhuang sighed. How could I not believe it? I don't remember anything at that time. Eunuch Qin thought about it and agreed. Then, what happened later? Empress Dowager Zhuang recalled. After about 10 days to half a month, they ate at the same table as me. Oh. Eunuch Qin was surprised. You were cured in half a month? Oh. Empress Dowager Zhuang shook her head. It was just that it was no longer contagious. I continued to take the medicine for half a year. Ordinary people wouldn't do this. Even if they were cured of leprosy, they would be avoided like snakes and scorpions. Miss Gu and Xiao Xiuzhua treated you sincerely. This servant is happy for you. Eunuch Qin's words came from the bottom of his heart. He met the Empress Dowager when she was banished to the Cold Palace. He was a little eunuch in the Cold Palace. He was chosen by the virtuous Empress and was asked to serve by her side. After the virtuous Empress left the Cold Palace, he was also taken out. In the blink of an eye, he had accompanied the Empress Dowager through ups and downs for dozens of years. There were many people who flattered the Empress Dowager, but those who truly cared for her without asking for anything in return were rare. If the Empress Dowager wasn't the Empress Dowager, then they wouldn't be the Empress Dowager Zhuang. Miss Zhuang always complained that the Empress Dowager loved Miss Gu more than her own family. But Miss Zhuang didn't think about it. Was she really half as sincere to the Empress Dowager as Miss Gu was to the Empress Dowager? He had spent most of his life alone, lonely at the top. Who would have thought that he would meet such considerate people in his twilight years? It's Xiao Xiuzhua. Eunuch Qin could also see that there was something wrong between Empress Dowager Zhuang and Xiao Xiuzhua. Although he was the Empress Dowager's trusted aide, the Empress Dowager didn't tell him everything. He had guessed half of the Empress Dowager's thoughts, but he could not guess the other half no matter what. Is it because he looks like the deceased young Marquis? Eunuch Qin asked cautiously. The Empress Dowager did not poison the young Marquis, but the Emperor did not believe it, Marquis Shenping did not believe it, and everyone in the world did not believe it. Perhaps even the Zhuang family thought it was the Empress Dowager's doing. The difference was that the Zhuang family would not blame the Empress Dowager. But she had always been wronged like this. When the Empress Dowager saw someone who looked so similar to the young Marquis, she was afraid that there would be a knot in her heart. Of course, this was what Eunuch Qin thought. It was unknown whether the Empress Dowager thought the same. Aijiao. Empress Dowager Zhuang was about to say something when a palace maid's panicked voice came from outside the study. Your Majesty, you cannot go in. I am the Son of Heaven. The whole world belongs to me. Emir Rinshou Palace has blocked me outside the door twice. Do you want a rebel? It was the Emperor's angry shout. Empress Dowager Zhuang frowned impatiently and gave Eunuch Qin a look. Eunuch Qin walked out with a horsetail whisk and said to the palace maids, You can withdraw. He then bowed to the Emperor, Your Majesty, please come in. The Emperor coldly glared at everyone, flung his sleeves, and entered the Empress Dowager Zhuang's study. The Empress Dowager really has good means. You are not idle even when recuperating in Rinshou Palace. You just have to make things difficult for me. Does the Empress Dowager not want to see me have a day of peace? Eunuch Qin, who had chased in, looked at the Empress Dowager and then looked at the pale-faced palace maids in the room. His face became very ugly. Empress Dowager Zhuang lightly said, You can all withdraw. Yes. Eunuch Qin and the palace maids withdrew. Empress Dowager Zhuang expressionlessly looked at the Emperor and threw the booklet in her hand on the table. What are you doing? The Emperor sneered. I should ask the Empress Dowager this question. What is the Empress Dowager doing? Is it not enough for you to listen to politics from behind the curtain? Is it not enough to control half of the country? Is it not enough to force my mother to go to the nunnery? How much more vicious do you want to be? Do you have to kill everyone around me one by one? Empress Dowager Zhuang frowned. Who did I kill? The Emperor stood in front of the desk and looked at the dignified Empress Dowager Zhuang. What is the Empress Dowager singing? You have already done it and you still don't dare to admit it. Haven't you and I already fallen out? There is no need to feign civility. Empress Dowager Zhuang's eyes flashed with coldness, but her expression was still indifferent. I have done too much. I don't know which thing you are referring to. The Emperor angrily laughed. You finally admit it. You are a crazy and vicious woman. Whatever you have, you can come at me. Why did you kill Manager Zhang? How did she provoke you? Manager Zhang? Empress Dowager Zhuang frowned strangely. The Emperor angrily pointed at Empress Dowager Zhuang. Stop pretending. Last night, Manager Zhang was summoned to Rinshou Palace by the Empress Dowager. When she went back, she hanged herself. Empress Dowager, do you dare to say that she was not killed by you? Empress Dowager Zhuang sneered, raised her eyes slightly and curled her lips. So what if I killed her? She slowly stood up, walked out from behind the desk and walked towards the emperor step by step. Can you cripple me or kill me? Even if Ijia kills everyone around you, what can you do to Ijia? You vicious woman. The emperor raised his hand. Your Majesty. Xiao Lulang quickly walked in, threw away his crutches, held the emperor's hand and shielded Empress Dowager Zhuang behind him. Empress Dowager Zhuang was startled when she saw the young man suddenly blocking in front of her. The young man's body was thin and his legs were not good, but he did not hesitate to block the emperor's courage. The emperor was unable to restrain his anger. Xiao Lulang, get out of the way. It's not the Empress Dowager, Xiao Lulang said solemnly. He did not move nor did he let go. It's not the Empress Dowager, it's this official. Last night it was this official who called Manager Zhang over. It has nothing to do with the Empress Dowager. The emperor was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Even you are speaking for her. Each and every one of you are all on her side. Xiao Lulang. You are the new top scorer that I personally appointed. Xiao Lulang said seriously, this official is your Majesty's official and is your Majesty's top scorer. Because of this official does not want to see your Majesty make a mistake. Your Majesty's actions today will be recorded by historians in the future. Your Majesty is a wise ruler, and your achievements will be passed down through the ages. You cannot ruin your 100 years of reputation because of a moment of impulse. The emperor sadly and sullenly asked, was I wrong? Was I wrong? Xiao Lulang said, Your Majesty is not wrong, neither is the Empress Dowager. The one who is wrong is this official. This official shouldn't have come to find Manager Zhang. If your Majesty wants to blame someone, then blame this official. It was this official who caused her death. You. The emperor was so angry that his eyes were blood red and his entire body was trembling. Your Majesty, you have to know what happened. Eunuch Wei entered the room to persuade. His Majesty held back his emotions that could explode at any time and nodded. All right, tell me, why are you looking for Manager Zhang? How did you cause her death? Xiao Lulang couldn't say that he was investigating a case from 14 years ago. The timing wasn't right and there wasn't enough evidence. Xiao Lulang gave it some thought and said, this official is returning something to her on behalf of someone. When I was returning it to her, this official noticed that her emotions weren't right. This was the truth. When Manager Zhang received the broken ink stone, her emotions were indeed not right. However, Xiao Lulang didn't think too deeply about it at that time. Now that he thought about it carefully, he was afraid that there was a deeper bond and relationship between Manager Zhang and the old chancellor than he imagined. Who are you delivering it on behalf of? The emperor asked. This official can't say. Xiao Lulang said. If he didn't say, wouldn't the emperor guess? How many people in the world could make him personally deliver a message to the palace? Since this person was related to Manager Zhang, then this person must be around the same age as Manager Zhang. A name was about to come out. Summon Chancellor Hua. Let go. Do you want me to summon Chancellor Hua to the Empress Dowager's bedroom? Follow me to the Imperial Study Room. Yes. Xiao Lulang then let go of his hand. The old chancellor was summoned into the palace. The emperor didn't give him and Xiao Lulang a chance to make a confession. He directly asked someone to bring Xiao Lulang away and began to interrogate the relationship between Manager Zhang and the old chancellor. The emperor also didn't tell the old chancellor that Manager Zhang was already dead. However, how shrewd was the old chancellor? He could easily guess that something had happened. When an ordinary person was interrogated about their relationship with a female official in the palace, they would try their best to deny it. After all, it was a serious crime to blaspheme a female official. However, the old chancellor felt that this matter wasn't simple. He almost didn't think much before saying that he and Manager Zhang had an unknown past. There was also a token of love between them. Last night, he asked someone to return the token to her, which could be considered as ending their relationship. If what the old chancellor said was true, then Zhang Xiu committed suicide for love. The emperor squinted his eyes suspiciously. Why did you end it? Is it because of the Empress Dowager? This official doesn't dare. This official is because I don't have much time left. The old chancellor began to pretend to be sick and act pitiful. He used all kinds of methods to pretend to be pitiful. If your Majesty doesn't believe me, you can call the little divine doctor. She was the one who diagnosed my terminal illness. Coming out from the imperial study room, the old chancellor saw Xiao Lulang, who had been waiting for a long time. "I'm sorry to have implicated teacher," Xiao Lulang said with guilt. The old chancellor sighed. "It's not your fault. I didn't think it through." "Teacher's clean reputation?" The old chancellor waved his hand. "I don't have any clean reputation to speak of. Even though our relationship wasn't like what I said to your majesty, but in the end, I still let her down. She is my wife's younger sister." His wife's younger sister was adopted and brought to another village when she was young. They only recognized each other when they grew up. Before his wife died, she pulled his hand and asked him to take good care of her only younger sister, Zhang Xiu. Zhang Xiu wanted to marry him, but he wasn't willing to marry her. In the end, she entered the palace in a fit of anger. He fought fiercely with Zhuang Jin's. In order not to implicate Zhang Xiu, he didn't let anyone know about their relationship. Otherwise he wouldn't be the only one who was exiled back then. His wife's younger sister, Zhang Xiu, would also be exiled. After all, the late emperor had ordered his whole family to be exiled. She could leave the palace when she was 25 years old. That year she came to find me and asked again if I was willing to marry her. I said that I would take care of her for the rest of my life and treat her as my own younger sister. Then she smashed my inkstone. After that, she was extremely regretful and compensated me with a new one, which was the one I asked you to return. When she gave it to me, I didn't hold it firmly and accidentally broke a piece. She smiled and said that we were even now." The old chancellor sighed. "Forget it, let's not talk about the past. She definitely didn't commit suicide because of love. Her death is fishy. I've asked His Majesty for His grace to send her on her last journey. Come with me." Xiao Lulang, "Okay." The old chancellor and Xiao Lulang went to the Shanggong Bureau under the company of eunuch Wei. In the previous dynasty, people in the palace who hanged themselves would bring disaster to their family. This dynasty abolished this law, but the dead couldn't be buried and could only be thrown into the wilderness. The old chancellor gave eunuch Wei a bag of silver. Eunuch Wei refused for a long time but didn't refuse. "I have already arranged it properly. The corpse will be sent to the mass grave outside the West City Gate later. You can send someone to wait there." "Thank you very much, eunuch Wei." The old chancellor expressed his gratitude. Xiao Lulang examined Zhang Xiu's corpse and found that she indeed hanged herself. There were no traces of fighting or struggle. Then Xiao Lulang discovered a situation and he paused. "What's wrong?" The old chancellor walked over and asked. Xiao Lulang didn't say anything. Instead, he lifted Zhang Xiu's left wrist and there was a mole on it. The old chancellor was stupefied. How could it be? That's right. How could it be Zhang Xiu? Many details that were overlooked last night flashed through Xiao Yolang's mind. When Zhang Xiu first saw him, she was so frightened that she almost fell down. He thought that she was like eunuch Qin and the others who thought that he saw a ghost. But after thinking carefully, he didn't seem to have met Zhang Xiu before. She shouldn't know him. Even if she knew him, her reaction was a little too big. When he told her that he was investigating a palace maid who had a mole on her wrist, she knew that the matter back then was exposed. However, she didn't know that it was Xiao Lulang who was investigating and only thought that the person investigating the truth was her brother-in-law, the old chancellor. The old chancellor was Xiao Heng's teacher, so it was reasonable for him to investigate Xiao Heng's death. The reason why she left in such a miserable and desolate manner was probably because she had already decided to meet her death at that moment. She used her death to atone for her sins to her brother-in-law and his disciple. She also used her death to escape from reporting this matter to the mastermind behind the scenes. What kind of feelings did she have when she framed Zhuang Jin's back then? What kind of feelings did she have when she discovered that Xiao Heng, who was poisoned by her, would actually become her brother-in-law's closed-door disciple one day? The old chancellor's throat swelled with pain. "It's all for me. Zhang Xiu framed Zhuang Jin's because he and Zhuang Jin's didn't get along, which caused him to be exiled and almost lose his life. However, who would have expected that he and Zhuang Jin's didn't become enemies in the end? Instead, Zhang Xiu sacrificed her life for nothing. Eunuch Wei had already bribed them so they could take away Zhang Xiu's belongings. Zhang Xiu's belongings were very simple. There were a few sets of clothes and a makeup box. In the box, there were a few pieces of jewelry that couldn't be any older. In the interlayer of the box, there were dozens of banknotes that were all written with the old chancellor's name. There was also the inkstone that Xiao Lulang had given her yesterday. The old chancellor's eyes were red. "Teacher," Xiao Lulang said softly. "I'm fine." Old chancellor wiped away his tears and packed Zhang Xiu's belongings into a bag. When he walked out, he staggered a little. Xiao Lulang supported him. The old chancellor's voice trembled. "I I'm really fine. Clang. The inkstone slid out from the bag and smashed onto the ground. The old chancellor bent down to pick it up. Xiao Lulang said, "Let me do it." He picked up the inkstone first. "I'll take it." The old chancellor didn't insist. His emotions were very complicated and his mind was in a mess. He felt that he had harmed Zhang Xiu and also Xiao Heng. He choked with sobs. "You don't blame her. You blame me. It's me. She did it for me." Xiao Lulang sighed. "If it's not her, there will be someone else. The one who is truly hateful is the mastermind. Teacher, don't blame yourself. What happened back then had nothing to do with you. What happened last night also had nothing to do with you." Since he wanted to investigate, he would investigate to this extent no matter what. The old chancellor had only accelerated the process by establishing a relationship with Zhang Xiu for him, and it wouldn't change the outcome. Zhang Xiu's ending was already destined when she extended her poisonous hand to an innocent 4-year-old child. He could forgive her, but the heavens wouldn't. The old chancellor went to collect Zhang Xiu's corpse and Xiao Lulang didn't follow him. Forgiveness was his greatest benevolence and he wouldn't prepare for her funeral. Xiao Lulang went to Rinshou Palace. Empress Dowager Zhuang continued to read the memorials presented by Grand Tutor Zhuang in the study room. The memorials passed through her hands once before they were returned to the ministers and presented to the emperor in the imperial court. Eunuch Qin was waiting at the side. When he saw Xiao Lulang, his eyes lit up and he said to Empress Dowager Zhuang, "The tea is cold. I will go and make a pot of hot tea." Empress Dowager Zhuang glanced at Xiao Lulang. "Humph." Eunuch Qin smiled and left, taking the rest of the palace servants with him. "What are you doing here?" Empress Dowager Zhuang flipped through the memorials and asked indifferently. "Passing by," Xiao Lulang said. Both of them were people who would die if they explained more. No one was willing to break the ice first. "I'm leaving." It wasn't a big deal and he just came to take a look. He always knew that the emperor and Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't have a good relationship, but he didn't expect it to be so direct. He was somewhat worried. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at him and turned around. She cleared her throat and asked, "Why did you speak for me?" Xiao Lulang said indifferently, "There's no reason. Eating the monarch's salary and bearing the monarch's worries is the duty of a subject." Eunuch Qin, who was eavesdropping outside, was about to die from anxiety. What bullshit duty of a subject? Did speaking human language burn his mouth? I'm so anxious that I'm going to die." He wasn't this anxious even if the emperor and Empress Dowager Zhuang were ice cold. After all, the emperor was really infuriating. However, Xiao Xiuzhu was wholeheartedly devoted to the Empress Dowager. Eunuch Qin was really anxious that they misunderstood. They clearly cared about each other, so why did they have to act like strangers? But the inkstone in Xiao Yulong's hand slipped and smashed to the ground. He bent down to pick it up and the pouch in his arms fell out. Seeing the pouch, Empress Dowager Zhuang's eyes moved slightly. That was a birthday gift that Empress Dowager Zhuang gave to Xiao Lulang on his birthday on New Year's Eve. There was also one in Little Jing Kong. Empress Dowager Zhuang embroidered the orchid herself, but it was too ugly and looked like weeds. Thus, she had the old chancellor improve it and embroidered it into a piece of green bamboo. Some stitches were also added to the seams. But in the end it wasn't too good looking. Empress Dowager Zhuang snorted, "How can you still wear such an ugly thing? Don't you find it embarrassing? In any case, you are someone who has become an Imperial Hanlin official." Xiao Lulang didn't say anything. He put the pouch back into his arms and continued to walk out. "Come back." Empress Dowager Zhuang opened her mouth but didn't say the words on the tip of her tongue. If she didn't have such an awkward personality, she wouldn't have taken on so many scapegoats. Although she did do a lot of bad things. She threw away the booklet in her hand in annoyance. Her mood was terrible. Suddenly Xiao Lulang, who had disappeared, came back. He came back so quickly that Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't even have time to restrain the annoyance in her eyes. He took a deep breath as if he had gathered some kind of courage and asked in a low voice, "Why don't I have one?" "Chem?" Empress Dowager Zhuang was stunned. Xiao Lulang clenched his fingers and his face turned red. However, he continued to gather his courage and asked, "Why don't I have one? Why didn't Rinshou Palace prepare something for me? Do you not want me anymore?" His tone was normal, but he couldn't hide the grievance in his eyes. Empress Dowager Zhuang's heart clenched. That grievance poked at her heart and made it hurt. She lowered her eyes and said in a low voice, "Aija, thought you didn't want it." "Why don't I want?" Before he could finish, Xiao Lulang paused. "Aija thought you didn't want it." The amount of information in this sentence was enormous. Xiao Lulang didn't want his gray tans things. Xiao Heng didn't want it. Empress Dowager Zhuang knew who he was. She also remembered that she had once poisoned Xiao Heng. She also knew that Xiao Heng had always been afraid of her, and hated that he couldn't stay away from her. You didn't think? Ask me? Aija thought about it, but Aija was afraid. Empress Dowager Zhuang almost used up all her courage and face to confess her feelings. Because she cared too much, she was afraid of being rejected. Therefore, she first rejected the possibility of being rejected. She would rather take the blame 1,000 times than be honest with him. Her self-esteem was just that strong. That was how twisted she was. But the trace of grievance in Xiao Yulang's eyes completely destroyed the self-esteem she had accumulated for decades. It's not that I don't want it. Xiao Lulang turned his face away and said in a wronged and awkward tone. He was also a stubborn person. He was also too embarrassed to say it. Moreover, he was still a child. In front of the elderly, at least. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked straight at him, her eyes shining. What did you say? Nothing. Xiao Lulang walked out expressionlessly. Before he walked out of Rinshou Palace, Eunuch Qin caught up with him and said with a smile, Xiao Xiozhua, please wait. You forgot to bring something. Xiao Lulang, I didn't. Eunuch Qin, yes. Please come with this servant to get it. Xiao Lulang was brought to a side hall of Rinshou Palace by Eunuch Qin. Eunuch Qin pushed open the door and said with a smile, please. Xiao Lulang stepped inside. At a glance, the spacious side hall was filled with bookshelves, and the bookshelves were filled to the brim with books. And beside the window sill where the sun was shining, there was a desk. The 4 treasures of the study on the desk emitted a faint ink fragrance. In the center of the desk was a brocade box. Eunuch Qin took the brocade box. Here. Xiao Lulang opened it and found a token of Rinshou Palace lying inside. Eunuch Qin sighed. The Empress Dowager had already prepared it, but I don't know why she didn't take it out. And this side hall was also remodeled by the Empress Dowager. At first, this servant didn't understand why the Empress Dowager remodeled such a large library. Today I finally know its purpose. They only had a small room or a small courtyard, but he had such a large library? Xiao Lulang found it hard to believe and was speechless. He didn't suspect that Eunuch Qin's words were false. After all, the token could be given, but the library couldn't be made. The smell of paint was new and strong. He stood there in a daze like a dumbfounded little chick. It was also at this moment that the air of youth faded from his body, and he had a bit of a child's naivety and inexperience. Being forced to grow up was helplessness, but being spoiled like a child was a kind of luck and happiness. Xiao Xiozhua. Eunuch Qin found a bundle to put the brocade box and the inkstone in. He turned his head and saw Xiao Yulang's dazed expression. He waved his hand in front of his eyes. Don't be too happy. I'm not too happy. Xiao Lulang said without changing his expression. He took the bundle and walked out with his hands and feet. Eunuch Qin, whose face was full of black lines, was speechless. Xiao Lulang walked half of Rinshou Palace with his walking stick in one hand and the brocade box in the other. The palace maids and eunuchs of Rinshou Palace were stunned. He looked like a dog, but why was he so retarded when he walked? Xiao Lulang had already left Rinshou Palace, but he paused and turned back. He stood outside Empress Dowager Zhuang's study. He didn't go in. Empress Dowager Zhuang said indifferently, There's no need to thank me. Aja is mushy. Damn it, she already regretted saying so much just now. She must have been possessed to be defeated by this brat's grievances. If she was given another chance, she would stab him in the heart 100 times and never admit that she was afraid of being rejected by him. Xiao Lulang pursed his lips and stuck his head in from outside the door. He complained very childishly, Great Aunt Imperial Tutor Zhuang bullied me. After saying that, he ran away like a wisp of smoke. Well, it was the first time he was so childish. He was so embarrassed that he forgot that he was still a cripple. As soon as he ran, he tripped and rolled down the steps, falling flat on the grass. Everyone, they couldn't bear to watch. Empress Dowager Zhuang's lips curled up imperceptibly. In the next second, she resumed her cold expression and said in a dignified and domineering manner, Summon Imperial Tutor Zhuang. Chapter 323. It was inconvenient for men to enter and exit the harem. Even if they did, they had to have the emperor's imperial edict or verbal order. But obviously, Empress Dowager Zhuang had this right herself. Grand Tutor Zhuang was brought into Rinshou Palace by Eunuch Qin. Eunuch Qin handled matters in a proper manner and smiled appropriately, making it difficult for people to guess the purpose of Empress Dowager Zhuang's summons. They thought it was something good. Grand Tutor Zhuang went to the study in the side hall. Empress Dowager Zhuang had already been reading the memorials all morning. But because there had been a backlog for several days, there was still a portion that hadn't been approved. Empress Dowager. Grand Tutor Zhuang smiled as he entered and bowed with cupped hands. Empress Dowager Zhuang ignored him and just calmly flipped through the mountain of memorials in her hands. Grand Tutor Zhuang thought Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't hear him, so he took a step forward and said again, "Empress Dowager? Ajia is not deaf." Empress Dowager Zhuang said indifferently. She didn't even lift her eyelids and put the memorials she had read into the pile that couldn't be presented to the emperor. Grand Tutor Zhuang's expression changed slightly. But then he thought of the news he heard this morning. One of the emperor's most valued stewards hanged himself. The emperor suspected it was the Empress Dowager's doing and came to Rinshou Palace to make a scene. It must be because of her that the Empress Dowager's mood was not good, right? Grand Tutor Zhuang thought. Empress Dowager Zhuang read 7 or 8 more memorials before saying indifferently, "You've been very arrogant recently." Grand Tutor Zhuang was confused by these sudden words. He looked at Empress Dowager Zhuang in surprise. "Why do you say that? What did this official do wrong?" Empress Dowager Zhuang said indifferently, "Your hand has stretched too far. There are some people you can't touch." Grand Tutor Zhuang was stunned. This official doesn't understand. "If you don't understand, then listen to Ijia." Empress Dowager Zhuang said coldly, "The Zhuang family has 100 years of foundation. Generations of high-ranking officials. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's the capital's #1 clan. But over the years, Ijia's doting has gradually nurtured your arrogance and arrogance, relying on your talents to become unrestrained. Do you think that no matter what you do, I have to take responsibility for you? That's right, I am a member of the Zhuang family and you are my maternal family. As long as I am in power, I will protect you. But have you ever thought about how long Ijia can protect you?" Grand Tutor Zhuang's expression suddenly changed. "Empress Dowager." Empress Dowager Zhuang said resentfully, "When the bow is full, it will break. When the water is full, it will overflow. You only see that I am like the sun in the sky, but you don't see that behind me the building is about to collapse and a lone tree cannot support. Ijia is old and does not have many years left to live. You are also old. The talents of the Zhuang clan have withered and there is a shortage of young and old people. Those of the direct line of descent are all useless. Only Zhuang Yuheng is like a white jade with a slight flaw. But even this child is about to be ruined by you. Your Majesty." Grand Tutor Zhuang lifted the hem of his robe and knelt down with a face full of fear and trepidation. Of course, there was more confusion in his eyes. He didn't understand why the Empress Dowager would say this and why she would diminish his prestige like this. Not to mention that Empress Dowager Zhuang still had at least 10 years to live. Even if she didn't, His Highness Prince Ning's wings were growing. As long as he inherited the throne, there was no need to worry about the Zhuang family not continuing its glory for 100 years. But the walls had ears. There were some words that he didn't dare to say too much. "Your Majesty, don't say that. You will be blessed for 100 years. 100 years? If Ijia had not been saved by Xiao Lulang and Lady Gu, I'm afraid I would have been buried long ago." Grand Tutor Zhuang seemed to suddenly understand. He looked at Empress Dowager Zhuang in astonishment. "Your Majesty is blaming me for suppressing Xiao Lulang? He is His Majesty's man. How can I allow him to grow in Hanlin Academy?" Empress Dowager Zhuang slammed the booklet in her hand on the table. "I don't need you to tell me who he is." Grand Tutor Zhuang was shocked by Empress Dowager Zhuang's powerful aura. He hadn't seen Empress Dowager Zhuang so angry in many years. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He cupped his hands and lowered his head. "Qin doesn't dare." Empress Dowager Zhuang said coldly, "What Ijia told you was state affairs, political affairs and family affairs, but you only heard private matters. Ijia's painstaking efforts have been wasted." "That's fine. Ijia won't speak anymore. We are siblings. Ijia will give you 8 words. Achieve scholarly achievements, retreat bravely at the top of the stream." Grand Tutor Zhuang clenched his fists. His eyes were like torches. Retreat bravely at the top of the stream. Are the efforts of the Zhuang family's generations all wasted? The Zhuang family is at the helm of the court and has great achievements. Which part of the great Zhao country's rivers and mountains did not have our Zhuang family's contributions? Empress Dowager Zhuang's eyes were cold. Her powerful aura surged forth like a flood. The achievements belong to the Qin family. The rivers and mountains also belonged to the Qin family. Saying such disgraceful words, Grand Tutor Zhuang, are you thinking of rebelling? Grand Tutor Zhuang's heart shook. After a moment of daze, he cupped his hands and said, Qin misspoke. Empress Dowager Zhuang coldly withdrew her gaze. Ijia has said everything. You can leave. Yes, Qin will leave. Grand Tutor Zhuang stood up. The hot June wind blew. He suddenly felt that his back was soaked with cold sweat. After Grand Tutor Zhuang left, Eunuch Qin entered with a cup of tea. He was guarding the door of the study and naturally heard the conversation inside. He placed the freshly brewed hot tea next to Empress Dowager Zhuang's hand and said with emotion, I didn't expect Empress Dowager to think so far ahead for the Zhuang family. This servant's vision was too low. I thought Empress Dowager summoned Grand Tutor Zhuang into the palace only to help Xiao Xiu vent his anger. Empress Dowager Zhuang picked up the booklet and snorted. Bullshit long term. It was just words. If Ijia only told him one thing, no matter how small it was, it would still be a big matter. If Ijia told him several big things, Liulong's matter would become a small matter. Since it is a small matter, there is no need to fuss over it. Eunuch Qin's face was full of bitterness and hatred. This servant is stupid. Empress Dowager Zhuang's mind flashed with the image of someone complaining and falling down. She was in a good mood and had a bit of patience with Eunuch Qin. Ijia heard that you recently raised a little turtle? Eunuch Qin smiled. You are really well informed. Empress Dowager Zhuang said lightly, it's not that Ijia is well informed. It's that the little turtle crawled to Ijia's feet that day. Ijia looked at it and found it unfamiliar. It was different from the ones you raised before. Eunuch Qin didn't have any other hobbies other than raising tortoises. As the saying goes, a 1,000-year-old turtle is a 10,000-year-old turtle. This turtle was a tortoise. A tortoise's life was longer than a turtle's. He thought that if he raised a tortoise he might be able to live a long life. Empress Dowager Zhuang said lightly, that one is well raised. Stew it in the evening. Eunuch Qin's expression changed greatly. What? You can't bear to part with it? Empress Dowager Zhuang sighed. Recently, Ijia has been in conflict with these tortoises. The Taoist priest said that eating one would solve the evil spirit. If I can't, I can only send them all away. From now on, Renshou Palace is not allowed to raise tortoises anymore. Eunuch Qin felt wronged. Then this servant will take Daquan and stew it for you. Who wants to eat that thing? Empress Dowager Zhuang was making an analogy with him. Eunuch Qin was instantly enlightened. Xiao Xiuzhu is that little tortoise. Empress Dowager Zhuang's cold gaze shot over. Who is the tortoise? Ijia thinks that you are the old tortoise. Cough cough. Eunuch Qin was embarrassed. This servant's mouth is slippery. This servant doesn't know how to speak. This servant is a tortoise, but... He returned to the topic. This move of yours is quite clever. Empress Dowager Zhuang sneered. Was it brilliant? How could her words not be sincere? It was just that the Zhuang family didn't want to retreat in the face of the current and couldn't retreat in the face of the current. They couldn't get out of this whirlpool for a long time. Today the Imperial College and Qinghe Academy were dismissed early. Nan Xiang and Master Lu had to go out for 3 days. Therefore, Gu Shaoshan and Gu Yan didn't need to go over to learn. The 3 little men gathered at home. Last night, little Jing Kong had already fallen asleep when he returned from the palace. His grandaunt didn't have time to distribute the gifts that she brought. When he left in the morning he forgot about it. He only remembered it now. Little Jing Kong carried the brocade box out and ran to the central room. Grandaunt told me to bring it. The things that his grandaunt told him to bring were usually for everyone. Yao Shi sat in the hall to enjoy the cool air. She smiled as she watched the children play in the central room. She felt that these days were lively and beautiful. It was a life that she didn't even dare to dream of in the past 10 years. I can't open it. Little Jing Kong's grip was too weak. Let me. Gu Shaoshan rolled up his sleeves and pried open the box. The box wasn't big. After all, it was too big for little Jing Kong to carry. However, it wasn't small either. There were a lot of things inside. The 3 little heads squeezed together and looked at the gifts in the brocade box. Little Jing Kong took out the gifts one by one. Cat's eye stone, this is Brother Yan's. Gemstone knife, this is Xiaoshuan's. Silver needle, Jiao Jiao. Golden alms bowl, mine. Then there was an embroidery album. It was obviously for Yao Shi. Bad brother-in-law doesn't have it. Little Jing Kong shook his head and said, so pitiful. Poor Xiao Lulang entered the room valiantly. He put a brocade box that was twice as big as little Jing Kong's box on the table. The 3 little brothers opened their eyes wide. They looked at the brocade box and then looked at him. What is it? Little Jing Kong asked. Xiao Lulang answered him with his actions. He opened the brocade box and slowly took out the things inside and placed them on the table. The first was the token of Rinshou Palace. The second was a fist-sized luminous pearl. The third was an ink stone made of 10,000-year-old warm jade. After that, his movements were elegant and unhurried. It took him a full quarter of an hour to take out all the little things inside. The table was full of gifts. The three little boys stared at him with their eyes wide open. Little Jing Kong was dumbfounded. Is it from Grandaunt? There were so many good things. Little Jing Kong asked, which one is for me? Xiao Lulang extended his slender, jade-like fingertips and circled around the gifts. He picked up a blinding golden lock. This is mine. Little Jing Kong swallowed his saliva. He picked up the 10,000-year-old warm jade inkstone and said, mine. Gu Yin swallowed his saliva. He picked up an emerald Turkic knife and said, it's also mine. Gu Shaoshan swallowed his saliva. Still mine. It's mine again. It seems like they're all mine. He suddenly became the biggest nouveau riche in the family. After showing off his trophies, Xiao Lulang put the last token of Rinshou Palace into the brocade box. Then, he arrogantly returned to the room. Everyone, why did they suddenly feel that their brother-in-law was asking for a beating today? Gu Jiao didn't know about her husband's childish behavior. She just came out of the clinic and got on the carriage to Immortal Music House. She wanted to know who was behind Immortal Music House. She had a feeling that the person behind Immortal Music House had something to do with the person who wanted to assassinate her. At the same time, she also suspected that Yuan Tang had an extraordinary accomplice in the capital. In short, the key to everything was in Immortal Music House. Gu Jiao's Immortal Music House token hadn't been taken away by Imo Qianxue. She used the token to enter Immortal Music House very smoothly. She still changed into a noble young master's attire. She wore a silver half-face mask which appropriately covered her silhouette. The only troublesome thing was that her clothes were too tight around her chest. It couldn't be helped. Apart from her height, her figure couldn't be hidden if it wasn't tight. But it was really hot. Gu Jiao wiped the sweat on her forehead with her sleeve and walked towards the center of the hall. She didn't plan to directly find the girl from last time. She just wanted to walk around and listen. Everyone loved beauty. It had to be said that the girls in Immortal Music House were all like people in paintings, very pleasing to the eye. Gu Jiao walked around casually. Suddenly, a peony flower fell on her shoulder. This was an old rule of Immortal Music House. The one who was hit by the flower was the one who caught the girl's eye. He would have the honor of being the girl's guest. This time it was a girl dressed in yellow. She had beautiful eyebrows and a beautiful face. She was charming but not out of the ordinary, beautiful but not seductive. The girls in Immortal Music House didn't have the air of a prostitute. They were proficient in zither, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry and songs. There were even some who were proficient in eight-legged writing and arithmetic. It was an honor to be chosen by them. Gu Jiao looked at the peony flower in her hand and hesitated for a moment. In just a moment, the maid of the girl dressed in yellow came downstairs. She respectfully bowed to Gu Jiao. Young master, my family's miss invites you. Although this girl was on the second floor, after she threw the flower at her, no one else dared to throw flowers at her. One must know that last time she was almost drowned by the flowers. Gu Jiao didn't think that her charm was gone. It should be that this girl's status in Immortal Music House wasn't simple. Okay, then it's her. Gu Jiao followed the maid up to the second floor. The girl dressed in yellow held a fan to cover her face. She smiled sweetly at Gu Jiao, turned around and walked into the room. Even when she walked, she exuded an air of immortality. Young master, please. The maid led Gu Jiao to the front of the girl dressed in yellow's room. This room was at the end of the corridor. Compared to the other rooms, there was an extra door. Sure enough, she had a status. Gu Jiao nodded and stepped inside. The girl dressed in yellow sat in front of the window with her back facing Gu Jiao. She played a song. The sound of the song was mellow, as if she was weeping and complaining. It was like the sound of nature. After the song ended, she covered her face with a folding fan and walked in front of Gu Jiao. She gracefully and gently bowed. This servant greets the young master. May I ask the young master's name? Gu Jiao naturally wouldn't talk to her. She was about to take out a small book to write down her answer when suddenly, an ice blue figure wearing a veil rushed in. She pulled Gu Jiao behind her and raised her hand to give the girl dressed in yellow a loud slap. It happened so suddenly that even Gu Jiao, the person involved, was a little confused. When she was pulled behind her, she didn't make a move because she didn't feel the other party's malice towards her. However, she didn't expect the other party to be so arrogant towards the girl dressed in yellow. The girl dressed in yellow was slapped to the side, and a few fingerprints quickly appeared on her cheek. She covered her face and looked at the uninvited guest in the room in disbelief and anger. Emo Qianxue. You're crazy. You're the crazy one. How dare you touch the person I like? Emo Qianxue said. She pulled the sachet from the girl's waist and coldly threw it on the ground. You even used charming fragrance. Hua Xiao, how dare you? The girl dressed in yellow called Hua Xiao's eyes flashed, and she unconsciously showed fear. Her body retreated slightly. Emo Qianxue said disdainfully, Humph. For the sake of the owner, I'll spare you this time. If you dare to have any ideas about my people again, I'll scratch your face. After saying that, she grabbed Gu Jiao's wrist and took Gu Jiao out of Hua Xiao's room. Looking at Emo Qianxue's back, Hua Xiao's eyes burst out with resentment. Emo Qianxue directly took Gu Jiao to the third floor. The third floor was as silent and empty as ever. Gu Jiao poked her little shoulder and asked her with her eyes, Are you the only one living on this floor? Emo Qianxue said angrily, There's also the owner. The owner? Could it be the owner of Xianle House? Emo Qianxue took Gu Jiao's hand into her room and looked at Gu Jiao fiercely. Where did that woman touch you? Gu Jiao shook her head like a rattledrum. Emo Qianxue frowned. You didn't touch me? Really? Gu Jiao nodded. Emo Qianxue's expression slightly relaxed and looked at the stool next to the square table. Sit down. Gu Jiao sat down. Bring water. Emo Qianxue ordered. Yes. The little maid brought a basin of cold water. Emo Qianxue personally wrung a towel and went to wipe the sweat on Gu Jiao's forehead. Gu Jiao subconsciously leaned back. Emo Qianxue's hand missed. Don't dodge. Gu Jiao, oh. Emo Qianxue carefully wiped Gu Jiao's forehead. As she wiped, she muttered unhappily, Are you an idiot? Why didn't you come directly to the third floor? No one dares to stop you. I didn't come to find you. Emo Qianxue pursed her lips and explained expressionlessly, I didn't tell you before. Yesterday was my birthday and I went to the lake, so I wasn't in Xianle House. You don't have to explain to me. Chapter 324. After all, Gu Jiao was not a real man. There was no such thing as male and female touching. However, Gu Jiao was not used to being so close to others. When Emo Qianxue finished wiping her forehead and was about to wipe her neck, she grabbed her wrist. Emo Qianxue glared at Gu Jiao and raised her other hand to take off Gu Jiao's mask. Gu Jiao also grabbed her wrist. Emo Qianxue knew martial arts, but she was not as good as Gu Jiao. She could not move. She said angrily, I know. I won't touch you. You do it yourself. Gu Jiao let go of her hand. Emo Qianxue rolled her eyes and snorted. She threw the towel to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao wiped the sweat off her neck. The weather was really hot. It was even hotter with the towel wrapped around her chest. Wearing the mask was like adding heat to heat. Luckily, Emo Qianxue's room was facing a good direction. It was warm in the winter and cool in the summer. There was also a basin of ice. Otherwise, Gu Jiao might really have gotten a heat stroke. Gu Jiao put the towel back into the copper basin. A servant girl came in to take it away. Xiao Wu, are there any more lychees that arrived this morning? Emo Qianxue asked. The servant girl called Xiao Wu said, There are. This servant will bring them for Miss. Not long after, Xiao Wu brought in a plate of iced lychees. The lychees were all big and plump. They were bright red as if they had just been plucked from a tree. The capital did not produce lychees. They were all sent from the south. Not only did the horses have to be fast enough, they also had to change the ice along the way. If they were not careful, the lychees would spoil when they reached the capital. These were very luxurious fruits. Gu Jiao had only eaten them at Rinshou Palace. She heard from Madame Yao that even the Marquise Fu had a hard time getting these fruits. Who would have thought that such luxurious fruits could be eaten in a small brothel? Gu Jiao looked at the lychees and did not move for a moment. If you don't eat it yourself, are you waiting for me to peel it for you? Emo Qianxue snorted. Her slender fingers picked up the biggest and reddest lychee, peeled it and fed it to Gu Jiao. The peeled lychee was big and round, white and bouncy. It looked especially fresh and juicy. Eat it yourself, Gu Jiao said with her eyes. Umph. Emo Qianxue rolled her eyes. I'd rather throw something away than take it back. Sigh, what's more, I can't get along with the fruit? Gu Jiao reluctantly took it and put it into her mouth. She had been a little heady recently, so she couldn't eat too many lychees. Emo Chinshua's eyes lit up again when she saw her eat. She rested her right elbow on the table and rested her index finger on her delicate chin. She looked at Gu Jiao with a smile and said, "Young master, why did you suddenly come looking for me? Did you miss me?" Gu Jiao took out a small notebook and scribbled, "I didn't come looking for you." Emo Chinshua's face darkened. She snatched the notebook and crossed out the word no. Then she wrote yes, and added a sentence at the end, "I miss you very much." She then threw the notebook back to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao. How could this work? Emo Chinshua raised her brows. Did you use the fruit I gave you last time? Did you find the culprit? Gu Jiao nodded, then shook her head. Emo Chinshua frowned. What do you mean? Did you find the culprit or not? Gu Jiao scribbled. Yuan Tang was the culprit, but Yuan Tang couldn't have done it alone. Gu Jiao felt that he had a helper. Then I can't do anything. Emo Chinshua spread her hands. I just happened to overhear their conversation and picked up one of their fruits. So Yuan Tang and the culprit exchanged information at Immortal Music House. Immortal Music House wasn't a place where just anyone could enter. The culprit was either a guest or a member of Immortal Music House. There was even the possibility that the culprit was the owner of Immortal Music House. Gu Jiao scribbled. Who's the owner of Immortal Music House? You're asking about the owner? Emo Chinshua leaned closer to Gu Jiao and looked at Gu Jiao with a half-smile. There was a teasing look in her eyes, but there was also a trace of vigilance. Why are you asking about this? Gu Jiao scribbled. I'm just curious. If it's not convenient to say, then forget it. This was what it meant to retreat in order to advance. Emo Chinshua pursed her lips and said uninterestedly, Actually, I don't know. I've only seen the owner twice and it was through a screen. I don't even know what the owner looks like. A dignified courtesan didn't even know the owner's true appearance. The culprit was really hiding too deeply. Gu Jiao thought of what Emo Chinshua had said when she was teaching the yellow-clothed woman a lesson. For the sake of the owner, I'll spare you this time. She wrote. What's the relationship between Hua Xiao and the owner? You even remembered that little B***'s name. Emo Chinshua immediately exploded. Gu Jiao was speechless. How was she supposed to answer this? Emo Chinshua said angrily, Have you taken a fancy to that little B***'? Gu Jiao scribbled. She's so ugly it's hard to forget her. Hearing Gu Jiao call her ugly, Emo Chinshua laughed. Her anger instantly disappeared. She said proudly, her relationship with the owner isn't that great. She only served the owner for a few days. The owner saw that she was somewhat beautiful and asked me to teach her well. Don't worry, she won't dare to bother you again. Gu Jiao nodded. She had one last question. Is the owner a man or a woman? Emo Chinshua said, Of course the owner of Xianle House is a woman. Could it be you stinky men? I won't work myself to death for a stinky man. Women work themselves to death. Gu Jiao remembered these two important clues. Emo Chinshua couldn't get any more information. Gu Jiao got up and left with the excuse that it was already late. Emo Chinshua pursed her lips, her eyes showing that she still wanted to continue. However, she probably had other plans for the evening, so she didn't ask Gu Jiao to stay. She walked Gu Jiao downstairs. When they reached the corner of the stairs, she suddenly pulled Gu Jiao's sleeve. At least tell me your surname. Gu Jiao wrote. Gu. Young Master Gu. Emo Chinshua murmured this name and smiled. Not bad. When she and Gu Jiao passed by the stairs of the second floor, they unexpectedly met Hua Xiao. Hua Xiao was obviously a little afraid of Emo Chinshua. She lowered her head, stepped aside and slightly bowed. Emo Chinshua snorted coldly. She didn't even look at her and walked Gu Jiao downstairs. Hua Xiao touched her still aching face, her eyes full of resentment. Emo Chinshua, wait and see. You won't always be so lucky. The little maid stepped forward and said to Hua Xiao, Miss Hua, the shadow guard just sent a message. The owner is back. Hua Xiao's eyes lit up. I'll go and pick up the owner. The little maid said embarrassedly, No, the shadow guard said to let Miss Chinshua pick her up. Hua Xiao clenched her fingers and looked at Emo Chinshua, who was smiling and bowing to Gu Jiao at the door of Xianle House. She was so angry that she stomped her foot. Emo Chinshua, everything is Emo Chinshua. After coming out of Xianle House, Gu Jiao went straight back to Baishui Alley. It was late at night. Every house in the alley was closed. Lanterns were hung under the porch. The weak candlelight illuminated the long path with a dim yellow color. Gu Jiao came to the door of the house and found a little boy sitting on the threshold pitifully. Although he didn't say anything, she could feel that his little body was shrouded in a huge grievance. Gu Jiao walked forward and whispered, "Jing Kong?" Hearing the familiar voice, little Jing Kong suddenly raised his head and ran to Gu Jiao. "Jiao Jiao." Gu Jiao bent down so that the little boy could jump into her arms. Little Jing Kong jumped into her arms and grabbed her clothes. He curled his lips in grievance. "Jiao Jiao, what's wrong?" Gu Jiao picked up the little boy. Little Jing Kong's little mouth twitched. "Great Aunt doesn't like me anymore." Gu Jiao found it funny and asked, "Why doesn't Great Aunt like you anymore?" "Who told you that?" Little Jing Kong snorted. "Brother-in-law." Gu Jiao said, "He said that Great Aunt doesn't like you anymore?" Little Jing Kong shook his head. Gu Jiao asked again, "Then how do you know that Great Aunt doesn't like you anymore?" Little Jing Kong said with grievance, "Great Aunt gave brother-in-law a lot of things, but she didn't give me so many things. Am I still the little boy that Great Aunt loves the most?" He emphasized the word little boy, because he didn't want to take Gu Jiao out. In his heart, Great Aunt could treat Jiao Jiao the best. He wouldn't be jealous of Jiao Jiao. Gu Jiao smiled. "But when Great Aunt gave you things in the past, brother-in-law didn't give you anything either." Little Jing Kong thought about it seriously. That seemed to be the case. So Great Aunt didn't give brother-in-law more things on purpose. She just made up for all the things that she didn't give him before? Thinking of this, he felt better in his heart. But he still wanted to take this opportunity to ask for a kiss. He drooped his little head. "But I'm still a little hurt." Where did he learn to say such adult words? New words came out of his mouth again, which made Gu Jiao feel that it was novel and cute. Gu Jiao gave him a kiss. Little Jing Kong was completely satisfied. He covered his little face and quickly ran back to the room to find a veil. Gu Jiao walked through the front yard and entered the central room. When she was about to go back to the west room, she looked up and saw that the door of the study was open. An oil lamp was lit inside, and Xiao Lulang was reading hard under the oil lamp. The door of the study was usually not open like this, especially when Xiao Lulang was reading. At this time, from the door frame to the threshold, every inch of the room seemed to silently reveal a sense of "come in, come in." Gu Jiao stepped into the room. The study was clean and tidy as usual. Facing the door was Xiao Yulang's desk. Little Jing Kong often used it nowadays. Half of the space on the desk was occupied by Little Jing Kong's books, ink and paper. The other half belonged to Xiao Lulang. An exquisite wooden brocade box was placed in the most conspicuous position. Xiao Yulang's chair was facing the door. He didn't look up, as if he was immersed in the sea of arithmetic questions. Since he got the Yen Kingdom's advanced mathematics book, he took time to study and research every night. Gu Jiao didn't find it strange. It was still strange. The atmosphere was a little strange. The chair opposite him was also placed. It seemed to be waiting for someone to sit down. Gu Jiao came to the chair opposite the desk and sat down. "I heard that you went to the palace today?" Xiao Lulang said seriously. "Yes, I went to see Grand Aunt." The box was placed just right. Gu Jiao could reach it with her hand. She pointed at the box. "This is from Grand Aunt?" "Yes." Xiao Lulang nodded seriously. "You can take a look." His eyes said silently. This time it wasn't to show off. It was to share his gains and joy. He wanted to do this on the way back. He didn't know what kind of emotion it was, but he just wanted to tell her about it. "Let me see," she said. Xiao Lulang nodded seriously. Gu Jiao opened the brocade box. She looked at the things in the brocade box, but Xiao Lulang was looking at her. This reminded him of when he was a child. When his article was praised by the headmaster, he would take the article to the princess mansion and couldn't wait to tell Princess Xinyang. When Princess Xinyang read his article and the headmaster's comments, he would be excited and nervous. Just like now. Why was it? Did he care? "It's more than I thought." Gu Jiao thought that Grand Aunt was really just making up for the gifts that she didn't give before, but she didn't expect that there were more. No wonder little Jing Kong was so jealous. But there must be other reasons. There must be a misunderstanding between Grand Aunt and him. Now it seemed that the misunderstanding was cleared. Gu Jiao smiled and looked at him. "Grand Aunt loves you very much." Xiao Lulang suppressed the smile on his lips and said indifferently, "For you." "Which one is for me?" Gu Jiao looked at the box of valuable things and asked. "All for you," Xiao Lulang said. Gu Jiao opened her eyes wide. "So much?" Xiao Lulang saw the surprise in her eyes and smiled again. He took out a money bag and handed it to her. And this month's expenses. Wow, she was rich. Gu Jiao blinked and looked at the money bag and the things in the box. She couldn't believe it for a moment. Xiao Lulang looked at her deeply. Her mouth was open and her face was full of confusion. His gaze was attracted to her and he couldn't help but get closer to her. He looked at the face that was slowly enlarging in front of his eyes, and his heart started to beat fast. The world seemed to be quiet, and only the sound of his heart beating like a drum could be heard. "Sister, you're here." Gu Xiaoshan suddenly ran in. The main reason was that the door was open. He didn't expect Xiao Lulang to steal a kiss from his sister at this time. Of course he came fast enough and Xiao Lulang didn't kiss her. He sat back in the chair and put a huge distance between him and Gu Jiao. Gu Xiaoshan scratched his head. "I think I saw something but I also didn't see anything. I don't care. Business is more important. Brother-in-law." He greeted Xiao Lulang. Xiao Yulang's eyes were full of resentment. Gu Xiaoshan came to find Gu Jiao to help him fix his knife. He had another knife that had its handle off and he couldn't fix it himself. "I'll go take a look." Gu Jiao nodded and put the household expenses into the box. She took the box and walked out of the study with Gu Xiaoshan. Xiao Lulang leaned weakly against the back of the chair. He was a little disappointed. But he didn't know what he was disappointed about. At night, the whole family went to sleep. Xiao Lulang rubbed his sore eyes and closed the book. After putting it back on the bookshelf, he planned to go to sleep. When he came to the living room, he saw a figure enjoying the cool air on a new swing in the front yard. Gu Jiao's mosquito coils were on the side of the swing. Upon seeing Xiao Lulang come out, the tiny figure on the swing suddenly stopped. She walked down the swing and came in front of Xiao Lulang. "Are you done?" Xiao Lulang looked at her in surprise. "You're not asleep yet?" He paused and asked, "Are you waiting for me?" "Yes." Gu Jiao nodded and looked at him with a pair of clear eyes. He had seen how cold these eyes were to other people, but at this time, they were obedient and bright. Her eyes reflected the candlelight in the corridor and also reflected his startled expression. "You." He opened his mouth. The two of them were a little close and his heart beat violently again. Gu Jiao stood on tiptoe. "You've grown taller." She had to stand on tiptoe to reach you. Xiao Lulang looked at her face that suddenly came close to him. His eyes moved and his heart almost jumped out of his chest. He covered his heart and tried to calm down. "You." Gu Jiao maintained her tiptoe position and looked at him obediently. "Didn't you just think about it?" "Think, about what?" Xiao Yulang's blood rushed to the top of his head. He wasn't really a fool. How could he not understand what she was talking about? She found out. How did she find out? She pretended as if nothing had happened and didn't let Gu Xiaoshan notice anything strange. Gu Jiao tilted her little head. "If you don't want it, I'm leaving." As she spoke, she put down her tiptoe and turned back to her room. However, before she could take a step, Xiao Lulang grabbed her wrist. His palm was hot, and with an irresistible force, he brought her to him. He clasped her wrist with one hand and hugged her slender and soft waist with the other. His breathing became irregular. He raised his hand to cover her eyes and gently lowered his head. The moonlight was shy and the room was filled with tenderness. At dawn, little Jing Kong woke up as usual. The first thing he did was to take off the veil wrapped around his face and head. Then he looked at his little face in the bronze mirror. Actually, there was nothing on his face. "My darling is budding." He ran out and came to the backyard. He scooped half a ladle of water and put it on the stone bench. He grabbed a few drops of water with his fingers and gently sprinkled them on his little face. "Are you washing your face, Jing Kong?" Nanny Fong asked with a smile. Little Jing Kong corrected her. "I'm not washing my face, I'm watering my darling." Nanny Fong laughed heartily. Xiao Lulang came out of the kitchen with a basin of water in his hand. He put the basin on the stone table, scooped up the water and splashed it on his face. He didn't even let go of his mouth. Little Jing Kong snorted. "Are you washing your face too?" Xiao Lulang raised his eyebrows and said, "No, I'm watering my darling." Little Jing Kong. Chapter 325. The capital gradually entered midsummer, and it started to get hot early in the morning. There were classes at the Imperial College and Qinghe Academy today, so little Jing Kong and Gu Xiaoshan woke up early. Gu Yan was lazing in bed as usual. He had a habit of lazing in bed and had a bad morning temper. He was only happy when Gu Jiao woke him up. But today Gu Jiao didn't wake him up. He woke up by himself. He woke up from the heat. That was not the main point. The main point was that after he woke up, he lay on the bed and waited for Gu Jiao to wake him up. However, after waiting for so long, even when the flowers had withered, only Gu Xiaoshan came. Gu Xiaoshan pushed open the door and said strangely, "Aren't you going to get up? It's time for breakfast. Don't be late." Baby Yen was unhappy. Baby Yen turned over bitterly and muttered, "Where's my sister? Did she go to see a doctor?" Gu Xiaoshan pointed to the courtyard and said, "Oh no, she's over there." Gu Yen sat up and got out of bed. He walked to the door in his shoes and looked in the direction Gu Xiaoshan pointed. But what did he see? Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang were talking in the courtyard. She raised her head slightly and looked at the morning light. Her eyes were bright and the corners of her lips were slightly curved. He didn't know what they were talking about, but her eyes were curved into two crescent moons. So she forgot to wake him up because she was talking to his brother-in-law? Gu Yen felt sour in her heart. But there was more to come. Gu Jiao was in a good mood today. She personally cooked a table full of delicious dishes, all of which were Xiao Liulang's favorite. Xiao Lulang had recently become fond of spicy food. In fact, the three people from Little Jing Kong also liked spicy food, but they preferred spicy and sour food. The three of them were numb to the point that they had nothing left to live for. They leaned back in their chairs soullessly. If Gu Yen got angry, the consequences would be dire. He snorted and said, "I want tofu pudding. The salty kind." There was no tofu pudding at home, but there was at the market. It was still early and the market was not far away. 15 minutes later, Gu Jiao returned with the salted bean curd. Then Gu Yen watched expectantly as Gu Jiao walked past him with the bowl of salted tofu pudding. Gu Jiao brought the tofu pudding into Xiao Liulang's study and looked at him. "Your tofu pudding." Xiao Lulang, I didn't ask for tofu pudding." Gu Yen stood outside the study and exploded. It's me. This is the tofu pudding that I wanted. I'm so angry." The room was dimly lit. The doors and windows were closed and all the curtains were drawn. Only a small ray of light shone through the gap between the curtains. A small figure stood in the endless darkness. His eyes were sharp and his aura was strong and powerful. You must have seen that the situation has become very serious. The enemy is very powerful and has already taken away half of our country. Do you still want to continue fighting with me? The small figure said in a deep voice. Opposite him, a tall and slender figure stood against the light. His aura was not weak either. This narrow space seemed to be filled with endless coldness and killing intent. "What do you want to do?" he asked. The small figure said, "Naturally, you and I have to put aside our prejudice for the time being and join hands to defeat the enemy. Otherwise, in a few days, you and I will no longer have a place in her heart." He nodded. "Okay, I promise you. Words are no proof. Let's make a contract." After the small figure finished speaking, he took out a pen and paper and wrote a contract. He also took out the ink pad that he had prepared earlier. "Sign and mark." The other party signed. The small figure looked at his signature and his hair stood on end. He suddenly raised his voice. "Why is your handwriting still so ugly?" Gu Yen coughed softly and said, "So what if it's ugly? Do you want to form an alliance?" Little Jing Kong thought for a while and nodded seriously. "Yes." The two little love rivals who fought from the countryside to the capital finally put aside their prejudice under Xiao Liulang's repeated provocations and formed an alliance against his brother-in-law. After breakfast, Gu Jiao sent little Jing Kong to the Imperial College. Gu Yen and Gu Xiaoshan went to the Qinghe Academy. Xiao Lulang went to the Hanlin Academy. After the morning court, Grand Tutor Zhuang met Royal Prince and on the way and sent him to the Hanlin Academy. Coincidentally, Grand Tutor Zhuang's carriage bumped into Xiao Lulang outside the gate of the Hanlin Academy. Although Grand Tutor Zhuang didn't get out of the carriage, Royal Prince did. The carriage driver opened the curtain and Xiao Lulang and the officials who were about to enter the Hanlin Academy all saw him. Everyone bowed to him. Xiao Lulang also cupped his hands and bowed. Attendant Yang had been recuperating at home for a long time. Today he finally came to work. When he heard the movement at the door, he hurriedly put down his work and rushed to greet Grand Tutor Zhuang. Grand Tutor Zhuang was a prominent figure among the civil officials. In the imperial court, many people responded to his call. Officials like Attendant Yang usually didn't see him. Today was an honor. Attendant Yang didn't want to let go of such an opportunity to please Grand Tutor Zhuang. Grand Tutor Zhuang. He bowed deeply. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at Xiao Lulang. He was secretly happy. This way, even the heavens were helping him. Attendant Yang straightened his back and ordered Xiao Luleng, "The Hanlin Academy's library hasn't been checked in a while. Go and check the books inside today. The list is with me. Go get it in a moment. After you're done you can go and take it." Who didn't know that the library of the Hanlin Academy was larger than the library of the Tribute Compound? Even if several Hanlin officials worked together, they might not be able to finish organizing it in a day. This was purely looking for trouble with Xiao Luleng. Attendant Yang thought that Xiao Luleng would be like before and let him make things difficult for him. Unexpectedly, Xiao Luleng didn't even bat an eyelid. He said indifferently, "I have a class at the Hanlin Academy today. Why don't Attendant Yang find someone else to organize the library?" Attendant Yang was stunned when he heard this. What do you mean? What did this kid mean? He had openly disobeyed his orders in front of so many people, wasn't he? Attendant Yang's eyes flashed. "The class at the academy, there will be someone else to teach it for you." Xiao Luleng asked indifferently, "Oh? Who is free to teach it for me?" "It's better to leave teaching to the truly capable Hanlin officials." As Attendant Yang spoke, he looked at Royal Princeton. "I wonder if Editor Zhuang is free today." Royal Princeton thought for a moment. "I don't have anything else to do today." Attendant Yang smiled. Then, Xiao Luleng interrupted Attendant Yang and looked at Royal Princeton. "Since Editor Zhuang is free, why don't you let Editor Zhuang organize the library?" Attendant Yang said that you can't go off duty until you're done. Editor Zhuang needs to be fast. Attendant Yang was so angry that he choked. This kid didn't want to live anymore. He dared to order Royal Princeton to do things in front of Grand Tutor Zhuang? Xiao Luleng looked at Grand Tutor Zhuang in the carriage fearlessly. "Grand Tutor Zhuang, you don't have any objections, right?" Attendant Yang almost peed in his pants. Did Xiao Luleng eat a bear's heart or a leopard's guts? How dare he speak to Grand Tutor Zhuang like this? Who did he think he was? With His Majesty backing him up, he was so arrogant. Didn't he know that Grand Tutor Zhuang was on the Empress Dowager's side? Attendant Yang broke out in a cold sweat. He was afraid that Grand Tutor Zhuang would vent his anger on him. A cold light flashed in Grand Tutor Zhuang's eyes. Xiao Luleng raised his eyebrows and said, "If you have any objections you can speak to the Empress Dowager. This official will leave first." After speaking, he entered the Hanlin Academy without looking back. The crowd naturally did not know what medicine Xiao Luleng had taken today to be so arrogant. Only Grand Tutor Zhuang knew where Xiao Luleng's confidence came from. Xiao Luleng was just short of saying, "I can't beat you but my lord can." Grand Tutor Zhuang was so angry that he suffered internal injuries. "Grandfather?" Royal Princeton looked at Grand Tutor Zhuang strangely. He also felt that Xiao Luleng was too strange today. Grand Tutor Zhuang suppressed his boiling anger and said word by word, "Go tidy up the library." Royal Princeton was stunned. "Grandfather?" Grand Tutor Zhuang didn't reply. He put down the curtain and let the carriage leave coldly. Grand Tutor Zhuang was very angry at Xiao Luleng. Even after returning to the Fu, his anger didn't lessen. "Master." The steward brought over a pot of tea. He already understood what happened from the coachman. He advised, "Please calm down. You are the Empress Dowager's relative. That Xiao Luleng is just relying on the fact that he saved the Empress Dowager's life to intimidate her. He will fall into your hands sooner or later." Unless Xiao Luleng never entered the cabinet in his life, he would fall into Grand Tutor Zhuang's hands. Grand Tutor Zhuang gritted his teeth and said, "It's fine if he's just intimidating her, but the Empress Dowager really came to support that brat." The steward didn't know the details and thought that the Empress Dowager was just temporarily deceived. He continued to advise, "Don't be angry. Don't you have an appointment with Grand Secretary Yuan later? The marriage proposal has already been matched. The royal prince and the daughter of the Yuan family are a match made in heaven." When this was mentioned, Grand Tutor Zhuang's expression finally eased. Fortunately, the Empress Dowager was in charge of everything. She didn't care who Hanger married. With this marriage with the Yuan family, the Zhuang family's position in the imperial court would become even more stable. Grand Tutor Zhuang took a sip of tea and said, "I remember Grand Secretary Yuan told me to bring Hanger to meet him. In a while, go to the Hanlin Academy and tell Hanger not to return home after his duty ends. He can go directly to the Qingfeng house." The steward replied, "Yes." In Zhao country, the marriage proposal was the first step in marriage. If the 8 characters didn't clash, then the marriage proposal could begin. However, Grand Secretary Yuan loved his granddaughter and promised to let her take a look. If the man's appearance was decent, then he would immediately agree to the marriage. Grand Tutor Zhuang was full of confidence in his grandson's appearance. so he obviously wasn't worried that the Yuan family would look down on him. Moreover, this marriage was mainly decided by Grand Secretary Yuan's opinion. Letting his granddaughter take a look was only his final compromise as a grandfather. Whether or not she liked Grand Secretary Yuan, he would still facilitate this marriage. However, no one expected that the steward who was serving at the Qingfeng house in the evening would have the coachman bring back news, saying that Grand Secretary Yuan had terminated the marriage proposal. What? How could this be? Grand Tutor Zhuang stood up from his chair. The coachman said with a trembling voice, I don't understand either. The steward didn't say much. It seems quite serious. Why don't you make a trip yourself? The steward didn't say much because it wasn't convenient for him to say anything. Could it be that something big had happened? Grand Tutor Zhuang hurriedly rushed to the Qingfeng house. Grand Secretary Yuan just happened to come out of the Qingfeng house with an ice-cold expression. Grand Tutor Zhuang cupped his hands like a colleague and politely greeted him, Grand Secretary Yuan. Grand Secretary Yuan coldly glared at Grand Tutor Zhuang. I truly didn't expect the Zhuang family to be filled with nobility to raise such a despicable person. In the past, this official made an error of judgment. Grand Tutor Zhuang, you're on your own now. Grand Tutor Zhuang was completely confused. What was this all about? How was this related to being despicable and making an error of judgment? Grand Secretary Yuan didn't feel like paying him any more attention. With a step, he got into the carriage and left. Where is the royal prince? Grand Tutor Zhuang asked with a calm expression. He's upstairs. The coachman hurriedly brought Grand Tutor Zhuang to the second floor. The second floor had already been cleared out by the steward, leaving only the relevant people. When Grand Tutor Zhuang arrived at the agreed-upon room, he unexpectedly ran into someone he never expected to see. Marquis Gu. Grand Tutor Zhuang frowned. The old Marquis had also just arrived. He had come up the stairs from the other side. The old Marquis's expression wasn't very good when the two unexpectedly met. Grand Tutor Zhuang was just about to enter the room, but the old Marquis beat him to it. Grand Tutor Zhuang's brows furrowed even tighter. It was one thing for Grand Secretary Yuan to throw him a cold tantrum, but why was even a Marquis who had resigned from an official position treating him with such disdain? Could it be that his position as a powerful Grand Tutor had been for nothing? Very quickly, Grand Tutor Zhuang understood why the old Marquis was acting this way. In the messy room, Royal Prince knelt on the ground with his clothes disheveled. There was blood on his thigh and a blood-stained dagger was thrown on the ground. Beside him was Gu Jinyu, who was curled up and shivering. Gu Jinyu was wrapped in blankets and sobbing uncontrollably. Bastard! The old Marquis went forward and lashed out with his whip, hitting Royal Prince N's body. Royal Prince N didn't dodge and took the hit. His clothes were tattered and his chest was lacerated. Stop! Grand Tutor Zhuang shouted. However, he didn't stop and gave Royal Prince N another lash. Royal Prince N had some skills, but he wasn't an expert. The old Marquis's whip reached the bone. After a few lashes, Royal Prince N fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Gu Chao, stop! Grand Tutor Zhuang's eyes were about to spit fire. His fists were clenched so tightly that they cracked. The veins on his forehead throbbed. Housekeeper, when something happened to the royal prince, where were you? How did you allow Heng to be alone with the Yuan family's daughter? The housekeeper's body trembled. Royal Prince N's face was pale. His bloodless lips slightly parted. It was I who had the housekeeper go to the kitchen to rush the dishes. It had nothing to do with the housekeeper. Is that so? Grand Tutor Zhuang's sharp gaze fell on the housekeeper's face. The housekeeper guiltily lowered his head. Of course, he wasn't sent away by Royal Prince N. He was called away by someone else. But he couldn't tell that person. He had promised Royal Prince N. He glanced at Royal Prince N without batting an eyelid. Royal Prince N had lost too much blood and his body was on the verge of collapsing. He used his remaining strength to say, "It's my fault. I could tell that Miss Yuan didn't have any feelings for me, so I came up with this plan. I planned to cook the rice and force Miss Yuan to marry me." Grand Tutor Zhuang didn't believe him. Then where did you get the medicine? Don't tell me that Qingfeng gang sells it. He couldn't have discovered her feelings at that time. If he had gone to buy the medicine then, it would have been too late. Royal Prince N weakly said, "I bought it in advance just in case I needed it." Grand Tutor Zhuang flew into a rage. Zhuang Yuheng. Chapter 326. Royal Prince fainted due to his severe injuries. Grand Tutor Zhuang was so angry and anxious that he almost fainted. Royal Prince was his grandson and he couldn't just leave him here. No matter how angry Grand Tutor Zhuang was, he had to bring Royal Prince back to the mansion first. The steward hurriedly brought the mansion doctor to treat Royal Prince's wounds. The medicine in Royal Prince's body had already worn off. He was unconscious mainly because of the excessive blood loss from the wound on his thigh. He injured his left leg a few days ago and now his right leg is injured. This is really... The mansion doctor didn't know what to say. Royal Prince probably didn't even suffer such a serious injury when he was a hostage in the Qin kingdom. What was he doing every day? Basins of bloody water were brought out of the house by the servants. The entire courtyard seemed to be filled with the strong smell of blood. Grand Tutor Zhuang couldn't wait any longer outside the door. He walked in and asked in a low voice, "How is it?" "Sir." The mansion doctor cleaned Royal Prince's wounds as he said, "This stab is too deep. It's so deep that the bone can be seen. I'm afraid it won't be easy to heal. The weather is so hot. On such a hot day, the slightest carelessness could cause the wound to become inflamed. Even if one was careful enough, there was no guarantee that nothing would go wrong. It was too chaotic just now." Grand Tutor Zhuang forgot to ask if the stab was from the Yuan family's daughter or Gu Jinyu. But so what if he asked? Could he still blame them? Naturally he had no right to do so. Grand Tutor Zhuang ordered the manners doctor to treat Royal Prince while he himself left the room. He called his trusted subordinates and asked them to investigate the Cool Breeze gang's activities today and whether there were any suspicious people. His trusted subordinate asked, "Master, do you still suspect that someone else did this?" Grand Tutor Zhuang said, I raised my own grandson. How can I not know his personality? He won't be so muddle-headed. Moreover, it's fine if he admits that he fell into a trap. But he's anxious to take the blame. He's clearly protecting the person in the dark." His trusted subordinate didn't understand. "Master, you're saying that the Royal Prince fell into someone's trap but is unwilling to reveal the culprit? Who is this person to the Duke?" "I'm only guessing, I don't have any proof." "Alright, you go investigate. Find out who that cabinet official Grand Secretary Yuan met at the entrance of the Cool Breeze today as well." Even though Grand Tutor Zhuang didn't believe that Grand Secretary Yuan would scheme to harm his own granddaughter, the timing of that official's appearance was just too coincidental. If it wasn't for him stopping Grand Secretary Yuan, Yuan family's young lady wouldn't have been left alone, and there wouldn't have been so many incidents later on. Right, where is Wu Yang? I remember that he's Heng Er's personal bodyguard. Grand Tutor Zhuang said, "Call him over." Wu Yang was really wronged. He had taken a few days off to attend the wedding of one of his brothers in the underworld. He knew nothing about Royal Prince Grand Tutor Zhuang didn't get any clues from him, but he still charged him with the crime of failing to protect his master and punished him with 50 strokes of the cane. After the trusted imperial bodyguard investigated Cool Breeze restaurant, he returned to report to Grand Tutor Zhuang. "We didn't find anyone suspicious. That cabinet official is Vice Minister Su. This subordinate has already investigated." His chance encounter with Grand Secretary Yuan was truly a coincidence. The cabinet official's degree of suspicion wasn't high. After all, the cabinet was controlled by Grand Tutor Zhuang himself. Normal people wouldn't be able to mobilize them. Grand Tutor Zhuang pondered for a moment before asking, "Why did the Gu family's young lady appear at the Cool Breeze Inn?" The bodyguard said, "The young ladies of the female school often gather at the Cool Breeze Inn. Second young lady and third young lady are also here today. However, they don't seem to know about the Duke's matters." Grand Tutor Zhuang said, "Call them over." Yes. Not long after, Zhuang Yueshi and Zhuang Mengdai were called into Grand Tutor Zhuang's room. Grand Tutor Zhuang looked at the two with a heavy expression. "Why did you go to the Cool Breeze Inn today?" "To play." Zhuang Mengdai said, "Recently the Cool Breeze Inn has released a new song. It's played every day. We've been listening to it for several days. Today is the last song." Zhuang Mengdai was the worst at lying. Zhuang Yueshi lowered her eyes and didn't speak. Grand Tutor Zhuang glanced at the two and asked them to leave. Grand Tutor Zhuang frowned deeply. Everything seemed to be fine. Could it be that Zhuang Yuheng was the one who made the decision? After the two sisters left Grand Tutor Zhuang's courtyard, Zhuang Yueshi said to Zhuang Mengdai, "You go back first. I'll go see my brother." "What's wrong with my brother?" Duke An's injury was kept a secret. Even Zhuang Mengdai didn't know about it. Zhuang Yueshi said, "Nothing. I have a question that I don't know how to solve. I want to ask my brother for advice. Do you want to come with me? Hearing that it was a question for advice, Zhuang Mingdai lost her interest. Although she liked her brother, she was more afraid of doing questions. I'm a little dizzy. I might have a heat stroke. I'll go back to my room to rest. You can do the question yourself. After saying that, Zhuang Mingdai ran away. Zhuang Yueshi went to Duke An's courtyard. The servants were surprised to see her coming. You can leave, she ordered softly. But master has ordered. A young maidservant whispered. Another servant girl pulled her sleeve and said to Zhuang Yueshi, yes, we will leave now. The two of them made way. Zhuang Yueshi walked into the courtyard and came to Duke An's bedroom. The doctor had finished treating his injury and went to the small kitchen to boil medicine for him. Only a personal servant stayed by the bed. You can leave too, Zhuang Yueshi ordered. The servant didn't dare to move. Zhuang Yueshi could order the two servant girls to guard the door, but she couldn't order the personal servant of Dukan. On the bed, Dukan slowly opened his eyes and said weakly, you can leave. Yes. The servant left respectfully. Without anyone else, Zhuang Yueshi rushed to the bed and grabbed her brother's hand worriedly. Brother? Dukan used his fingers to support his body and lay on his side. He raised his other hand and gave her a slap. This slap used all his strength. After the slap, he lay on the bed and spat out blood. Zhuang Yueshi was stunned. She looked at Dukan in disbelief. Brother? Dukan didn't have the strength to slap her a second time. He used his elbow to support his body and stared at her angrily. Why did you do this? Big brother knows. Big brother knows everything. Zhuang Yueshi looked at Dukan in panic. She wanted to refute, but she didn't know where to start. Dukan's eyes were filled with pain and disappointment. If I didn't ask the butler who sent him away, I wouldn't know that my own sister did such a vicious and dirty thing. How did Miss Yuan offend you? Why did you scheme against her? Brother, Zhuang Yueshi was so panicked that her whole body was trembling. Big drops of tears rolled down her cheeks. Her mind was in a mess. She could not even answer the question. I never thought of hurting you. Don't you feel guilty about Miss Yuan? Dukan was disappointed. This was his sister. You even implicated the daughter of Gu family. Are you satisfied now? Zhuang Yueshi choked. I didn't want to implicate Gu Jinyu. I didn't know that she would suddenly appear. Yuan Baolin is just a Taoist nun. She doesn't deserve brother. Dukan said coldly, then find someone to defile her. I just wanted to scare her, so that she doesn't have the right to marry you anymore. Zhuang Yueshi called the butler out. It wasn't just to send him away. She wanted the butler to lure Dukan out. Dukan noticed that something was wrong with the butler's expression. He immediately returned to the room and found that the daughter of Yuan family was drugged. She was being pestered by a strange man. He walked over and chased the man away. But because he touched the man's clothes, he was also drugged. Leave now, he shouted. The daughter of Yuan family jumped out of the window. He was worried that he would do something irreversible. So while he was still rational, he rushed over and locked the door. But no one expected Gu Jinyu to pass by. Gu Jinyu didn't know what happened. Seeing that his expression wasn't right, she went into the room to ask him what happened. His rationality had collapsed. In a daze, he heard Gu Jinyu's cries. He pulled out the dagger at his waist and stabbed himself in the thigh. At this moment, Grand Secretary Yuan finished talking with his colleagues and came up for the appointment. Grand Secretary Yuan had seen him and Gu Jinyu in disheveled clothes, and then he had seen the mess in the room. Only young Lady Yuan was nowhere to be seen. He had no idea what Grand Secretary Yuan was thinking, but Grand Secretary Yuan had left in a huff. This marriage was called off. Dukan laughed at himself. She doesn't have the right to marry me. Then who does? No one had the right. Brother was the best. He was the most outstanding man in the world. None of them were worthy of brother. But Zhuang Yueshi didn't dare to say these words. She could feel that brother was really angry. Brother might not want her anymore. She knelt down and grabbed Dukan's wrist. She sobbed, Brother, don't you already have someone in your heart? I know that brother isn't willing to marry her. Dukan was in a daze for a moment. Zhuang Yueshi cried, Brother, I'm wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Please forgive me, get out. Dukan lay down in a daze. He didn't pull back his arm. He didn't have the strength. It didn't matter. I don't want to see you now. Brother. Zhuang Yueshi panicked. She had never been so scared. Her tears fell like a broken string of pearls. Get out. Dukin turned his back to her. He closed his eyes and didn't talk to her anymore. After Grand Secretary Yuan came out of Qingfeng brothel, he started to look for his granddaughter. He didn't find her nearby. He thought that his granddaughter went back and rushed back to the Grand Secretary's residence. The servant in the residence said, "Master, someone came just now and left a letter for you." Grand Secretary Yuan finished reading the letter and frowned. He drove the carriage to Baishui Alley. Little Jing Kong went for a chicken walk. Gu Yin and Gu Xiaoshen went to learn. Xiao Lulang was at the Hanlin Academy explaining to a few scholars. Gu Jiao was in the room giving acupuncture to the little Taoist nun. The one who received him was Yao Shi. Grand Secretary Yuan and the old Marquis were of the same generation. Yao Shi gave him a junior's greeting. Grand Secretary Yuan saw that she was pregnant and told her not to be so courteous. Yao Shi didn't say that she was from Marquis Ding Yin Manor. She only said that her husband's surname was Gu. There were many people in the capital with the surname Gu. Grand Secretary Yuan didn't think that Shi Yi was from Marquis Ding Yin Manor. He cupped his hands. "Madame Gu." Yao Shi invited him to the central room. Granny Fong served tea. Yao Shi warmly said, "Today I went to Shunlai cloth shop near Cool Breeze brothel to make clothes. Unfortunately, I ran into young Miss Yuan who was injured and fainted on the side of the road. My daughter is a doctor, so I brought young Miss Yuan home to treat her. Young Miss Yuan has already woken up and is currently being treated in her room. Would Grand Secretary Yuan please wait for a moment?" Although Grand Secretary Yuan was worried about his granddaughter's safety, he did not act rudely. He once again cupped his hands and bowed, "Many thanks to Madame Gu for saving my life." Grand Secretary Yuan did not know that his granddaughter already knew someone from Marquis Ding Yin Manor. He only thought that his granddaughter had woken up and reported her identity. Only then did this family know to go to the manor to inform him. "Madam, son-in-law's books have been dried." Yu walked over from the rear courtyard while holding a large stack of books. Yao Shi said, "Let me see." "Yes." Yu placed the dried books on the wooden table between Yao Shi and Grand Secretary Yuan. She had only recently discovered that Xiao Lulang had too many books. Some of the books that she did not read often had become moist. Taking advantage of the hot weather these past few days, she took them out to dry. "This book needs to be dried a bit more." Yao Shi handed a book that was still slightly moist to Yu. "All right, there's still a bit of sunlight. I'll take it to dry." Yu took the book and went to the rear courtyard. Grand Secretary Yuan was not in the mood to pry, but he was bored sitting and inadvertently glanced over. If he did not glance he would not know. But once he did he was shocked. How could a small family's home have a history book from the previous dynasty? The attraction of books to Grand Secretary Yuan was equivalent to the attraction of weapons to the old Marquis. That was something that could not be moved once they saw it. Grand Secretary Yuan's eyes were fixed on the book. Yao Shi sensed his gaze and asked, "Does Grand Secretary Yuan want to take a look? Is it convenient?" Grand Secretary Yuan asked. "It's just a few books. There's nothing inconvenient about it," Yao Shi said. Feng Lin and the others often came to borrow books from Xiao Lulang. The scholars in the alley would also come to borrow books. Xiao Lulang was always extremely generous. At first, Yao Shi would inform him, but later on he would let Yao Shi make the decision herself. Xiao Lulang trusted and respected Yao Shi. Of course, respect was mutual. Yao Shi also cherished Xiao Lulang's things greatly. Grand Secretary Yuan was someone who cherished books. Grand Secretary Yuan picked up the book on the table and began to flip through it. Just now he had only caught a glimpse, but now that he carefully flipped through it, he felt even more stunned. This was especially the case when he saw an ancient book related to the previous dynasty's second emperor, Wen Huizong. Inside, a large half of the Ode to Northern Yin was recorded. This book was missing a corner, and the missing part was filled in by a letter. On it was recorded the source of the excerpts from various great ancient books, history books and other documents. The handwriting was still quite new, looking like it was written less than a year ago. In other words, a portion of this Ode to Northern Yin had indeed been lost, but it had been filled in through countless documents. Grand Secretary Yuan knew that it would be very difficult for him to do this. Wait, why would the source of Ode to Northern Yin be here? He remembered that there was also a history book in the library that mentioned Ode to Northern Yin. It was filled in by Royal Princeton. Could it be that this family had some kind of relationship with Royal Princeton? May I ask, where did this book come from? Yao Shi smiled. This is my son-in-law's book. I'm not sure where it came from either. Perhaps it was a gift from his great-uncle, or perhaps it was bought from the study room. How could the study room have bought it? This was clearly the only copy. Who filled in the second half of this ode to Northern Yen? Grand Secretary Yuan pointed at the bookmark and asked. Yao Shi looked at it and said, "This is my son-in-law's handwriting. Has this book ever been lent to anyone else?" Grand Secretary Yuan asked. Is it this book? No. Yao Shi shook her head. If it had been lent out, it wouldn't have been buried at the bottom of the chest and damp. Just as Grand Secretary Yuan wanted to ask who Madame Gu's son-in-law was, the little Taoist nun came out from the room. She had jumped down from the second floor and sprained her left foot. She was supported by Gu Jiao as she limped. Although Gu Jiao's face was damaged, Grand Secretary Yuan did not judge people based on their appearance. He also did not look down on Gu Jiao's status like other people did when they looked at female doctors. He solemnly thanked Gu Jiao and paid 5 taels of silver for the consultation fee. Only then did he bring his granddaughter back. After the two left, a tall and sturdy figure walked out of the study. He arrived in front of Yao Shi and clasped his hands in greeting. Many thanks, madam. I didn't do anything. However, do you really not plan on letting Grand Secretary Yuan know that you saved his granddaughter? Yao Shi did not even leave the house today. How could she have run into the injured young Miss Yuan? It was Gu Changqing who had brought her back. Yao Shi looked at him and said, My meaning is that you aren't young anymore and you've saved young Miss Yuan twice. Even I feel that this is a rare type of fate. If you agree, I will personally come to propose marriage on your behalf. For Yao Shi to be able to say that she would propose marriage on behalf of Gu Changqing, it could be seen that her ill feelings towards him had already been reduced by quite a bit. Perhaps she still had no way of being a mother who doted on him, but she could be a stepmother who did not lose her status. Jiao Jiao, what do you think? Yao Shi looked towards her daughter, trying to pull her daughter into her camp. Gu Jiao. How could urging someone to marry be the same thing as urging someone to marry? Gu Jiao seriously thought for a bit. Young Miss Yuan is quite good. I like her, but the most important thing is that you like her. As she spoke, she looked towards Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing took a deep breath and slowly said, I do not want to get married. He did not have any thoughts of getting married. His grandfather and grandmother appeared to be united, but were actually divided. His father and mother also did not have any feelings for each other. If he wanted to get married like them, then he would rather not marry for the rest of his life. Gu Jiao rubbed her chin. I couldn't tell that you were a person who did not believe in marriage. Chapter 327. Novels with content that cannot be found online are all here. Gu Changqing returned to Marquis Dingyan Manor. Gu Qingfeng and Gu Qinglin had gone to the back of the mountain to pick fruit. He returned to his own room. He sat down by the bed. Without any outsiders, his unchanging ice face finally had a trace of expression. He knitted his eyebrows and took off his clothes. His neck, shoulders, and even the back of his hands and wrists were all covered in shocking scratches. There were even some places that had beads of blood. The beads of blood had dried and stuck to his clothes. When he peeled them off, the pain made him gasp. There. The manservant carried the clothes that had just been taken from the clothesline and entered. He immediately saw Gu Changqing's neck covered in scratches. He was startled and asked, Which little hoof did this? Gu Changqing's eyes turned cold. He quickly pulled up the clothes. Don't you know how to knock before coming in? The manservant embarrassedly said, This little one did not know that you had returned. This little one was just tidying up the room and went out to take in the clothes. Who would have thought that heir would return? Speaking of which, heir, what is with the injuries on your body? Which girl did this? Is it from outside the manor or from our manor? He did not dare say little hoof again. It has nothing to do with you. Gu Changqing calmly stood up and hung the sword at his waist on the rack. Oh. The manservant came to the bedside and folded the clothes one by one. The ones that did not need to be folded were hung up in the cabinet. Why is it a woman? Gu Changqing suddenly spoke. The manservant said, Does this even need to be said? It's obvious that it makes people scratch. Which man has fingernails? Gu Changqing's eyes moved. Don't speak nonsense. The manservant muttered, If heir does not allow this little one to speak, then this little one will not speak. Gu Changqing stood in front of the sword rack. The places where he had been scratched were aching. It was different from the sharp and direct pain of a sword wound. This kind of pain was strange and unfamiliar. Gu Changqing closed his eyes as the image of her in the carriage flashed through his mind. The servant's eyes flashed as he asked cautiously, "But heir, why did you suddenly think it through?" Gu Changqing was puzzled. "What do you mean? Why did you suddenly think it through?" The manservant smiled embarrassedly. "I won't hide it from you. You haven't been close to women all these years. You don't even have a maid in your courtyard and you don't want to talk about marriage. We are all guessing, do you like men?" Gu Changqing's face darkened. "Get out." The servant shuddered and left resentfully. Then, he went to inform the old duke and old Madame Gu that his heir was enlightened. His heir touched a woman. After several hours of treatment, Royal Prince An's injuries finally stabilized at night. After watching him drink his medicine, the manor doctor retreated. Imperial tutor Zhuang came to Royal Prince An's room. His expression was not very good. The two did not speak and the atmosphere was heavy. Imperial tutor Zhuang said, "I'll ask you one last time. Did you really do it?" Royal Prince An said, "It was me. No matter how many times grandfather asks, the answer will be the same." Imperial tutor Zhuang hated iron for not becoming steel. This grandson was his most important junior. He had placed the hopes of the Zhuang family's prosperity for the next 100 years on him. However, he destroyed his own future and made such a mistake. He suppressed his anger and said in a heavy voice, "The girl you took advantage of today is not some random girl from a small family on the streets. She can't be dismissed with a sum of money or a bit of power. That is the daughter of the Marquis of Ding and Fu. Even if she is an adopted daughter, she is still on the family tree. Not to mention the old Marquis of Ding and Gu Changqing are both highly regarded by the emperor. You can't not acknowledge this debt. You need to give her a status." Royal Prince An weakly lay on the bed. His heart was like dead ashes as he said, "As grandfather arranges. Either way it wasn't her. What difference did it make if he married Miss Yuan or Miss Gu?" The next day, Imperial tutor Zhuang sent a housekeeper to the Marquis of Ding and Fu to explain his intentions to the old Marquis and old Madame Gu. "My master has said that he is willing to let the royal prince take Miss Gu as a secondary princess." Once these words were said, old Madame Gu was happy. With the Marquis of Ding and Fu's position in the capital, to be able to marry into the Zhuang family was them climbing up the social ladder. Even if it was the position of secondary princess, it would not be a disgrace to Gu Jinyu. The old Marquis's face sank. "This is your Zhuang family's Ding and Fu's explanation. You are bullying the Marquis of Ding and Fu because they no longer have the Gu family army and no military power. So you can humiliate them as you wish." The housekeeper faintly smiled. "What is old Marquis Gu saying? The imperial tutor does not have any intentions of disrespecting the Marquis of Ding and Fu. It's just that the news in the capital has already spread. This Miss Gu is not the flesh and blood of Marquis Gu and Marquis Madam. She was brought into the Marquis Fu by mistake. Forgive me for speaking bluntly, but my family's young master was personally conferred the title of Royal Prince by the Emperor. He was a hostage in the country of Qin for 10 years on behalf of the Crown Prince and made great contributions to the country of Zhao. How could his official wife be someone that a peasant girl from the countryside could hold the position? Not to mention that not long ago Miss Gu caused a great disaster. I heard that Miss Gu first falsely claimed the credit for the bellows and then stole the credit for the mortar. Furthermore, she secretly modified the bellows, harming countless craftsmen from the Ministry of Works and causing great losses to the Ministry of Works. To say something disgraceful, Miss Gu and the Marquis of Ding and Fu's heir are not related by blood. Then is old Marquis willing to allow the heir to take a woman with Miss Gu's character as his official wife? How could that wicked girl be worthy of Changqing? Old Madame Gu could not hold back her anger as she opened her mouth. Just as she finished speaking, she received an icy gaze from the old Marquis. She realized that she had said the wrong thing. Her eyes flashed and she picked up her teacup to drink tea. The housekeeper knew that he had already won the situation and did not say anything else. He cupped his hands in greeting. "If old Marquis and old Madame do not have any objections to this marriage, then this one will return to report to the imperial tutor." Old Madame Gu opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but she was instantly silenced by the old Marquis's icy gaze. The housekeeper proudly swaggered off. In reality he was still not very happy. Secondary consort? Was Gu Jinyu, that woman with a terrible reputation, worthy? She had gotten off lightly. Old Master. Old Madame Gu realized that her slip of the tongue had caused them to lose the situation. At this moment she did not dare to complain and only said, "Actually, that child Jinyu is still considerate. Although she has made many mistakes, she has already turned over a new leaf. She even went to Ciu Manor a few days ago. With old master and imperial concubine Shu supporting her, I think that even if she is a secondary consort, the Zhuang family will not mistreat her. But the old marquis could not accept the status of a secondary consort. He had never thought of using his own child to climb up the social ladder, but he had a principle. The Gu family's daughter would rather marry a commoner as a wife than marry into a noble family as a concubine. A secondary consort sounded more noble than a concubine, but she was not the main wife after all. The old marquis went to Gu Jinyu's courtyard. Gu Jinyu was recuperating in her room. Her face was pale and she looked haggard. The old marquis asked her, "Let me ask you, if I can suppress this matter, are you willing to marry someone else?" Gu Jinyu knelt down in front of the old marquis and said with reddened eyes, "Jinyu and the duke have already had physical contact. How can I still have the face to marry someone else? If the Zhuang family does not admit it, Jinyu can go to the nunnery and become a nun." The old marquis frowned and sighed. No matter how much he did not dote on her, he would not let anyone trample on the reputation of the marquis's family. Moreover, this matter was the Zhuang family's fault. They had bullied her but did not want to take responsibility. Instead, they forced the Gu family's daughter to become a nun in the nunnery. The old marquis immediately went to the palace, but was told that the emperor had left with eunuch He. "When will his majesty return?" the old marquis asked eunuch Wei at the entrance of the palace. Eunuch Wei said, "This servant is not sure." Does the old marquis have an urgent matter to discuss with his majesty? It was indeed urgent. The old marquis was worried that Grand Tutor Zhuang would inform Empress Dowager Zhuang in advance and have her issue an imperial edict to make Gu Jinyu a secondary consort. Then it would be too late to say anything. The old marquis said, "There is indeed an urgent matter." Eunuch Wei thought for a moment and said, "This servant cannot tell you where his majesty is. If the old marquis trusts this servant is willing to convey the message on behalf of the old marquis." This was the only way. The old marquis cupped his hands. "Thank you for your trouble, Eunuch Wei." 2 hours later, a carriage stopped outside the nunnery. Eunuch Wei walked down from the carriage. The emperor was feeding concubine Jing medicine in the meditation room. Concubine Jing sat at the head of the bed, covered with a thin layer of mattress. "I'll do it myself," she said. "It's not a serious illness. It's just a cold. Why did your majesty have to come?" The emperor frowned. "If I hadn't arranged for people to protect mother in secret, I wouldn't have known that she was ill. Mother used to fool me like this in the past. She hid everything from me." Concubine Jing smiled faintly. "People will always have this and that when they get older. How can they be the same as when they were young? Your majesty is the ruler of a country and has many affairs to attend to every day. There's no need to mobilize so many people for such a small matter." The emperor snorted. "Says who? I see that the Empress Dowager's health is very good. She's even more robust than before." Concubine Jing was startled. She hadn't expected the emperor to suddenly mention the Empress Dowager. She smiled. "It's a blessing for Zhao Nation that the Empress Dowager is healthy. Your majesty has been working hard these past few years, and the Empress Dowager has shared much of your majesty's burden." The emperor snorted. "Mother, you don't have to speak for her." Concubine Jing smiled. "I'm not speaking for her. We entered the palace together and have known each other for so many years. How can I not know her personality? She has a sharp tongue and is unforgiving. Her heart is with your majesty." The emperor said coldly, "If she really is with me, she should hand over the power of the court and live out her life peacefully in Renshou Palace." All right, I won't say any more. The medicine is getting cold." Concubine Jing picked up the bowl and began drinking. The emperor watched over her quietly. Suddenly, his gaze fell on the wooden hairpin on the old concubine's head. He frowned slightly. "Mother may be a vegetarian and pray to Buddha, but her life is too simple. She doesn't even have a decent hairpin. Unlike the Empress Dowager, who wears a high hat and wide belt and is surrounded by pearls and jade. She's extremely extravagant." Concubine Jing opened her mouth but stopped in the end. She continued drinking the medicine. The emperor glanced at the bare table and asked Nanny Kai, who was waiting on the side, "Are there no candied fruits in the room?" Nanny Kai smiled awkwardly. "Grand Imperial Concubine doesn't eat that." The emperor snorted. "Mother is too hard-working. There are at least 10 types of candied fruits in Renshou Palace." Concubine Jing's eyelashes trembled. She finished the medicine in one breath and handed the empty bowl to Nanny Kai. She then wiped the corner of her mouth with a handkerchief and said in amusement, Your Majesty, you keep mentioning the Empress Dowager today. The Emperor choked. Did I? Yes. Concubine Jing looked at him with a smile. The Emperor snorted. That's because she went too far. I'm so angry that my head hurts. I only hope to take away her real power as soon as possible. That way I can take Mother back to the palace with peace of mind. You? Concubine Jing shook her head helplessly. Your Majesty, Eunuch Wei is here. A young eunuch entered the room to report. The Emperor asked, what is he here for? Concubine Jing said, let's go take a look. It must be something important. The Emperor returned after half an hour with a serious expression. What is it, Your Majesty? Concubine Jing sat on the bed and asked. The Emperor had always told Concubine Jing everything he knew. He sighed and said, Gu Chao came to ask for an imperial edict. He wants me to appoint a marriage between his granddaughter and royal prince, and Concubine Jing was startled. Old Marquis Ding En? Why would he marry into the Zhuang family? The two families were loyal to different camps. Although they weren't at odds with each other, the marriage wasn't their first choice. The Emperor said helplessly, Royal Prince En took advantage of Miss Gu, but he didn't want to give her the position of princess consort. Gu Chao isn't after fame or power, but he couldn't take it lying down. He felt that the Zhuang family had gone too far and didn't apologize at all. Concubine Jing was silent for a while. I've heard of Royal Prince En, but I didn't expect him to do something like this. The Emperor said, to be honest, I'm surprised as well. Concubine Jing looked at his expression and asked, Your Majesty doesn't agree to this marriage? The Emperor nodded. To be honest, Mother, I'm a bit hesitant. Concubine Jing asked gently, Is Your Majesty worried that the marriage will be disadvantageous to Your Majesty? The Emperor shook his head. No, Gu Chao isn't that kind of person. Besides, Gu Jinyu isn't Gu Chao's biological granddaughter. She's just a peasant girl who was brought home by mistake. The Emperor believed that the old Marquis wouldn't change his position for her. Concubine Jing thought for a while. Then Your Majesty is worried that the Empress Dowager won't agree? The Emperor's expression turned cold at the mention of the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager doesn't know about this, and I don't intend to ask for her opinion. There would be no room for negotiation if she asked. Either they didn't do it or they had to seize the opportunity. Then what is Your Majesty worried about? Concubine Jing asked. The Emperor hesitated for a while but still said, That girl got into trouble before, so her reputation isn't good. Most importantly, she stole the credit of the young divine doctor. The Emperor couldn't stand it, so he didn't want to praise Gu Jinyu. Concubine Jing didn't ask what kind of trouble she'd gotten into. She paused, then asked with a smile, Has she changed? The Emperor grunted. I heard that she's turned over a new leaf. She even went to Xia Yozhuang behind her family's back and took care of the children there without complaint. She even fainted from exhaustion. Concubine Jing smiled warmly. Your Majesty, it's great to know one's mistakes and mend them. Besides, the old Marquis of Ding and has worked hard and performed a great service. He didn't hesitate to dismiss the Gu army and bear the infamy. If Your Majesty can't even agree to such a small request, it'll be too disappointing for the old Marquis. The Emperor thought about it carefully. The old Marquis had indeed never asked him for anything. It would be a bit unkind of him to turn him down when he finally opened his mouth. Concubine Jing continued, Speaking of which, the old Marquis saved my life back then. There was such a thing? The Emperor looked at Concubine Jing in astonishment. Concubine Jing lowered her head and smiled self-deprecatingly. That was before I entered the palace. I went to the temple to burn incense and encountered mounted bandits on my way back. Fortunately, the old Marquis helped me chase them away. Otherwise, I might have lost my life in the wilderness. The Emperor said in a daze, I've never heard Mother mention it. Concubine Jing looked at him with a smile. At that time, I was selected as a concubine and wasn't allowed to leave the residence. I snuck out. It's all because I was young and naughty. The Emperor was enlightened. I see. He pondered for a moment, then said, I'll give the old Marquis request some thought. Concubine Jing nodded with a smile. The Emperor and Concubine Jing chatted for a while before Eunuch He came in and urged, Your Majesty, it's time to return to the palace. Concubine Jing looked at the dark sky, a trace of reluctance flashing through her eyes. She patted the Emperor's hand. Your Majesty, let's return to the palace. The Emperor sighed and said to Eunuch He, Where's the safety talisman I asked you to ask for? Eunuch He quickly took out a brocade box from his sleeve and handed it to the Emperor. I got it. It was blessed by Abbot Liaoyuan. Concubine Jing looked at the safety talisman that seemed to emit endless Buddhist aura. This is, oh, the emperor said. It's for the Empress Dowager. Concubine Jing was startled. Eunuch Wei smiled. The Empress Dowager didn't sleep a night because she took care of your majesty and fell ill from exhaustion. Concubine Jing smiled. It's rare for you and your son to let bygones be bygones. The emperor looked at Concubine Jing and said, Mother is my mother. She's only the Empress Dowager. This safety talisman is a gift from the monarch to the Empress Dowager, not a gift from the son. Moreover, I can't hide my whereabouts from her. Instead of letting her make trouble for mother, it's better for me to tell her that I'm here to ask for a safety talisman for her and to visit mother. Concubine Jing smiled helplessly. The Empress Dowager won't do anything to me. Your Majesty is overthinking it. Chapter 328. In the evening, the Imperial College and Qinghai Academy ended school. Gu Xiaoshen went to Nanxiang to learn from Master Lu. Gu Yin asked for a leave of absence because he was not feeling well. Of course, he was not really feeling unwell. He deliberately asked for a leave of absence to carry out the plan of the anti-brother-in-law justice alliance with little Jing Kong. Why hasn't the little monk come back yet? Gu Yin paced back and forth in the courtyard. Yao Shi found it funny and asked, You don't feel unwell anymore? Gu Yin coughed softly, I'm getting some fresh air. I feel much better now. Yao Shi knew that he deliberately skipped class, but she did not say anything because of his physical condition. Yao Shi was getting older. Gu Yin did not feel hot, but she was so hot that she was sweating. She went back to her room to take a bath. Gu Yin looked around at the door. She didn't know how long she had been looking around, but the little monk finally came back. Why are you so late? Gu Yin asked. Little Jing Kong sighed like a little adult. Isn't it because granduncle is too late? I said that I can come back by myself, but granduncle was worried and insisted that I wait for him. The Imperial College was not far from the Imperial College. Little Jing Kong walked there every day. He would not get lost even if he closed his eyes. But adults and children always had different ideas. His safety zone was this alley. The adults in his family would not be at ease if he went any further than this. Gu Yin looked at the two ends of the alley and pulled little Jing Kong's hand. Okay, let's not talk about this first. Sister and brother-in-law will be back soon. This meant that the two of them were going to start doing bad things secretly. But it was their first time, so they had to think about it carefully. Today, the medical center and the Imperial College were not busy. Gu Jiao and Xiao Luleng arrived home very early. After arriving home, Xiao Luleng went to the study to check little Jing Kong's homework. He did his homework faster than Gu Yin, so he usually checked his homework first. Gu Jiao went to the kitchen. Gu Yin narrowed his eyes and sneaked a peek into the kitchen. He found his sister making salted tofu pudding. Are you addicted to sending salted bean curd to brother-in-law? He was actually making tofu with his own hands. Gu Yan's heart was filled with jealousy. Little Jing Kong slipped out of the study room on the pretext of going to the washroom. The two little rascals hid behind the crabapple tree and exchanged the information they had gathered. Little Jing Kong said fiercely, Jiao Jiao went to the Hanlin Academy to pick up my bad brother-in-law. They went home together. Gu Yin was furious. His sister didn't even pick him up and send him to school. Gu Yin gritted his teeth and said, Sister is making salted tofu pudding for brother-in-law again. It's not like we have a share. Little Jing Kong suddenly had an idea and came up with a plan. Jiao Jiao, great uncle is calling you. Little Jing Kong came out of the kitchen and said to Gu Jiao with a cute face. Gu Jiao put down the spoon and said, Oh okay. I'll go over then. As soon as she left, the two little rascals came in. They looked at each other and smiled mischievously. They picked up the jar of seasoning and poured it into the tofu pudding. Add some salt, chili sauce, star anise, pepper. And this. Gu Yin took out a jar from the innermost part of the cupboard. Lotus seed heart. It's super bitter. Little Jing Kong pretended to roll his eyes and fall to the ground. He got up and laughed until his whole body trembled. After the two of them were done, they had just put the last jar back into the cupboard when Gu Jiao returned. She said in shock, Granduncle didn't call me just now. Little Jing Kong spread his hands and said seriously, maybe I heard wrongly. What are the two of you doing here? Gu Jiao asked. Their eyes flashed. Gu Yin said calmly, Oh, didn't you make tofu pudding for brother-in-law? We'll bring it over for you. Little Jing Kong quickly said, Yes. We'll bring it over for Jiao Jiao. Gu Jiao said, "Oh, I didn't make tofu pudding for your brother-in-law. I made it for the two of you. Last time, I only bought tofu pudding for your brother-in-law and didn't buy it for the two of you. You seem to be disappointed, so I came back early today and made a bowl for you. You came at the right time. Hurry up and eat." The two of them looked at the dark cuisine that they had destroyed with countless seasonings and felt as if they had been struck by lightning. The two little rascals wanted to cry but had no tears. Was it too late to regret? Boo-hoo. Gu Jiao looked at the two people whose expressions were gradually falling apart and asked strangely, "What's wrong? Don't you like my tofu pudding?" Boo-hoo, they could not like it. Otherwise they would lose to their bad brother-in-law. They loved Jiao Jiao more than their bad brother-in-law. The two of them took out their small bowls and Gu Yen scooped a big spoonful for little Jing Kong. "You're the younger brother. You should eat more." Little Jing Kong scooped a bigger spoonful for Gu Yen. In ancient times, Jing Kong gave you pears. Today Jing Kong gave you tofu pudding. "Brother Yen, eat more." Gu Yen said, "No, you should eat more. You have to grow taller." Little Jing Kong said, "I'm still young. I can grow taller slowly. Brother Yen, it's more important for you to take care of your body. Come on, let's hurt each other." The first action of the alliance against brother-in-law ended in failure. Until the end of the meal, Gu Yen and little Jing Kong's noses were not noses and eyes were not eyes. Umph. Little Jing Kong turned his face away. Her. Gu Yen also turned his face away. Everyone was confused. What's going on? Why are they fighting again? After dinner, Gu Jiao continued to study her gunpowder. Halfway through, Eunuch Qin came. Eunuch Qin was old, but he still jumped down from the carriage and almost fell on his back. Eunuch Qin, slow down. Gu Shaoshan, who happened to be at the door, helped him up. Eunuch Qin wiped the sweat on his forehead and smiled. "Thank you, Brother Shaoshan." "Brother Shaoshan, is your sister here?" "Yes. She's in the backyard." Gu Shaoshan said and shouted inside, "Sister, someone is looking for you. It's Eunuch Qin." Gu Jiao put away the bottles on the ground, stood up and looked at Eunuch Qin, who was walking hurriedly. "Eunuch Qin, it's already so late. Is Grandaunt looking for me?" Eunuch Qin said anxiously, "Oh yes." "No." Gu Jiao asked, "Is it yes or no?" Eunuch Qin pinched himself. "Look at my mouth, I don't know how to speak when I'm anxious. It's like this, Miss Gu." The Empress Dowager got a fish bone stuck in her throat while she was eating. "The imperial physicians couldn't do anything about it, so I came to find you." "All right, I'll go to the palace with you now." Gu Jiao returned to the east room, took her medicine box and left with Eunuch Qin. But before she could get into the carriage, another carriage stopped in front of the door. Eunuch Wei walked down from the carriage with an anxious expression. "Miss Gu. Miss Gu." Gu Jiao made a sound of surprise. "Eunuch Wei also came to find me?" Eunuch Wei said breathlessly, "His Majesty. His Majesty invites Miss Gu to Pure Flower's palace. Someone is injured." Eunuch Qin grabbed Gu Jiao's sleeve. "Miss Gu, go see the Empress Dowager first." "What happened to the Empress Dowager?" Eunuch Wei didn't wait for Eunuch Qin's reply and grabbed Gu Jiao's other sleeve. "It's a matter of life and death. Miss Gu, come with this old servant to Pure Flower's palace first." Eunuch Qin said seriously, "The Empress Dowager's life is also at stake. She's already coughing up blood." The main reason was that the Empress Dowager didn't take the fish bone seriously at first and used the traditional method to swallow a few mouthfuls of rice. In the end, she didn't manage to swallow the fish bone and cut her throat instead. Gu Jiao said to Eunuch Wei, "It'll be quick to remove the fish bone. I'll come over once I'm done." Eunuch Wei raised his hand. But there were no buts. Gu Jiao got into Eunuch Qin's carriage. Eunuch Qin sighed in relief. The Empress Dowager didn't dote on Miss Gu for nothing. However, someone was injured. Who was injured that made His Majesty so anxious? The two of them went to Rinshou Palace. Empress Dowager Zhuang was in great pain. There was something stuck in her throat and it hurt when she swallowed. The Empress Dowager's phoenix body was a serious matter and the imperial physicians didn't dare to blindly pry open her mouth. Fortunately, Gu Jiao had come. All the imperial physicians felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. Gu Jiao opened the small medicine box, took out gloves and put them on. Then she picked out a pair of cold tweezers. "I don't want to." Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at the tweezers and felt terrible. "It'll be quick. It won't hurt at all." Gu Jiao coaxed. No, I don't want to." Empress Dowager Zhuang exploded and refused. Gu Jiao turned to look at everyone. "Eunuch Qin, you can leave first." Empress Dowager Zhuang, You're not allowed to leave. Eunuch Qin coughed softly and left with the imperial physicians and servants. Empress Dowager Zhuang. Am I still your Empress Dowager? What happened to being frightened by the wind? Empress Dowager Zhuang covered her mouth and jumped down from the phoenix bed. Gu Jiao chased her all over the bedroom. The two of them were playing a game of cat and mouse. Eunuch Qin looked at the figure projected on the window paper and shook his head. He couldn't bear to watch this. In the end, Gu Jiao caught up to Empress Dowager Zhuang. She covered her mouth tightly. I don't want to. Gu Jiao coaxed. All right, I won't use it. Can I just take a look? Empress Dowager Zhuang said, Then give it to me. Gu Jiao obediently gave her the tweezers. Open your mouth and let me see if I can use medicine. Empress Dowager Zhuang gaped. A silver light flashed, and with a whoosh, Gu Jiao used another pair of tweezers to remove the fish bone from her body. Empress Dowager Zhuang, Gu Jiao said, All right, it's fine. However, your throat is broken and you need to rest for a while. Don't use your throat too much and eat a light diet. As she spoke, she said to the door, Eunuch Qin, come in. Eunuch Qin happily walked into the bedroom. Empress Dowager Zhuang coldly glared at a certain person. Eunuch Qin shrunk his neck and hid behind Gu Jiao. On the other side, Eunuch Wei returned to Pure Flower's palace alone. He was the only one with the emperor, so he couldn't help but become angry. What happened? Where's the little divine doctor? Didn't we tell you to invite her here no matter what? Eunuch Wei said embarrassedly. This servant went to invite her, but the little divine doctor? The emperor coldly said, If you have something to say, then say it. Don't stutter. Eunuch Wei steeled his heart and said, The Empress Dowager is also sick. The little divine doctor was called away by Eunuch Qin. The emperor laughed mockingly. He slammed his fist on the table and sneered, Didn't she recover from her cold long ago? When we went to give her the protective talisman, she was still hale and hearty. How did she become sick so quickly that she needed to call a doctor? Are there no imperial physicians in the palace? Eunuch Wei thought for a moment. I heard it was an accident. A fishbone got stuck. The emperor's smile became even more mocking. Last time, she was so sick that she couldn't bear to tell the little divine doctor. Now, she called the little divine doctor to the palace for a mere fishbone. Do you think she did it on purpose? Does she know? Your Majesty. Eunuch Wei didn't know how to respond. The emperor clenched his fists. Fine, since she did it once, then don't blame us for returning the favor. Your Majesty. Miss Gu has arrived. The eunuch outside the door reported. The emperor gave Eunuch Wei a look. Eunuch Wei understood and personally went to Pure Flower's palace to welcome Gu Jiao in. Gu Jiao only knew that someone in Pure Flower's palace was injured, but she didn't know who it was. It wasn't until she entered the side hall of Pure Flower's palace that she realized that the person who needed her treatment was Grand Concubine Jing. Gu Jiao didn't ask why Grand Concubine Jing, who was supposed to be staying in the nunnery, had appeared in the emperor's sleeping quarters. Moreover, it seemed that Rinshou Palace didn't know about this. Otherwise, Eunuch Qin wouldn't have grumbled all the way here. Gu Jiao looked at the unconscious Grand Concubine Jing. Oh, husband only said not to go to the nunnery in the future. He didn't say that she couldn't go to Pure Flower's palace. To round it off, he was allowed to make a house call today. Gu Jiao placed the medicine box on the table and began to examine Grand Concubine Jing's injuries. What's wrong with her? Gu Jiao asked. The emperor looked at Grand Concubine Jing and said with heartache, Mother fell. She went to pick some fruit for us and accidentally rolled down the stairs. There was a small orchard behind the nunnery. It was filled with seasonal fruits. Grand Concubine Jing would pick some of the fruits and have them sent to the emperor's palace every season. The emperor took the initiative to talk about the reason Grand Concubine Jing had entered the palace. We went to visit Mother today and heard this bad news as soon as we returned. We couldn't feel at ease, so we ordered people to bring Mother back to the palace to recuperate. Her injuries aren't serious, Gu Jiao said. The emperor's gaze deepened. But we're worried that something else might happen to her. It wasn't easy to guess. Was he saying that Grand Concubine Jing was prone to accidents due to her old age, or that there was someone secretly plotting against her and creating accidents for her? Gu Jiao didn't ask either. Grand Concubine Jing's right elbow, left palm, and right thigh and knee had various degrees of abrasions. There was also a slight fever, so the diagnosis was that she had caught a cold recently. Gu Jiao wrote a prescription and had Eunuch Wei go get the medicine. Brew one medicine a day, once in the morning and once in the evening, and take it after meals. As for her injuries, just apply some of the medicine from the Imperial Physician Bureau. It doesn't matter if you don't apply it. Gu Jiao was about to pack up and leave when the emperor suddenly smiled bitterly. We thought we were keeping it a secret. In the end, he had overestimated his own strength and underestimated the spy from Rinshou Palace. Gu Jiao paused. The Empress Dowager doesn't know. Heh, the emperor sneered. Why would she feign illness at a time like this? Fortunately, Mother Jing's injuries aren't serious. What if they were? With this delay, concubine Jing's mother might even lose her life. To think that he had been moved by her taking care of him for an entire night. But now, it seemed that it was just a tactic she used to win people over. She was still as stubborn as ever. The Empress Dowager isn't feigning illness. Gu Jiao pointed at Grand Concubine Jing on the bed. The Empress Dowager's condition is more serious than hers. If she's feigning illness, why isn't she the one feigning illness? Gu Jiao wasn't questioning Grand Concubine Jing, but merely providing evidence to refute the emperor. The emperor became agitated. How could Mother Jing be feigning illness? She's injured to this extent. You saw it with your own eyes, how could it be fake? Gu Jiao wasn't intimidated by the emperor's anger. She stared at him and said stubbornly, I saw the Empress Dowager with my own eyes as well. The emperor's gaze turned even colder. The entire side chamber fell silent. Eunuch Wei, who was serving on the side, held his breath and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Miss Gu was too bold. Wasn't she afraid of being punished by His Majesty for speaking like this? The emperor was indeed so angered by Gu Jiao that he almost questioned Gu Jiao, but he managed to restrain himself in the end. He turned around and said coldly, Withdraw. Don't appear in front of us for the next few days. Gu Jiao said indifferently, That's perfect. I was also planning to tell His Majesty that I won't be coming to Pure Flowers Palace in the future. If anyone in Pure Flowers Palace is sick, please go find a physician or imperial physician yourself. Don't come find me. The emperor abruptly turned around to look at her. Humph. Gu Jiao closed the lid of the medicine box and left with the medicine box without looking back. The emperor was so angry that his face turned green. He watched a certain someone's small figure leave and said angrily, Even the crown prince hasn't acted so impudently in front of us. Gu Jiao stopped in her tracks and walked back with the medicine box in her arms. The emperor's lips curved. Now you know the might of the emperor, right? Forget it. He didn't really want to punish her. If she obediently gave in, he'd magnanimously forgive her this time. Gu Jiao stretched out a hand. What? The emperor was stunned. The consultation fee. Gu Jiao said with a cold expression. Does the emperor not need to pay for the consultation? The emperor, who almost choked to death. Gu Jiao left expressionlessly after taking the 50 taels of silver. Grand Concubine Jing slowly woke up and sucked in a cold breath, probably from the pain all over her body. The emperor sensed the movement and quickly walked over to sit by the bed. Mother. Grand Concubine Jing pressed her groggy head. It was so noisy just now. Did someone offend His Majesty? Eunuch Wei glanced at the emperor nervously. The emperor tucked in Grand Concubine Jing's blankets and said, No, Mother must have misheard. No one offended us. Just now, us was discussing Mother's condition with the physician. It's us fault for disturbing Mother. Eunuch Wei's expression relaxed. His Majesty still doted on the little divine doctor. Chapter 329. Novels with content that can't be found online can be found here. Old Concubine Jing shook her head weakly. Alright, I'm fine now. I should go back. Your Majesty, please don't bring me into the palace for no reason in the future. Since I've already become a monk, I will stay in the nunnery for the rest of my life to accompany the Buddha. The emperor said, If Imperial Concubine Mother wants to worship Buddha, it doesn't matter where. We will build a nunnery for Imperial Concubine Mother in the palace. In the future, Imperial Concubine Mother can worship Buddha in the palace. This will make it easier for us to take care of Imperial Concubine Mother. Old Concubine Jing's expression changed slightly. She grabbed the emperor's hand and said seriously, You absolutely cannot do this. The emperor patted the back of her hand. We have already made up our mind. Before moving into the nunnery, Imperial Concubine Mother will stay in Pure Flowers Palace. No one can harm Imperial Concubine Mother, not even that person from Rinshou Palace. Old Concubine Jing called him by his name in her anxiety. This was actually a big taboo. In the palace, The only person who had the right to call him by his name was Empress Dowager Zhuang. The emperor naturally didn't mind this. He and old concubine Jing were very close. In his heart, old concubine Jing was no different from his birth mother. No matter what the rules were, he was still old concubine Jing's son. Old concubine Jing definitely had the right to call him Honger. He held old concubine Jing's hand and said seriously, "We should have brought imperial concubine mother back long ago. We have endured time and time again in exchange for Renshou Palace getting worse. Now Renshou Palace is brazenly framing imperial concubine mother. Since imperial concubine mother is no longer safe outside the palace, we might as well move in openly. We will protect imperial concubine mother even if we have to risk our lives." At morning court the next day the emperor announced two important matters. One was the marriage between Zhuang Yuheng and Gu Jinyu, the daughter of the Marquis of Ding'an's household. The other was that imperial concubine Jing would be brought back to the palace and renovated a nunnery for her alone. Gu Jinyu clearly wasn't a match for Zhuang Yuheng, and grand concubine Jing's return to the palace was clearly against the rules of etiquette. The court instantly exploded. Grand Tutor Zhuang was very angry. He really did not expect His Majesty to appoint a marriage between Zhuang Yuheng and Gu Jinyu. Even if he used his heels, he could guess that it was that old fellow Gu Chao who had gone to the emperor to ask for grace. Gu Chao is really shameless. He actually dared to report this matter to the emperor. Grand Tutor Zhuang was flustered. From the Marquis's point of view, shouldn't it be Grand Tutor Zhuang who should be ashamed? The one who did the wrong thing was Prince and not Gu Jinyu. Gu Jinyu was just a victim. The old Marquis was stubborn and pedantic in certain respects, but in such matters he was more open-minded and penetrating than most people. If it was someone else, and their young lady's reputation was ruined and she could no longer get married, they would only wish that the other party would accept their young lady, even if it was to be a concubine. However, the old Marquis refused. As long as he didn't do anything wrong, he wouldn't be afraid. The victim should seek justice and the perpetrator should pay the price. Grand Tutor Zhuang stepped out of the ranks and said seriously, "Reporting to Your Majesty, this matter is absolutely inappropriate. Your Majesty, please take back the decree." The emperor sat on the dragon throne and said with a dignified gaze, "What is Grand Tutor Zhuang saying is inappropriate? Is it inappropriate to appoint a marriage for your grandson? Or is it inappropriate to renovate the nunnery for concubine Jing in the palace?" Grand Tutor Zhuang glanced at where Empress Dowager Zhuang was listening to the state affairs from behind the curtain. He gathered his courage and said, "May I ask if Your Majesty has something to discuss with the Empress Dowager?" The emperor smiled faintly and said mockingly, "Zhen even has to report to the Empress Dowager about such trivial matters as appointing a marriage and renovating a nunnery. Zhen actually doesn't know when the country of Great Zhao changed its surname to Zhuang?" Grand Tutor Zhuang's expression changed, and he knelt down with the ceremonial tablet. "This official definitely does not have such intentions. Your Majesty, please understand." The officials all had different expressions. Even though this was the truth and half of Zhao country was in the hands of Empress Dowager Zhuang, everyone was well aware of this and would not truly expose the truth. The emperor had completely pulled down the last fig leaf of the imperial family. What did he want to do? Completely fall out with Empress Dowager Zhuang? The civil and military officials stood in the solemn throne room. Suddenly they had a feeling that a storm was coming. The emperor smiled very casually and looked at Empress Dowager Zhuang, who was sitting slightly above him. His gaze passed through the beaded curtain and fell on the figure of the Empress Dowager. "So, without discussing it with Imperial Mother, I don't even have the right to appoint a marriage and renovate a nunnery. Does Imperial Mother also think this way?" Empress Dowager Zhuang ignored him and just sat there calmly. The emperor laughed, but it wasn't that she had to answer. The emperor turned to look at Grand Tutor Zhuang, who was kneeling in the hall, and his smile gradually froze. Grand Tutor Zhuang knows why Zhen would appoint a marriage between Zhuang Yuheng and Miss Gu. Or does Grand Tutor Zhuang not mind if Zhen announces the marriage to the public? Grand Tutor Zhuang's heart skipped a beat. If it was announced to the public, wouldn't it let the civil and military officials in the whole world know that Zhuang Yuheng had lost his virtue? At that time, Zhuang Yuheng's nearly 20 years of good reputation would be destroyed. Not everyone could stand at the peak of power with a bad reputation. Only Marquis Xianping was an exception in the 6 countries. Zhuang Yuheng still cared about his reputation, or rather, the Zhuang family cared about their reputation. The emperor hadn't said anything, but the civil and military officials had already begun to whisper. Even Grand Tutor Zhuang felt that the way they looked at him had changed. Grand Tutor Zhuang didn't dare to object. He kowtowed and said in pain and humiliation, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your grace." After the court was dismissed, Grand Tutor Zhuang stopped Empress Dowager Zhuang's carriage. He walked to the front of the carriage and stared at Empress Dowager Zhuang behind the gauze curtain. Why didn't Empress Dowager stop His Majesty? Is Empress Dowager going to watch Hanger marry Gu Jinyu, that woman with a bad reputation? In comparison, Grand Tutor Zhuang didn't have to worry about whether old concubine Jing would return to the palace. She was just an old concubine without power and influence. The situation was set, and she couldn't be made another Empress Dowager. Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't say anything. Grand Tutor Zhuang's expression was uncertain. Eunuch Qin bowed slightly to Grand Tutor Zhuang. "Let's go." Empress Dowager Zhuang's carriage left. When they returned to Renshou Palace, the carriage landed steadily. Eunuch Qin stretched out his arm. Empress Dowager Zhuang held his arm and walked down the carriage. He helped Empress Dowager Zhuang walk to her bedroom. As they walked, he said, "Is Empress Dowager giving the Zhuang family a warning? I remember that Empress Dowager once said to Grand Tutor that the world belongs to the Qin family, and the country belongs to the Qin family. Today's events have finally allowed Grand Tutor Zhuang to personally experience this." "Humph." Empress Dowager Zhuang snorted coldly. Eunuch Qin was stunned. He was familiar with Empress Dowager Zhuang's tone. She was clearly mocking him. He widened his eyes. "Isn't it? Then why didn't you say anything?" Empress Dowager Zhuang said seriously, "Jiao Jiao told me not to use my voice." Eunuch Qin was speechless. "That's it? That's it." The marriage between Gu Jinyu and Prince An quickly spread. In less than a day, everyone knew that she was going to marry Prince An. Is she going to be a concubine? Or a secondary consort? Neither. I heard that she's going to be the official consort. In the future, she'll be carried back to the Zhuang family by 3 matchmakers and 6 betrothal gifts. The students of the girls' school were stunned. Of course, they were also jealous. Gu Jinyu's reputation in the capital was not bad. But later she made mistakes one after another. First, her identity was exposed. Then she was greedy for credit. She messed with the bellows, causing many workers in the Ministry of Works to be injured. There were even people who said that she did not invent the bellows. She claimed credit for someone else. In short, her reputation was terrible. She had not come to the girls' school for a few months. Everyone guessed that she was too ashamed to come out. But they did not expect that the next time they heard news of her was that she was going to marry Prince An as his consort. Before the appearance of the new top scorer, Prince An was the dream lover of all the girls in the capital. He was still the dream lover. After all, the new top scorer was already taken, but Prince An was theirs. Whoever Prince An married as his consort was destined to become the public enemy of all the daughters in the capital. And Gu Jinyu made everyone hate her to the max. How could a woman with such a bad moral character be worthy of royal Prince An, who was a noble and talented man? The heavens must be blind. But no matter how much they scolded Gu Jinyu was still a woman they could not be jealous of. The news soon reached Marquis Ding and Fu. At Ding and Fu, Marquis Gu, who had been ordered to build a residence for Empress Dowager Zhuang, finally welcomed his first break. He had been at the construction site for the past few days, supervising day and night. He had lost a layer of skin from the sun and had lost a lot of weight. He first returned to the Fu, planning to pay respects to the old Marquis and old Madame Gu. Then he went to Jade Water Alley to visit Yao Shi and his son. In the end, he heard old Madame Gu say that Gu Jinyu's marriage had been decided. The other party was Prince, and old Madame Gu had told him that the old Marquis was not in the Fu. Marquis Gu's first reaction was shock. After all, whether it was from the perspective of a well-matched family or from the perspective of a battle between factions, the two families were not very compatible. His second reaction was pleasant surprise. Because whether it was appearance, character, or family background, there were not many in the capital who were more outstanding than Prince An. If his daughter could really marry him, then it would be a perfect marriage. As for the battle between factions, who could say for sure what would happen in the future? Perhaps after Prince An inherited the Zhuang family, he would be willing to join the emperor's camp for his daughter's sake? His Jinyu was so gentle and virtuous. There was probably no man in the world who would be willing to harm her. Marquis Gu immediately went to Gu Jinyu's courtyard. "Father, you've gotten thinner," Gu Jinyu said with heartache. "Was it very tiring to supervise the construction of the residence?" Marquis Gu rubbed his sore shoulders and sighed. "It was a bit tiring, but if it can be completed, it will be a great achievement." Gu Jinyu asked curiously, Who is the Empress Dowager building a residence for? Why did she mobilize so many people? Half of the Ministry of Works has been called over. Marquis Gu said in deep thought, I heard that it was built for the second miss of the Zhuang family. The garden inside is really beautiful and the scenery is unique. I've lived in the capital for so many years, but I've never seen such a beautiful place. I just don't know why the courtyard was built to imitate the layout of the residence in Jade Water Lane. Jade Water Lane? Gu Jinyu did not understand. Marquis Gu waved his hand and smiled, All right, let's not talk about this. I heard from your grandmother that the emperor has bestowed a marriage between you and Prince Sin. When you marry into the Zhuang family, you will have the opportunity to walk around that residence. Speaking of which, that residence wouldn't be the prince residence that the Empress Dowager built for Prince Sin, right? To make it easier for him to move out after the wedding and live alone? If that's really the case, then Jinyu, you're too lucky. Gu Jinyu's face flushed slightly. It's too early to say. Marquis Gu laughed heartily. That's true. The marriage has just been bestowed and you still have to leave with the 3 letters and 6 rights. There's no rush. Marquis Gu smiled and said with satisfaction, No matter what, I congratulate you on finding the right man. It's all thanks to grandfather. Gu Jinyu lowered her eyes and said shyly. Marquis Gu only thought that his old master had taken a fancy to Prince Sin as his grandson-in-law and did not think too much about it. He held Gu Jinyu's hand and could not hide his joy. I'll make a trip to Jade Water Lane and tell your mother and younger brother this good news so that they can be happy for you. Gu Jinyu smiled and nodded. Marquis Gu went to Jade Water Lane. He was in high spirits the whole way. From today onwards, he was the prince's father-in-law. Just thinking about it made him feel so glorious. Jinyu really made him proud, unlike that brat who had married a poor boy from the countryside and refused to divorce him. Although he was lucky enough to be the top scorer, he was still worlds apart from Prince Sin. When he arrived at Jade Water Lane, Gu Jiao and Gu Yen were playing with the newly made swing in the front yard. It was originally made for little Jing Kong, but Gu Yen had broken it just now. Gu Yen quickly called his sister to save the scene, otherwise the little monk would cry loudly. The siblings had a tacit understanding and the scene was rather heartwarming. Marquis Gu admired it for a while before taking big strides over. Yen, father is here. His gaze fell on Gu Jiao and he called out Jiao Jiao with great reluctance. The siblings glanced at him and continued to fix the swing. Marquis Gu looked at himself and then at his feet. He had come in, right? He was in a good mood today and did not argue with the 2 little fellows. He walked over in high spirits and rubbed Gu Yan's head. You've grown taller. Don't touch me. Gu Yan frowned and moved his hand away. Marquis Gu did not mind and smiled. I'm here to see you and have good news to tell you. Jinyu is getting married and Yen is going to have a second brother-in-law soon. That brother-in-law is not someone a poor scholar from the countryside can compare to. Gu Yen said coldly, I only have one brother-in-law. You say that because you don't know who your second brother-in-law is. When I tell you his identity, you'll want him to be your brother-in-law as soon as possible. Marquis Gu paused, took a deep breath and said with pride, He is Commandery Prince Sin. How is it? Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Marquis Gu raised his head and laughed loudly. He turned to look at the twins, but they had already walked far away. One went to the east room and the other went to the central room. Marquis Gu, who had been treated like heir, Empress Dowager Zhuang's throat was injured, so Gu Jiao went to the palace to visit her in the afternoon. When she passed by the imperial garden, Gu Jiao bumped into the emperor, who had come from Pure Flower's palace. The emperor's eyes lit up when he saw her. They had argued yesterday, but he selfishly felt that they should make up today. Who would have thought that Gu Jiao would turn her head and walk away with a cold expression on her face? The emperor, Grand Concubine Jing, who was being helped out by Eunuch Wei, saw this scene and asked softly, Was that Miss Gu? Yes. Eunuch Wei nodded. Eunuch Wei had made a fool of himself in front of Gu Jiao because Gu Jiao was also there when he went to visit Grand Concubine Jing. He could no longer hide his identity as a eunuch, and his identity as the emperor was exposed. In any case, Grand Concubine Jing had seen Gu Jiao before, so it wasn't strange for her to recognize her. Grand Concubine Jing thought of something and asked, Was the physician who came to the palace to treat me last night Miss Gu? Yes. Eunuch Wei nodded with an embarrassed smile. Grand Concubine Jing lowered her eyes and thought for a moment before smiling. His Majesty really dotes on Miss Gu. Eunuch Wei smiled. Miss Gu's medical skills are excellent and she's smart. His Majesty does indeed think highly of her. He used the word think highly of her, implying that there was no romantic relationship between men and women. At this time, the emperor walked over dejectedly like a defeated rooster. He adjusted his expression when he saw Grand Concubine Jing and said calmly, "I'll accompany Imperial Mother to sit in the pavilion for a while." The mother and son sat down in the pavilion, and Eunuch Wei served them tea and snacks. Grand Concubine Jing looked at the emperor, who was frowning, and said in amusement, "The last time I saw your majesty get the cold shoulder was when Ning'an was in the palace. I remember that Ning'an practiced her calligraphy for an entire afternoon and showed it off to your majesty, but your majesty mocked her for being ugly. Ning'an ran to my place and ignored your majesty for several days." That was when the emperor had just ascended the throne. Grand Concubine Jing had moved to the nunnery. Princess Ning'an was still in the main harem. There weren't many people who dared to give the emperor such a hard time. Grand Concubine Jing pointed at the left side of her face. "Your majesty, do you remember that Ning'an was naughty when she was young? She climbed a tree to pick peaches and ended up falling down. The left side of her face was broken and left behind a small scar. The scar has faded by the time she grew up, but girls like to look pretty, so she always put a flower on it. It's red and looks like a begonia. The birthmark on Miss Gu's left face is similar to Ning'an's flower. I think of Ning'an every time I see her." The emperor was stunned. The emperor hadn't thought of Ning'an when he saw Gu Jiao, but after Grand Concubine Jing's words, he felt that there were some similarities between the two. Could it be that he liked the little miracle doctor so much because he thought of her as Ning'an's substitute? Chapter 330. Gu Jiao entered Rinshou Palace by showing her face. All the masters and servants of Rinshou Palace knew her and knew that she was Empress Dowager Zhuang's favorite, so no one dared to stop her. Although Empress Dowager Zhuang ordered that she would not see anyone this afternoon, noble consort Zhuang was not so lucky. As soon as she arrived at the gate of Rinshou Palace, she was stopped by the guards. Noble consort Zhuang said, "Go and pass the message. I have something urgent to see Empress Dowager Zhuang." The guard replied, "Sorry, Empress Dowager Zhuang ordered that she would not see anyone." Noble consort Zhuang frowned, "But I saw someone go in just now. That was Miss Gu. She went to treat Empress Dowager Zhuang." The guard finally knew not to make Gu Jiao hate him. Noble consort Zhuang was relieved when she heard that it was for treatment. But the next moment she asked worriedly, "Is Empress Dowager Zhuang sick?" The guard said, "Empress Dowager Zhuang was slightly unwell yesterday and invited Miss Gu to the palace to treat Empress Dowager Zhuang. Today Miss Gu came to check on Empress Dowager Zhuang." Noble consort Zhuang thought for a moment, "Then I have to go in and visit Empress Dowager Zhuang." "This," noble consort Zhuang said, "I won't embarrass you. Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't let you disturb her, but Miss Gu didn't say this. Go and invite Miss Gu." "Yes." The guard looked at the little palace maid on the side. The little palace maid understood and quickly caught up with Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao was talking to Eunuch Qin in the small garden in front of the hall. The little palace maid said, "Miss Gu, Eunuch Qin, noble consort Zhuang is here. She wants to see Miss Gu." Eunuch Qin was a shrewd person. Noble consort Zhuang and Gu Jiao were not familiar with each other. She wanted to see her and hoped that Gu Jiao could pass the message to Empress Dowager Zhuang. "Empress Dowager Zhuang is reading the memorial. We dare not disturb her." "Well, then I'll wait too." Gu Jiao didn't want to be special. "Good." Eunuch Qin smiled and took Gu Jiao to Empress Dowager Zhuang's bedroom. In fact, with the Empress Dowager's love for Miss Gu, she wouldn't mind Miss Gu's disturbance at all. In fact, Miss Gu could even find some time to have some fun during the boring days of official business. However, Miss Gu had never become arrogant because she was pampered. She had her own limits and limits. She was good to the Empress Dowager, not to get the Empress Dowager's favor, but because she sincerely hoped that the Empress Dowager could live a good life. Eunuch Qin went to the gate of Rinshou Palace to see noble consort Zhuang and said politely, "Miss Gu is also waiting for the Empress Dowager to summon her." At this point, noble consort Zhuang couldn't say anything more. Fortunately, there weren't many memorials today, so Empress Dowager Zhuang left the study soon. Eunuch Qin reported, "Empress Dowager, Miss Gu and the Imperial Consort are here." Empress Dowager Zhuang said, "Let her in." This was referring to noble consort Zhuang. She understood the rules that she had set. Jiao Jiao could enter but outsiders could not. "Yes." Eunuch Qin led noble consort Zhuang into the Empress Dowager's bedroom. Gu Jiao had just finished examining Empress Dowager Zhuang. Her throat had recovered well, but she seemed to have a little heat stroke because of the hot weather. Gu Jiao took ginger slices and sesame oil to scrape her arm. Noble consort Zhuang respectfully bowed and said, "Empress Dowager." "Speak, what's the matter?" Empress Dowager Zhuang asked faintly. Her throat was injured, so it still hurt when she used it. Eunuch Qin had already left with the palace people. There were only 3 of them left in the huge bedroom. Noble consort Zhuang glanced at Gu Jiao, who was scraping Empress Dowager Zhuang's skin. She understood that Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't mean to avoid Gu Jiao. She lowered her eyes and said softly, "Empress Dowager, do you really not care about Henge's marriage? How can Henge marry?" She looked at Gu Jiao again and chose her words carefully. She omitted the unfriendly words and directly said, "Gu Jinyu? She is only the adopted daughter of Marquis Ding An's Fu. Her status is lowly and her morals are lacking. Marrying her will implicate Heng and make him the laughingstock of the capital." Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at her faintly, as if indicating for her to continue. Noble consort Zhuang's gaze swept back and forth between Gu Jiao and said, "What's more, Gu Jinyu stole Miss Gu's credit. It's unfair to Miss Gu to praise her like this." Empress Dowager Zhuang said in a deep voice, "Don't use others as a raft." Noble consort Zhuang hesitated and said, "Yes." Gu Jiao continued to scrape and had no intention of participating in the conversation. As for Empress Dowager Zhuang, she didn't react much to Noble consort Zhuang's complaints. Noble consort Zhuang couldn't help but feel anxious. This situation was different from what she had imagined. The Empress Dowager had a heart of stone, but she loved Zhuang Yuheng. She didn't agree to sending Zhuang Yuheng to Qin country as a hostage. Now that Zhuang Yuheng had been tricked by the emperor to this extent, why was she unmoved? Noble consort Zhuang continued, "Empress Dowager, Henger's wife must be of equal status and be of help to him. But what does Gu Jinyu have? She isn't even Marquis Ding An's flesh and blood. Could it be that Marquis Ding and Fu will side with her in the future? Moreover, I suspect that the emperor wants to plant a spy in the Zhuang family. Marquis Ding and Fu was the emperor's confidant. The emperor had Gu Jinyu marry into the Zhuang family for 2 reasons. First, it would break the Zhuang family's plans to form a strong marriage alliance with other aristocratic families. Second, it would allow the emperor to monitor the actions of royal prince and the Zhuang family. Noble consort Zhuang felt that the emperor had this plan. In reality, the emperor didn't have this plan. But just as the emperor didn't trust Empress Dowager Zhuang, Noble consort Zhuang didn't trust the emperor's intentions. The Zhuang family couldn't make any mistakes, and they couldn't lose a great opportunity to form a marriage alliance with a powerful aristocratic family. The more powerful royal princein was, the more support her son Ning Wang would have. And Noble consort Zhuang saw that reasoning wasn't effective, so she played the family card. Empress Dowager Zhuang closed her eyes to rest. Noble consort Zhuang was extremely anxious. She simply kicked the ball to Gu Jiao. "Miss Gu, what do you think?" She knew that Gu Jiao and Gu Jinyu didn't have a good relationship. She believed that Gu Jiao wouldn't speak up for Gu Jinyu, nor would she care about the battle between the Zhuang family and Marquis Ding and Fu. Gu Jiao was Empress Dowager Zhuang's person. Gu Jiao continued to scrape her grandaunt's skin. She paused and said, "This is Royal Prince An's marriage. Shouldn't it be up to him to decide? When the emperor bestowed the marriage, did you ask him if he would accept it? Is noble consort Nyang Yang representing his own wishes?" Noble consort Zhuang was immediately stumped. Noble consort Zhuang returned without success. After Gu Jiao finished scraping Empress Dowager Zhuang's skin, she went to prepare her own gunpowder. The space in Baishui Alley was limited. She didn't dare to move too freely for fear of blowing up the residence. Ren Shou Palace had enough empty space. It was fine even if it blew up. Eunuch Qin entered the room to serve Empress Dowager Zhuang. Her complexion was much better and her chest was no longer stuffy. Eunuch Qin offered up freshly cut fruits and said, "Is the Empress Dowager truly ignoring Royal Prince An's marriage?" Empress Dowager Zhuang seemed to mock and ridicule. The emperor acted first and then reported later. "He gave Ijia such a large army. How can Ijia handle Ijia? Is this country really surnamed Zhuang? Ijia's hands have been stained with blood over the years. Everyone thinks that Ijia's power came easily. Who has seen Ijia treading on thin ice?" Eunuch Qin deeply agreed. Outsiders only saw the Empress Dowager calling the wind and summoning the rain. They didn't see the blood dripping from the Empress Dowager's back. Empress Dowager Zhuang lightly said, "If Zhuang Yuheng wanted to cancel the marriage, he would have come to ask Ijia himself. If he didn't say anything, it means that he has accepted. Just as she finished speaking, a loud boom came from the small lawn in the side hall. The entire Rinshou palace seemed to tremble. The two people's expressions changed. Eunuch Qin hurriedly took small steps and ran out. Miss Gu, are you all right? A large part of the lawn was blasted bare. Gu Jiao was nowhere to be seen. Eunuch Qin was frightened. Miss Gu. I am here. A weak voice came from the top of Eunuch Qin's head. Eunuch Qin looked up and saw Gu Jiao's small black face and messy hair from the explosion. Her small arms and legs were drooping, like a small doll hanging soullessly from the high eaves. Gu Jiao opened her small mouth and spat out a mouthful of black smoke. Eunuch Qin was speechless. Gu Jiao was confused by the explosion. After being rescued by the palace's experts, she climbed onto her great aunt's phoenix bed and slept for the whole afternoon. When she woke up, it was close to evening. Her great aunt asked her to stay at Rinshou Palace for dinner. She thought for a moment and said, "Great aunt, I'll make you some dates." It was mainly because she felt bad for blowing up her great aunt's lawn today. No matter what, she had to make up for it. Dates were made with feta cheese, sun-dried red dates, and almonds. The red dates were naturally sweet and didn't need any extra sugar. The milk was fragrant, delicious, and nutritious. Red dates and almonds weren't hard to find, but the feta cheese had to be fetched from the imperial kitchen. While the chef of Rinshou Palace went to fetch the feta cheese from the imperial kitchen, Gu Jiao went to the imperial garden. She planned to pick some fresh flower petals and dry them to make tea. Not long after she started picking flowers in the imperial garden, several unfamiliar palace maids came over. They also picked some fresh flowers with baskets in their hands. Gu Jiao put the basket full of flowers on the stone table, then went to pick another basket full. There seemed to be a lot of flower petals, but there wasn't much left once they were dried. Gu Jiao returned with a full load. Coincidentally, the feta cheese had also been brought over. She handed the basket to Eunuch Qin and turned to the small kitchen to make the dates. Inside Pure Flower's palace, the palace maids were all kneeling on the ground. The emperor and grand concubine Jing were sitting on chairs. The emperor frowned at the newly selected palace maids who served grand concubine Jing and said with a displeased expression, "How are you serving grand concubine? You actually made grand concubine's jade pendant disappear." Grand concubine Jing sighed, "It's not their fault, I lost it myself. When I went to the imperial garden just now, I seemed to have heard something, but I didn't pay attention to it. It must have been then that I lost it. This servant found it, but this servant." One of the palace maids stuttered. Grand concubine Jing said gently, "Don't be afraid. Speak properly, I won't blame you." The palace maid gathered her courage and took a step forward before kowtowing. This servant picked up a jade pendant in the imperial garden. This servant didn't know that it was grand concubine who lost it, so this servant wanted to give it to manager Auntie. This servant placed the jade pendant on the table, but when this servant went to get it after picking the flowers, the jade pendant disappeared without a trace. The emperor asked in a low voice, "Why did you place the jade pendant on the table so casually?" The palace maid said fearfully, "That jade pendant was already broken, so this servant thought that it was worthless and wasn't anything good." Broken. The emperor looked at grand concubine Jing in surprise. Grand concubine Jing nodded bitterly and didn't say anything. Granny Kai said earnestly, 2 years ago grand concubine fell and broke the jade pendant. A corner of it shattered and couldn't be reconnected. However, that was a memento that Princess Ning'an left for grand concubine, so even though it was broken, grand concubine still wore it every day. The emperor's heart ached when he heard that grand concubine Jing had fallen. He only regretted not bringing her back to the palace earlier to take care of her. "I've made mother suffer," he said guiltily. Grand concubine Jing said, "Your Majesty is too serious. It's only a fall. There are times when one's legs are inconvenient when they're old." From what I see, Rinshou Palace. The emperor wanted to say that the one in Rinshou Palace had nimble legs, even nimbler than before she contracted leprosy. He also felt that it wasn't appropriate to keep mentioning the Empress Dowager. He cleared his throat and looked at the palace maids kneeling on the ground. "Apart from you, who else went to the imperial garden?" The palace maids looked at each other in dismay. Although a piece of the jade was broken, the remaining half was still priceless. It wasn't an ordinary piece of jade, but a 1,000-year-old cold jade from the Yen Kingdom. Just because the palace maid didn't know what it was didn't mean that others didn't know what it was. "Speak," the emperor said coldly. Who took Grand Concubine's jade pendant? Everyone kowtowed. It was the palace maid who had picked up the jade pendant that said, "Your Majesty, we really didn't take it. We didn't know what it was, so how could we have taken a piece?" She didn't dare to say that the jade was broken anymore. The emperor asked gravely, "Then apart from you, who else went to the imperial garden?" The palace maid thought for a moment and said, "There was a girl. I don't know which palace she was from. She didn't dress like a concubine or palace maid. There was a red birthmark on the left side of her face. She wasn't a concubine or palace maid, and she had a red birthmark on the left side of her face. Who else could it be but Gu Jiao?" That was awkward. If it was an ordinary jade pendant, the emperor wouldn't have bothered to look into it. However, it was a memento that Princess Ning and had left for Grand Concubine Jing. She was also someone that the emperor had once doted on. The emperor cared about her just as much as he cared about Grand Concubine Jing. Eunuch Wei glanced at the emperor with a complicated expression. Miss Gu couldn't tolerate sand in her eyes. If the emperor really dared to send someone to ask her if she had picked up the jade pendant, Miss Gu would probably never talk to him again. Alright, even though I'm already angry at His Majesty. However, the nature of the matter was different. Miss Gu wasn't a person with dirty hands, but the emperor wouldn't let go of any clues. The difficult part was that once he asked, the seeds of hostility would be planted between them. Moreover, Miss Gu was now in Rinshou Palace. What would the Empress Dowager think if she learned of this? She wouldn't rest until she gave the emperor a good scolding. The Empress Dowager could be wronged, but Miss Gu couldn't. Eunuch Wei silently wiped away his cold sweat. It was over. It was all over. The emperor composed himself and held Grand Concubine Jing's hand. The little divine doctor wouldn't pick up the jade pendant on the table. The Empress Dowager dotes on her and wishes to give her all the treasures in Rinshou Palace. Although the Millennium Cold Jade given by Ning and is precious, it isn't to her liking. Ning and also gave me a Millennium Cold Jade. Since it's a memento left by Ning, and I'll have someone bring it to Mother. This servant will go get it right away. Eunuch Wei didn't wait for the emperor to give him an order and left quickly, as if he was afraid that the emperor would go back on his word. The emperor said, "These little palace maids didn't do a good job and lost Mother's jade pendant. They don't have to serve Mother anymore. I'll choose some capable palace maids for Mother." Grand Concubine Jing smiled. "I'm a vegetarian and pray to Buddha, so I don't need too many people by my side. Nurse Kai is enough." The emperor said, "Nurse Kai is also old, so it's inevitable that she won't be able to do as she wishes. If there were a few clever palace maids by Mother's side today, they definitely wouldn't have missed Mother's jade pendant." Gu Jiao didn't know anything about Pure Flower's palace. She went to the small kitchen to make milk dates and fresh flower cakes. There were still quite a few fresh flowers left. The little palace maid smiled. "I'll put them in a perfume pouch for Miss to use as dried flowers." "That's fine." Gu Jiao nodded. The little palace maid found a golden threaded perfume pouch for dried flowers and stuffed all the remaining petals in the basket into it. After dinner, Gu Jiao returned to Jade Water Alley. Gu Xiaoshen was scratching her head in the courtyard with a strange expression. "What's wrong?" Gu Jiao walked up and asked. Gu Xiaoshen said, "Marquis Gu fainted and hasn't woken up yet." As it turned out, after Gu Jiao went to visit her grandaunt, Marquis Gu didn't leave immediately. Instead, he asked his son where Yao Shi had gone. Just as he said that, he saw Yao Shi walk out of the room with a big belly. She wasn't just fat like a ball anymore. She really was carrying a ball in her stomach. There was nothing more frightening than a man coming back from a business trip to find his wife with a big belly. It wouldn't have been a big deal if that was all, but Marquis Xianping just had to walk over and say a few words to Yao Shi with a smile. Marquis Xianping was the most dissolute and unruly man in the capital. When he smiled seriously, there was a trace of roguishness and wickedness to it. Marquis Gu immediately felt like the sky was falling down. Marquis Gu had always been troubled by his own looks, but he couldn't help but admit that Marquis Xianping was better looking than him. This wastrel only needed to hook his finger, and there would be countless women throwing themselves at him. Could it be that his Yao Yao had also fallen for his trick? Otherwise, he really couldn't understand why Marquis Xianping would appear here. Anger attacked his heart, and the top of his head turned green. Marquis Gu could no longer hold himself back. His tongue stuck out, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Gu Jiao went to Yao Shi's room and checked Marquis Gu's pulse, saying, "He's fine." Yao Shi nodded. Although this husband was quite muddle-headed at times, he was still the father of two, No, he was now her 3 children. She didn't want them to become fatherless children. But Yao sure looked at her belly that was constantly bulging. Was the movement of the fetus this strong at 6 months? Why did it feel like this child wanted to kick his father? Chapter 331. There are all kinds of novels that you can't find online. At night, Gu Jiao was recording the power and drawbacks of the various hidden weapons made with black gunpowder in the room. Unknowingly, it was late at night. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly there was a soft knock on the door. Gu Jiao rubbed her sore neck and turned to look at the half-closed door. The door is open. Come in. Xiao Lulang opened the door and walked in with a bowl of mung bean soup. He came in front of her and put the mung bean soup on the table in front of her. Gu Jiao looked at the bowl of mung bean soup that was chilled with well water and tilted her head in surprise. In the past she was the one who brought things to him. Today the sun rose in the west. It was his turn to bring things to her. Well, that's not right. When she had menstrual cramps, he had boiled brown sugar water for her. But today she didn't have any cramps or menstrual cramps. She didn't understand why he was taking care of her like this. Xiao Lulang sat down across from her and said calmly, "Just now Jing Kong was clamoring for mung bean soup, so I made a little more. I saved a bowl for you." "Brother-in-law, what are you doing?" "Making mung bean soup." "I don't drink it." "Jiao Jiao wants to drink it." "Well, okay, then I'll have a bowl too." The scene with little Jing Kong flashed through his mind. Xiao Lulang coughed softly. Gu Jiao didn't notice the slight change in his expression. She happened to be thirsty. She brought the mung bean soup over and scooped a spoonful into her mouth. "Oh, it's so sweet." Everything Xiao Lulang made tasted bad except for the mung bean soup. But the way she ate it was beyond his imagination. Xiao Lulang couldn't help but ask, "Is it that good?" Gu Jiao scooped up a spoonful and fed it to him naturally. Xiao Lulang was slightly taken aback. Her eyes were magnanimous and her expression was pure, as if she didn't mean anything else. On the other hand, he was overthinking things and adding a lot of meanings that didn't exist. Xiao Yulong's throat moved. He slowly lowered his head, gently held the spoon, and drank the mung bean soup. "Is it sweet?" Gu Jiao asked. "It's sweet." He looked at her. She didn't know if he was referring to the soup or her. "I think so too." Gu Jiao took the spoon that he had drunk from and continued to eat the mung bean soup. Watching her put the spoon into her mouth, Xiao Yulong's eyes deepened. "Do you want more?" Gu Jiao looked at his burning eyes and pushed the mung bean soup in front of him. "I really want to eat." Halfway through his sentence, Xiao Lulang suddenly came back to his senses. He must have been possessed. What did he almost say just now? Fortunately, he stopped himself. Cold sweat broke out all over his body. Gu Jiao tilted her head and looked at him. "Do you want to eat me more?" Cough cough. Xiao Lulang choked. His face turned red. He didn't know if it was from choking or embarrassment. Speaking of which, is it really okay for my wife to be so direct? Gu Jiao brought the bowl back and scooped up a spoonful of mung bean soup. "It's not impossible." Xiao Yulong's eyes trembled. "But this body is still too small. You have to wait for me to grow up." She said it very seriously. Then, as if she was afraid that he would lose his patience, she added, "I'm very tasty." Xiao Yulong's brain exploded. It was as if fireworks had suddenly bloomed in the night sky. His heart thumped and he couldn't even breathe. This is too much. Does this girl know what she is saying? Of course Gu Jiao knew. But she didn't have to pay for flirting, right? After flirting, a certain someone went to eat the mung bean soup heartlessly. Xiao Lulang, Gu Jiao slurped her soup. Halfway through she suddenly looked up. "My herbs, keep them." Xiao Lulang took a deep breath and suppressed the restlessness in his heart. He decided that he would never talk nonsense with this girl again. It was fine after flirting. She was fine, but he felt uncomfortable. "Oh." Gu Jiao continued eating. "The swing from Jing Kong, it's fixed," Xiao Lulang said again. Gu Jiao, "The box from Jing Kong." Xiao Lulang, "Packed." Gu Jiao, "The basket from Auntie Lu's house." Xiao Lulang, "It's over." Gu Jiao, "The salted duck eggs that Master Zhao wanted." Xiao Lulang nodded. "Give it to him." She had forgotten to tell Yu Yer and Nanny Fang about these things. She didn't expect him to be so attentive. He had been paying attention and had quietly taken care of everything. Gu Jiao rested her chin on her hand and looked at him. Her eyes were bright as if there were thousands of stars in them. "Husband, you're so nice." "You're also very nice." Xiao Lulang silently said in his heart. Gu Jiao continued eating her mung bean soup. Xiao Yulong's gaze fell on a large embroidered bag wrapped in golden silk on the table and asked, "What's this?" Gu Jiao said, "Flower petals. I picked them from the imperial garden and used them to make fresh flower cakes. I brought some back to make dried flowers." Xiao Lulang had seen her make dried flowers before, so he more or less knew the process. He said, "I'll go get a sieve." "Okay." Gu Jiao nodded. Xiao Lulang got up and went out. Gu Jiao was used to being alone, but it didn't feel bad to have someone to do things with. Xiao Lulang brought the sieve over, opened the embroidered bag and poured out the flower petals inside. Suddenly he heard a clatter and something obviously heavy fell out. Xiao Lulang looked at the jade pendant that suddenly appeared in the pile of flower petals and asked in confusion, "What's this?" He was about to ask if this was the jade pendant that Grandaunt gave her, but when he spoke he found that the jade pendant was incomplete. Grandaunt wouldn't give such a thing to Gu Jiao, even if it was a piece of thousand-year-old cold jade that was priceless. Gu Jiao didn't recognize thousand-year-old cold jade. She only felt that this jade pendant was very exquisite, but unfortunately it was missing a corner. She shook her head. "Grandaunt didn't say that she would give me something, so I don't know where it came from. Maybe it was accidentally put in this embroidered bag." Accidentally? A piece of thousand-year-old cold jade was accidentally put in an embroidered bag? This was not impossible. After all, Rinshou Palace was rich and overbearing. Xiao Lulang paused. "Did you put these flower petals in by yourself?" "No." Gu Jiao shook her head and said, "It's Fei Chui." "Who is Fei Chui?" Xiao Lulang asked. He didn't go to Rinshou Palace many times, so he wasn't familiar with it. Gu Jiao made an O sound and said, "She's a little palace maid in Rinshou Palace. She's quick and clever. She serves Grandaunt and is mainly responsible for taking care of Empress Dowager Zhuang's jewelry and clothes. I don't know if she accidentally put Grandaunt's things in the embroidered bag. I'll return it to her next time. Now I'll go." Xiao Lulang touched the piece of thousand-year-old cold jade and said calmly, "Tomorrow I'll go to the palace to give a lecture to the crown prince." Gu Jiao said, "Okay." The next day Xiao Lulang went to the palace to teach mathematics to the crown prince. He didn't make things difficult for the crown prince today. When the time came he let the crown prince out of school. The crown prince was puzzled. Why was this guy so kind? He didn't want him to stay? "What medicine are you selling in the gourd?" the crown prince asked coldly. Xiao Lulang took out a stack of papers from the teaching materials and handed it to the crown prince. "If your royal highness thinks that I'm too good to you, then finish these questions. I'll come to check next time." The crown prince looked at the dozens of pages of questions that suddenly appeared and the corners of his mouth twitched. Why did he have to ask? Xiao Lulang went to Rinshou Palace. Empress Dowager Zhuang was reading the memorial. Eunuch Qin invited Xiao Lulang in and asked, "Do you want me to pass the message?" "No, I'm just bringing some food for the Empress Dowager," Xiao Lulang said and handed the prepared food box to Eunuch Qin. "These are dates from Jing Kong. He asked me to bring them to Grandaunt no matter what." At this time little Jing Kong, who was in class at the Imperial College, didn't know that he was being used as a tool again. Eunuch Qin took the food box with a smile. "Jing Kong is very thoughtful." Xiao Lulang asked naturally, "By the way Eunuch Qin, does Rinshou Palace have the Millennium Cold Jade? Can I take a look at it?" "What's so difficult about that? Xiao Xiuzhua is not an outsider. I'll ask someone to get it." Eunuch Qin invited Xiao Lulang to sit in the pavilion and asked someone to go to Empress Dowager Zhuang's bedroom to get the jade pendant. "Xiao Lulang, please take a look." Eunuch Qin personally presented the jade pendant to Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang took the jade pendant and caressed the patterns and texture of the jade pendant. As expected of a top-notch jade. Even on a scorching summer day, it still feels cold to the touch. "I wonder where this jade came from? Who gave it to you?" Eunuch Qin answered with a smile. "The prince consort gave it to Princess Ning and he gave her a whole piece of jade. Princess Ning, and had someone carve the jade into 3 pieces. She gave one to the Empress Dowager, one to His Majesty, and the last one to concubine Dowager Jing." Xiao Lulang thought for a moment and asked, "Is there no 4th piece?" Eunuch Qin shook his head with a smile. "No, there's no more in the palace. I can't say for sure about the outside, but it should be difficult to find one. The Millennium Cold Jade is a rare treasure. The prince consort went through a lot of trouble to get it. If it wasn't so precious he wouldn't have given it to Princess Ning An. Why is Xiao Xiuzhua suddenly so curious about the Millennium Cold Jade? Oh, I saw it in a book and became curious. Xiao Lulang returned his grandaunt's jade pendant to eunuch Qin. Since it was a gift from Princess Ning, and please take good care of it. Eunuch Qin took the jade pendant, wrapped it in a silk handkerchief and put it back in the box. Of course. The Empress Dowager is reluctant to wear such a precious item on her body. She has the servants store it in a secret compartment and takes it out to wipe it every day. In fact, if it wasn't a gift from Princess Ning, the Empress Dowager would have given it to Xiao Xiuzhua without hesitation. What eunuch Qin didn't know was that Xiao Heng once had a piece of Millennium Cold Jade. It was given to him by his mother, Princess Xinyang. However, he was no longer Xiao Heng, so that piece of Millennium Cold Jade was no longer in his hands. At this point, it was certain that this broken jade pendant didn't belong to Rinshou Palace. However, how did it get into Gu Jiao's embroidered pouch? He would have to ask the palace maid named Fei Cui. Xiao Lulang was thinking about how to call Fei Cui over without raising suspicion when he heard eunuch Qin say, "Fei Cui, come here and put the jade pendant back." Yes. A palace maid dressed in pink walked forward and took the brocade box from eunuch Qin with both hands. "You, pour a pot of tea," Xiao Lulang said to Fei Cui. Fei Cui froze for a moment. Eunuch Qin only thought that Xiao Lulang was casually ordering a palace maid around, so he didn't suspect anything. "If I tell you to go, then go." "Yes." Fei Cui responded and turned to leave. Xiao Lulang said, "Eunuch Qin, you can go do your work. I'll sit by myself." Eunuch Qin said, "Okay, then this servant will go and tidy up the internal affairs." Not long after eunuch Qin left, Fei Cui came over with a pot of tea. "Lord Xiao, please have some tea." Xiao Lulang looked at her and took out the jade pendant in his hand. "Do you recognize this?" I recognize it." Fei Cui carefully examined it, then said, "It's Miss Gu's jade pendant." "Her jade pendant?" Xiao Lulang frowned. Fei Cui nodded. "That's right. Yesterday I packed Miss Gu's unfinished flower petals. This jade pendant was lying in her basket." Xiao Lulang looked at her without blinking, making sure that she wasn't lying. This jade pendant wasn't placed in Rinshou Palace by someone. Someone had placed it in Gu Jiao's basket before they entered Rinshou Palace. Where could it have been placed? Was it the Imperial Garden where Gu Jiao went to pick flowers? Xiao Lulang went to the Imperial Garden, but didn't find any clues. He turned around and went to Pure Flower's palace. "Lord Xiao, are you here to see His Majesty?" the eunuch at the door asked. "No, I'm here to find eunuch Wei," Xiao Lulang said. "Please wait a moment, Lord Xiao." The eunuch went inside to report to eunuch Wei. Eunuch Wei walked out with a horsetail whisk and said with a smile, "Oh, what wind blew Xiao Xiuzhua here?" His smile froze and he whispered, "Is the crown prince not paying attention in class again?" Xiao Lulang politely said, "That's not the case. The crown prince's studies have improved, so he's always paying attention in class." Eunuch Wei let out a long sigh. That's good. I'm sure His Majesty will feel more at ease with the crown prince after hearing this." "Then why is Xiao Xiuzhua here?" "I passed by the Imperial Garden just now and picked up a jade pendant." Xiao Lulang handed the broken jade pendant to eunuch Wei. Eunuch Wei's eyes lit up when he saw the jade pendant. "Ah, I finally found it. I knew it. There's no way Miss Gu picked it up." "Why is eunuch Wei like this?" Xiao Lulang asked. Eunuch Wei sighed. "Xiao Xiuzhua probably doesn't know this, but this is the jade pendant that Princess Ning gave to Imperial concubine Jing back then. Imperial concubine Jing has returned to the palace and is currently staying in Pure Flower's palace. Yesterday she lost her jade pendant in the Imperial Garden, and Miss Gu happened to be there at the same time. His Majesty trusted Miss Gu and didn't send anyone to interrogate her. Instead, he took out his jade pendant and gave it to Imperial concubine Jing." He smiled as he spoke. His Majesty's jade pendant was also given to him by Princess Ningyan and he treasures it very much. Now that Imperial concubine Jing's jade pendant has been found, this servant can go and retrieve His Majesty's jade pendant. A meaningful look flashed through Xiao Yulang's eyes. Eunuch Wei is saying that this jade pendant belongs to Imperial concubine Jing? Yes. Eunuch Wei nodded. Speak of the devil. Imperial concubine Jing left the palace for a stroll with Mama Kai's help. She was still wearing her nun's clothes and hat. Her face was haggard as if she had just recovered from a serious illness, but her bearing was calm and kind. She immediately saw Eunuch Wei and Xiao Lulang at the door. Xiao Lulang also looked at her. Their eyes met, and the surroundings seemed to fall silent. Xiao Yolang's eyes were deep and calm, like a bottomless pool under the moonlight. Imperial concubine Jing had moved to the nunnery before Xiao Lulang was born, so this was the first time he saw her. He could confirm her identity because there was no other person in the palace dressed like her. Xiao Lulang calmly cupped his hands, then turned to leave Pure Flower's palace. Eunuch Wei walked over with the jade pendant in hand. Esteemed imperial concubine, your jade pendant has been found. Xiao Xiuzhua found it in the imperial garden. Imperial concubine Jing looked at Xiao Yolang's back. So, Xiuzhua? After Xiao Lulang left the palace, he first went to Hanlin Academy for half a day's duty. He didn't immediately return to Jade Water Alley, but instead went to the directorate's Minghui Hall. Alright, you can leave. The old chancellor pardoned Zheng Sai's punishment today. Zheng Sai felt as if he had been pardoned. He looked forward to seeing Xiao Lulang as much as he despised Xiao Lulang in the past. After all, only when Xiao Lulang came would the old chancellor have no time to punish him. Xiao Lulang entered the room and there were guards who closed the door of Minghui Hall. Have a seat, the old chancellor said. Xiao Lulang sat down across from the old chancellor. There was a short table between the two, on which there were some outstanding essays written by the directorate students. The old chancellor put down the half-corrected essay and looked at Xiao Lulang. What happened? He never visited a temple without a reason. Xiao Lulang told him about the jade pendant, and the old chancellor's expression turned serious. You suspect that there's something wrong with imperial concubine Jing? As expected of a master and disciple, there was an indescribable tacit understanding between them. Xiao Lulang didn't mention anything about his suspicions toward imperial concubine Jing. He only told the old chancellor everything that had happened. But who was the old chancellor? He was a 10,000-year-old green tea and a white lotus, so there was no need to pretend to be pure in front of his disciple. Xiao Lulang asked, what kind of person is imperial concubine Jing in teacher's eyes? Naturally, she's a good person. The old chancellor said without hesitation. However, his past knowledge might not be accurate. For example, he was certain that Zhuang Jins was a bad person, but in the end he found out that she wasn't. She had killed people who did not need to be killed. She was so vicious. Drag him out. Just as she was about to say the word, Fei Tsue gasped for breath. Xiao Darren is here. The two words, death by flogging, had their own thoughts. They slipped into Empress Dowager Zhuang's stomach. Empress Dowager Zhuang rolled her eyes. Let him in. Eunuch Qin secretly smiled. Xiao Lulang entered the study in the side hall. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at the booklet and asked casually, didn't he leave? Why are you back? Listen, what kind of angry tone is this? Eunuch Qin, who was outside the door, almost laughed. Xiao Xiuzhu came to deliver something in the morning and left without seeing anyone. Xiao Lulang said, I came to eat. Empress Dowager Zhuang snorted. Is there no food at home? Why do you have to come to my place to eat? Xiao Lulang nodded frankly. Yes, there is no food. He had become shameless. It was obvious that he had been led astray by that old guy Huxian. Empress Dowager Zhuang narrowed her eyes angrily. Eunuch Qin coughed lightly and said, Empress Dowager, shall I have someone set the table? Thank you, Eunuch Qin. Xiao Lulang turned and said to Eunuch Qin. Yes. Eunuch Qin happily agreed and left happily. Empress Dowager Zhuang gritted her teeth. Good, each one of you is a traitor. Is Rinshou Palace no longer surnamed Zhuang? Dinner was set in Lingxiang Pavilion, which was in the same side hall as the study. Empress Dowager Zhuang had no intention of eating. Xiao Lulang helplessly said with a trace of grievance, I am hungry, great aunt. Empress Dowager Zhuang rolled her eyes again and reluctantly put down the booklet. She went to Lingxiang Pavilion with Xiao Lulang. Eunuch Qin did not know that Xiao Lulang had come. Some of the dishes were freshly cooked. He had been to Bisui Alley so many times that he knew Xiao Yolang's taste. Empress Dowager Zhuang dismissed the servants serving the food. Xiao Lulang gave Empress Dowager Zhuang some vegetables with his chopsticks. Empress Dowager Zhuang frowned. I don't eat this. I want to eat. Xiao Lulang gave her another piece of pork belly, but he removed the fat part. Empress Dowager Zhuang's face was as black as charcoal. Are you here to eat with me? I think you are here to die. Empress Dowager Zhuang was very angry. The consequences would be severe. Xiao Lulang said gloomily, when I was young, I did not eat with my grandmother. She did not like my mother, so she did not like me. Empress Dowager Zhuang's anger burned halfway and was extinguished. Empress Dowager Zhuang had heard about the relationship between Princess Xinyang and old Madame Xiao. Old Madame Xiao originally liked the daughter of a large family, who was gentle and quiet. But who would have thought that Marquis Xianping would marry a big Buddha, who could not be beaten or scolded? When they met, they had to salute her. Old Madame Xiao was very angry. It was said that she did not like Princess Xinyang's son very much. Instead, she loved the two concubine-born grandsons in the residence. Xiao Lulang did not care about this at all. He said it just to play the sympathy card. Sure enough, Empress Dowager Zhuang felt that someone was pitiful and did not want to disappoint someone. With a dark face, she ate the vegetable leaf with disgust and sullenness. Xiao Yulang's lips curved imperceptibly. After that, Xiao Lulang made up a lot of miserable days under old Madame Zhao's hands. He successfully coaxed the Empress Dowager to eat all the food she did not want to eat. When Empress Dowager Zhuang reacted, she found that she had eaten half a bowl more than usual. This was her normal appetite in Baishui Alley. But after returning to the palace, her appetite had decreased by more than half. She had lost weight. It was a simple meal, but even a fool could see that Empress Dowager Zhuang ate more comfortably than usual. After eating, Xiao Lulang was not in a hurry to go back. Instead, he went to the library the Empress Dowager had built for him. The library was across from Empress Dowager Zhuang's study, separated by a small garden. Eunuch Qin very considerately opened the window. Empress Dowager Zhuang only needed to turn her head to see Xiao Lulang immersed in reading by the window of the library. Empress Dowager Zhuang's irritable mood suddenly calmed down. The palace was lonely, especially at night. It was a loneliness that could make one go crazy, helpless, and unable to escape no matter how hard one tried. Empress Dowager Zhuang had lived in the palace for decades and never felt that it was her home. But at this moment, looking at the youth's figure and feeling his silent companionship, Empress Dowager Zhuang felt a tranquility and peace that she had never felt before. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at the memorials for a while. It was late at night and she still had a small pile to read, but she did not intend to read it. She said to Eunuch Qin, "Tell him that Ijia is going to rest. He should also go back." Eunuch Qin smiled and said, "Yes." He tried to persuade her, but the Empress Dowager refused to listen. Only Xiao Daren had a way. "Wait." Empress Dowager Zhuang stopped Eunuch Qin. "Send 2 secret guards to secretly escort him along the way. Caution is the parent of safety. He is too close to Ijia. Ijia is worried that someone will harm him." The moon was dark and the wind was strong. As for returning to Baishui Alley, there was nothing to worry about with Jiao Jiao and Gu Yan's 2 secret guards. "Yes." Eunuch Qin asked someone to prepare a carriage and personally sent Xiao Lulang to the entrance of the palace. He also ordered 2 palace experts to follow along the way. In the forest not far away, several figures flashed by. After a quarter of an hour in the dark room, one could not see his fingers. A man in black said, "Master, there are experts from Renshou Palace following along the way. We were unable to succeed." The figure in the dark waved his hand faintly. "Leave." The next day Xiao Lulang had a rest day. There were no classes at the Imperial College. Xiao Lulang slept late at night and woke up a little later in the morning. Little Jing Kong was already up. He went to the backyard to wash up and water his sweetheart. When Xiao Lulang dressed neatly and went to the backyard, he was surprised to find 2 marquises in the yard, Marquis Xianping and Marquis Dingyan. Marquis Xianping came to accept little Jing Kong as his disciple. He thought that as long as he accepted him as his disciple, he could openly enter the inner circle of Baishui Alley. At that time, investigating Xiao Yulang's background and pleasing his daughter-in-law would not be a problem. But coincidentally, Marquis Ding and also came to accept little Jing Kong as his disciple. In fact, he did not leave last night because he fainted from fright. It was a blessing in disguise that he stayed in Baishui Alley for the night. When he woke up, he already knew that the child was his and had nothing to do with Marquis Xianping. Marquis Xianping appeared here only because he liked the little monk and wanted to accept him as his disciple. If it was in the past, Marquis Gu would not dare to compete with Marquis Xianping. But this was related to whether he could stay in Baishui Alley. That's right, he thought about it. Yao Shi was pregnant and the situation was special. If she was unwilling to return to the Marquis's mansion, he would stay with her temporarily. He would make other plans after the child was born. For his wife and child, Marquis Gu would do anything. Even if you are a first-grade Marshal Marquis and your status is much higher than mine, I will not back down. Marquis Xianping put his hands in his sleeves. The weather was so hot but he was still able to hold it in. It was truly admirable. He casually said, "Since it is like this, then let's have a fair competition and see who has the ability. Little monk, what do you think?" Little Jing Kong seriously thought about it. Good, good. He took out 2 small cards and scribbled a few words. Then he moved a small stool over and sat on it cutely. He began to watch from the sidelines. Marquis Gu coldly snorted and asked, "What does Marquis Xianping want to compete with me in?" Marquis Xianping raised an eyebrow. Face. Marquis Gu, who almost choked to death. How could he be so shameless? Little Jing Kong raised the tile in his right hand. Marquis Xiao wins. It was clear that the bad brother-in-law's father was better looking than the Jiao Jiao's father. But Jiao Jiao was the best looking and did not accept any rebuttal. Marquis Gu did not even have time to react before the competition started and he lost. How could he complain? He clenched his teeth and showed his killer move. Let's compete in reciting poems. Marquis Xianping, fuck. So heartless. Although Marquis Gu's calligraphy and painting were not satisfactory, he still had a little more knowledge than Marquis Xianping. Little Jing Kong had 5 poems and Marquis Gu could recite 2 while Marquis Xianping could not recite a single one. Little Jing Kong raised the tile in his left hand. Marquis Gu wins. However, Marquis Gu was not so lucky. Marquis Xianping was not knowledgeable, but his other abilities were not for show. Marquis Gu was crushed miserably. Even in the martial arts competition, Marquis Xianping was clearly injured, but he was still defeated by Marquis Gu. Marquis Gu lost badly. 2 hours later, the ambitious Marquis Gu finally broke down. He spread himself out, rolled his eyes, stuck out his tongue and collapsed on the stairs as if he had nothing to live for. Awesome. Awesome. Little Jing Kong sat on a small stool, straightened his little back and clapped his little hands. Marquis Xianping smiled and said proudly, "Okay, I won. You can worship me as your teacher." Little Jing Kong tilted his head and said seriously, "But I already have a teacher. I can't worship you as my teacher anymore. A good disciple does not serve a second teacher. Wasn't it said that a good woman does not serve a second husband?" Marquis Xianping frowned and started to doubt his life. Because he was not knowledgeable, he might have remembered wrongly. The original saying was indeed that a good disciple does not serve a second teacher. But this was not the point. The point was that this little brat played him again. Marquis Xianping gritted his teeth. "Since you can't worship me as your teacher, why were you so agitated just now?" Little Jing Kong spread his hands and said innocently, "I only said that I wanted to watch you compete. I didn't say that I wanted to worship you as my teacher after the competition. You said it yourself, I didn't agree." Marquis Xianping had a toothache. "Stinky little monk, you're asking for it." Marquis Xianping couldn't always fall in one place. If the little monk wanted to compete with him, he would have to wait another 500 years. He snorted and said in a mighty and domineering manner, "I don't care. You have to accept it whether you like it or not." Chongjing. Chongjing rushed in with a whoosh sound. Then he grabbed little Jing Kong and carried him on his shoulder. Little Jing Kong's small arms and legs fluttered. "Aya, what are you doing?" Marquis Xianping flicked his wide sleeves. "Take him away. Go worship your ancestors." "I don't want to." A certain little monk chattered for a while, but was still mercilessly captured by a certain bad monkey. There was a class at Qinghai Academy today, so Gu Yin didn't know what happened at home. Lu Quan came to take Gu Shaoshun to Master Lu and Nanxiang to learn martial arts, so he didn't go. He was lazy again. On one hand, he didn't have much interest and ambition. On the other hand, his body was indeed weaker than ordinary people. Sitting in the carriage on a hot summer day was too stuffy for him. He leisurely walked back. After a few steps, an old but hale and hearty old man with a treasured sword walked towards him. "What a coincidence," the old man said with a smile. "Oh, it is." Gu Yin knew who he was. It was his grandfather, Gu Chao. He was recognized the first time he came to the academy. He was only 4 years old when he left the capital. They hadn't seen each other for 11 years, so the old marquis thought that he didn't remember him. In fact, Gu Yin didn't remember him, but the old marquis's face was too typical. They looked alike for 3 generations. Moreover, he found that as long as the old Marquis approached him, his secret guards would stay far away. Gu Yan might not be good at studying, but he was a real villain. The old Marquis wanted to see his grandson, but he couldn't put down his pride, so he had to meet Gu Yan several times. He thought that Gu Yan didn't recognize him. "Aren't you going to learn martial arts today?" the old Marquis asked. "It's hot." Gu Yan said, "Are you here to see your grandson again?" The old Marquis said embarrassedly, "Ah yes." Gu Yan asked knowingly, "Have you seen him?" The old Marquis looked at Gu Yan and laughed dryly, "Yes, I have." Gu Yan raised his eyebrows. "Do you still want to eat cold jelly today?" The old Marquis was stunned at first, but then he nodded quickly, "Yes, yes." The two had eaten cold jelly once before. Gu Yan found that the old Marquis liked it very much. Gu Yan didn't have a bad impression of his grandfather. In his impression, his grandfather treated him well and also his mother well. When he and his mother moved to the farm, his grandfather gave him 2 secret guards. He had a seizure in the middle of the night several times and everyone was asleep. If the secret guards hadn't detected the abnormality in time, he might have died. After eating the cold jelly with mint, Gu Yan felt refreshed. He touched his stomach contentedly and said, "You treated me last time, so I'll treat you this time. Courtesy demands reciprocity." The old Marquis said, "No need." Gu Yan waved his hand, "It's all right. Although I don't have much money, I work part-time every day and earn some pocket money. I can still afford to treat you to cold jelly." The old Marquis frowned when he heard this. His grandson had actually fallen to the point of working part-time for others to earn money? Gu Chong, that bastard, was a father. Didn't he give his son a monthly allowance? "What about your father?" the old Marquis asked. Gu Yan sighed, "My father, he forced me to move back every day. I didn't want to, so he cut off my monthly allowance. I told you that I was born prematurely, weak and suffered from heart disease. My sister really worked hard to raise me." Could it be that the girl became a doctor for her own brother? He blamed her wrongly. Chapter 333. In the end, the old duke didn't let Gu Yan pay the bill. He took out his money bag and took out a silver coin from it and handed it to the waiter. However, perhaps he took it out too quickly. He brought out a red braided pipa knot. Gu Yan quickly picked up the pipa knot. This pipa knot looked a little old and its color was faded and the edges were frayed. It was hard to imagine that such an unyielding man would have such a thing in his money bag. "Is this a gift from your soulmate?" Gu Yan asked. It was obvious that it was a gift from a woman, but it couldn't be the old madam in the mansion. He and old Madame Gu appeared to be in harmony, but were actually at odds, so he wouldn't wear something she gave him. Cough, no, don't talk nonsense. The old duke put the pipa knot back into the money bag. Gu Yan didn't believe him. He asked curiously, "I didn't know that you have a soulmate. Where is she now?" She definitely wasn't in the mansion. The old concubines in the mansion had already been cleaned up by old Madame Gu. The old duke had never mentioned his feelings to others all these years. How much bitterness had been bottled up in the bottom of his heart. To be honest, he had a little desire to pour it out. He hesitated for a moment and said, "It's a friend of mine. He left it at my place. I'm going to return it to him." My friend? What a familiar beginning. Gu Yan, who had read all the romance books of the old chancellor, expressed that he understood very well. He raised his handsome little eyebrows. "Then where is your friend's soulmate now?" The old duke sighed sadly. "She became a monk." "Why did she become a monk?" Gu Yan asked. "My husband passed away. She couldn't help it." "But..." The old Marquis paused for a moment before continuing. "Maybe it's because he wants to see my friend again in his lifetime." I didn't know that the old man was so popular with women. Gu Yan didn't ask about the reason why she couldn't help herself. His focus was on the last sentence. He said thoughtfully, "It seems that this confidant is deeply in love with your friend." The old Marquis looked down at the concentric knot in his hand and said, "It's a pity that we met too late. I wish we could have met before marriage." Gu Yan said, "But isn't her husband dead? Moreover, she also became a nun because of your friend. Don't tell me you... don't tell me your friend really can't tell?" The Marquis frowned. "You mean," Gu Yan said, "what I mean is, she may have been waiting for your friend to take her away." "Take her away?" The old Marquis was shocked. This child really wouldn't stop until he was shocked to death. Gu Yan nodded. "That's right. Let me ask you, why does your friend think that she became a nun to see him? She had said that herself, hadn't she? Or she let your friend feel her affection for your friend? Yes. The Marquis nodded in agreement. Gu Yin slapped the table. That's it. She's a woman. Showing a little affection is already her limit. She can't just say that you're going to elope with me. We men have to take the initiative for this kind of thing. The Marquis was so shocked by Gu Yan's words that he forgot to say that he was only 15 and still wet behind the ears. He couldn't be considered a real man. This is too rebellious. How did this child grow up? He was even braver than his 3 older brothers. Gu Yan said, "What's so rebellious about it? If you like her, then fight for her." The Marquis hesitated. What if she's not willing? If she's not willing, then it means that she doesn't have your friend in her heart. Gu Yin patted his grandfather's shoulder and analyzed for him with his experience of reading romance novels. She's already a nun. What's there to be afraid of? If she's not willing to elope, then there's only one truth: she doesn't like your friend. She's just using your friend's feelings for her. Gu Jiao was busy in the medical hall all morning. She finally had some free time in the afternoon. It was rare that she didn't have to deal with the gunpowder, so she lay down on the rattan chair under the tree to cool off. Li Wanwan was practicing her zither across the wall. She was already used to practicing for Gu Jiao at this time every day, but she didn't know if Gu Jiao was here every time. Her zither skills had improved a lot compared to last year, but she didn't know if she had something on her mind today, but she was playing absent-mindedly. You played wrong again. Gu Jiao said lightly. Li Wanwan's face turned pale. She didn't expect that the girl would be here today. After all, the girl hadn't listened to her practice for several days. She quickly adjusted her expression and said, I'll play it again properly. The result was still not satisfactory. She was so nervous that her palms were sweating. It was very strange. The other person clearly wasn't her teacher, but she was more nervous than when she was in front of her teacher. Sorry, I should have been more focused. She bit her lip and said in a low voice, I might not be able to come next month. I'm getting married. She wasn't that old, only 16. This dynasty wasn't like the previous dynasty. Women getting married at the age of 18 or 19 wouldn't be criticized by others. But this also depended on the situation. The daughters of wealthy families could afford it, but a girl from a poor family like her had to get married early. She heard that the girls in the countryside got married even earlier. Thinking about it, she was considered lucky. She had made it to the age of 16 and was able to attend a girls' school for half a year. Because of that school, she met the girl and received so much guidance from the girl. Gu Jiao said, Oh. In the future no one would play for her. When would little Jiang Li learn how to play the zither? I've been wanting to say goodbye to the girl for the past few days. I want to thank the girl. My biggest achievement in the girls' school was to meet the girl. My family originally wanted me to drop out of school after the new year, but the song that the girl changed for me let me win the favor of musician Xia. Under his insistence, my family let me study for another half a year. Li Wanwan's cheeks slightly reddened as she said, Speaking of which, this marriage is also thanks to the girl. I played the zither well and was heard by a young master of an aristocratic family. He came to my father to ask for my hand in marriage. Gu Jiao didn't see her expression, but it wasn't difficult to hear her longing for marriage from her words. It seemed that she also liked that young master. Girl, can I give you something? You taught me so much. If I just leave like this I'll feel bad. Please be sure to accept my gift of thanks, young lady. It's not anything valuable. It's just a small medicine bag. Please accept it. Gu Jiao answered lightly. Li Wanwan was delighted. She took out the medicine bag that had been rusty for several nights from her wide sleeve. In case it was too light to throw, she put a few dates in it. Girl, catch. She threw the medicine bag over the courtyard wall. Gu Jiao caught it with one hand. Thank you. Li Wanwan smiled brightly. It's my pleasure. Then I'll leave now. In the last few days I'll try to play more songs for you. If I don't come one day then, I won't come again. She suddenly felt a little disappointed when she finished speaking. She didn't want to leave the girl. She didn't know if she would be able to meet such a teacher and friend in the future. She put the zither away, picked up the zither case and left. Bang! A small brocade pouch fell right on top of her zither case. She was slightly startled. Girl? A wedding gift, Gu Jiao said. Li Wanwan smiled happily like a child. Girl Gu. Someone wants a doctor to treat them. They say the situation is very critical. Xiao Sanzi hurriedly ran over. How critical? Gu Jiao asked. Xiao Sanzi said in fear. The hand is broken. It's severed. It's a woodcutter. This was a major operation, so Gu Jiao had to go in person. Okay, I'll go. Gu Jiao carried the small basket on her back and had Xiao Sanzi drive the carriage. They went to the mansion on Qinglu Street that the servant had mentioned. As they walked, Xiao Sanzi felt that something was wrong. This isn't the way to Qinglu Street. The servant rode in front and didn't turn around when he heard this. He said, when I came there was a road being repaired. We have to take a detour here. What's wrong? Is the road wrong? Gu Jiao asked indifferently. It's a bit of a detour, Xiao Sanzi muttered. Gu Jiao lifted the curtain and looked at the scene along the street. Not every street in the capital was bustling with activity. Some of the more remote areas were very desolate. This was an old street. There weren't many pedestrians and there weren't many shops. Further ahead was an official road with wheat fields on both sides. That's right, there were fields in the capital, but they were all in more remote areas. It's really a good place for an ambush. This was an instinct that she had developed as an assassin in her previous life. When she saw a location, she would always subconsciously judge if it was suitable for a crime. However, as soon as this thought flashed through her mind, she paused. Something was wrong. Something was very wrong. It was an assassin's intuition. Gu Jiao put down the curtain and lifted the curtain in front of her. She shot out a silver needle and pierced the manservant leading the way in front. The manservant let out a blood-curdling scream and fell off the horse. Miss Gu Yu, Xiao Sanzi was stunned. Turn around. Gu Jiao didn't have time to explain. Xiao Sanzi was indeed someone who had seen the world with Gu Jiao. He didn't drop the ball at such a crucial moment. If his second boss was here, he would have already pinched his philtrum and fainted. He didn't ask why they turned around. He believed in Gu Jiao. Unfortunately, it was too late. The men in black who were hiding under the ridge rushed towards Gu Jiao's carriage like arrows. Each of them held a large knife in their hands. Their eyes were sharp and murderous. Gu Jiao didn't need to count to know that there were 10 of them. They really thought highly of her, sending so many people to kill her. You go first. Gu Jiao jumped off the carriage. Xiao Sanzi didn't refuse. He knew his place. He didn't know martial arts and he would only be a burden to Miss Gu if he stayed. It was better to report this to the officials. Perhaps they could get help for Miss Gu. Of course, it would also be good if he could lure a few assassins away. For Miss Gu he would risk it all. Come, assassins. He pulled on the reins and looked back. Not a single one had caught up. Gu Jiao was surrounded by the men in black. She glanced at them coldly. Come at me all at once. It's too tiring to come one by one. The men in black looked at her with disdain and rushed towards Gu Jiao with their knives. I'll use you guys to test my gunpowder. Gu Jiao narrowed her eyes. Unfortunately, there were only 3 of them. She didn't know how powerful they were. In her previous life, she had played with a small cannon that didn't need to be lit. It would explode when thrown on the ground. The black gunpowder she made was similar to the small cannon, but it was more powerful. Gu Jiao took out a small piece of gunpowder and threw it at one of the men in black. There was a loud bang and the man in black fainted. It was SOSO. Gu Jiao wasn't too satisfied, but she wasn't too disappointed either. She had blown herself up into the sky mainly because she had used a lot of gunpowder. It wasn't too bad that such a small piece of gunpowder could make someone faint. This group of assassins had never seen such a strange hidden weapon. It was powerful and powerful. Everyone was shocked by the explosion. Everyone looked at Gu Jiao with fear. Gu Jiao curled her lips coldly. She snatched one of the men's knives and sent him flying with a punch. The rest of the men finally reacted and rushed towards Gu Jiao again. However, the explosion just now had destroyed their morale. Gu Jiao dealt with them quickly. After the last assassin fell, Gu Jiao clapped her hands calmly. However, no one had expected that a dangerous aura would suddenly approach them. What a terrifying aura! Gu Jiao's heart skipped a beat. She couldn't avoid it. The man was too fast. In the nick of time, a sword slashed down and blocked the man's attack. He stretched out his other arm and grabbed Gu Jiao's waist and quickly retreated with her. Wait for me here, Gu Changqing said and charged towards the man with his sword. This was Gu Jiao's first time seeing Gu Changqing in a real fight. He was much stronger than she had imagined, but he still wasn't a match for the other party. This was a person that even Gu Jiao had a trace of fear towards. This person's strength was much stronger than her in her previous life. How could this be? Who exactly was he? Gu Changqing was hit by the other party's palm. She used her sword to stabilize herself. Gu Jiao took out the last 2 gunpowder and threw it at the other party. The man thought it was a normal hidden weapon. He slashed down with his sword and heard 2 loud bangs. It was unknown whether the man was shocked or shocked by the gunpowder. Anyway, he retreated a few steps. His cold eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. He didn't faint from the explosion of 2 gunpowder? He was indeed an expert among experts. Gu Jiao put her hand into her pouch to continue digging. In fact, there was no more gunpowder left. She only hoped to scare the other party. Fortunately, she managed to scare him. The other party coldly glanced at Gu Jiao and used his qinggong to leave. Gu Changqing looked in the direction the other party left. Suddenly, he clutched his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. Gu Jiao quickly went forward and checked his pulse. Gu Changqing waved his hand. "I'm fine. It's just a little internal injury. I'll be fine after some rest." As he spoke, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his knuckles. He put his sword back into its scabbard and looked at Gu Jiao to ask, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Gu Jiao shook her head. Gu Changqing whistled and his horse galloped over. The brother and sister got on their horses. These people? Gu Jiao looked at the black-clothed men who had fainted on the ground. Gu Changqing seemed to be very experienced. You can't get anything out of them. That person just now is the key. These people are just some small fries in the Jianghu. They work for money and don't even know the identity of their sponsor. Gu Jiao nodded. The brother and sister returned to Jade Water Alley. The old chancellor had just returned from his duty at the Imperial College. He frowned when he saw Gu Changqing's pale face. What happened? Gu Changqing looked at Gu Jiao and said, "We encountered a group of assassins." Assassins? The old chancellor's gaze swept across the 2 of them. "You or Jiao Jiao?" "They tried to assassinate me," Gu Jiao said honestly. She jumped down from the horse and gave her hand to Gu Changqing to help him down. The old chancellor looked around and pulled the horse's reins, saying to the 2 of them, "Follow me." "You're saying that person's martial arts might not even be able to defeat your grandfather?" The old chancellor frowned deeply after hearing the whole story. "That's impossible. How could your grandfather not be able to defeat an assassin with his skills?" "That person's scent is very..." Gu Jiao wanted to say familiar because she smelled the scent of her own kind on that person. That person was a killing machine just like her in her previous life. Weird. Gu Changqing finished the sentence for Gu Jiao. "He's different from all the experts I've seen before. His martial arts are different, his inner energy is also different, and he has a tattoo on his face." That person was wearing a mask, but Gu Jiao threw out that strange concealed weapon and blew up a piece of the mask. He saw half of the tattoo. "What kind of tattoo?" The old chancellor took a pen and paper. "Draw it for me." Gu Changqing drew half of the tail. The old chancellor's expression changed. "It's the Dragon Shadow Guard." "What's the Dragon Shadow Guard?" Gu Jiao asked. Gu Changqing had already understood and his expression turned grave. "It's the late emperor's men of sacrifice." The old chancellor pondered. In order to deal with Zhuang Jin's, the late emperor secretly trained a group of men of sacrifice. The youngest was only 5 years old and he passed them to His Majesty before he died. Gu Changqing frowned. "His Majesty wants to kill Jiao Jiao?" The old chancellor waved his hand. "He won't. His Majesty dotes on Jiao Jiao and won't hurt her. His Majesty once transferred the Dragon Shadow Guard to another person to prevent her from being persecuted by Zhuang Jin's." Gu Changqing was astonished. "That person is?" the old chancellor said seriously. "Concubine Jing?" Gu Changqing sucked in a cold breath. "You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.